Chapter 4372. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Right at this moment, a burst of soft laughter sounded from behind the humans and dragons. This laughter was filled with profound meaning, mockery, and sorrow. As soon as this laughter rang out, the space within a radius of 500 kilometers began to freeze, and even the falling snowflakes seemed to have sensed the chilling intent behind the laughter as they froze in midair. Who's there? The great beast and rainbow dragon were greatly alarmed as they quickly swept their vital senses through the air. Boom! Wherever their vital senses passed, they were blocked by a mountainous being. When their eyes landed on the python dragon that Xiao Hua had transformed into, they were greeted by the sight of him slowly flying toward them. Ao. Fellow immortal Ao. Ao Zhantian, Xue Mingzi, and even Xu Tingzi were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the boa dragon that liked to curry favor with people of culture still hadn't left. Moreover, it had appeared at such a critical moment. Moreover, the boa dragon's strength was actually so terrifying. You're. The great beast's cultivation base was far superior to Ao Zhantian's, and he hurriedly asked upon sensing that something was amiss. Unfortunately, without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wong. Within 1,000 feet of the python dragon, a whirlwind that soared into the sky was born. Within this whirlwind, the python dragon's body slowly shrank, and Xiao Hua's tall and thin figure was revealed little by little. Xiao Hua. Ao Zhan was truly astonished. He looked at Xiao Hua's frosty face with incredulity, then at the little white dragon's face that had been suppressed by the pillar of flames. There was no difference between these two faces. When Ao Zhan's gaze returned to him, he was greeted by an incredulous scene. Boom! Xiao Hua, who had reverted to his human form, suddenly emanated a daoist might. This might climbed steadily, but it didn't spread into the distance. Moments later, the space within a radius of close to 10 kilometers began to cave in, and layers of twisted light projections began to appear around Xiao Hua's body, making it appear as if Xiao Hua's body wasn't very real. Within this light projection, the ferocious ferocity of tens of thousands of people surged into the hearts of the humans and demons like a tidal wave. Not to mention the humankind, even the lofty dragons couldn't help but tremble. Their bodies, which had been extremely arrogant before, were forced to shrink slowly. A Mahayana cultivator? Ao Zhantian's expression changed drastically. Sir. Who are you, senior? You are not Daoist Master Xiao. At the same time, Ao Zhantian suddenly came to his senses. Without any hesitation, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, Junior Ao Zhantian begs Senior to save Xiao Hua. He is one of the few people in this world with a heart of steel and a heart of chivalry. Just as Ao Zhantian's body knelt down, an incomparably gentle force emerged. Even though he was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, he didn't have any ability to resist and could only stand up with the force of this force. Xiao Hua didn't look at Ao Zhantian. Instead, he stared coldly at the great demon and the rainbow dragon. Didn't you want to kill Xiao Hua? Now that I'm here, I'd like to see how you're going to kill him. While speaking, Xiao Hua waved his 2 hands, and 2 large hands appeared out of thin air, grabbing at the great demon and the colorful dragon at the same time. Under the giant hands, the space within a radius of 100 kilometers was sealed. Both the great demon and the colorful dragon were startled. The 2 great demon immediately activated their divine abilities in an attempt to escape. The great demon's wings flapped rapidly, causing ripples to appear in the nearby space. Black and white light scuttled out from the ripples. Unfortunately, before his figure could even move, Xiao Hua's giant hand had already descended. The great demon hurriedly opened his mouth again, and several crimson-red demonic lights rushed out in an attempt to block the giant hand. The demonic lights immediately collapsed upon colliding with the giant hands. Even the great demon's tail struck the giant hands. However, the countless divine abilities were nothing more than a bluff in the face of the giant hands. The giant hands closed, and the 7th-grade great demon, Swallowing Sun, was caught in Xiao Hua's hands. Looking at Xiao Hua's other hand, the colorful dragon's horns shot out beams of light, its dragon chi spat out from its mouth, and its claws that could tear through space were all unable to stop the giant hands for even a second. The great demon, who was several times stronger than the great demon race, was caught by Xiao Hua's giant hands just like grabbing a small snake. If you dare to touch me, my clan's divine ancestor will definitely not forgive you. The great demon screamed hysterically, and his voice was filled with fear. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and dozens of soul strands instantly pierced into the great demon's forehead. The great demon's screams immediately disappeared, and his entire body twitched violently, appearing to be in great pain. Damn it! The colorful dragon was shocked. How could he not know that Xiao Hua was soul-searching? He cursed angrily, and the colorful light around his body flourished. However, the colorful light merely flickered for a moment before extinguishing. At the same time, his dragon body was also twitching in the giant hands. Seeing this, Ao Zhan was shocked. Because Xiao Hua was soul-searching two great demons at the same time. This was something that Ao Zhan didn't dare to imagine. Within 1,000 kilometers, it was filled with a strange aura. The snowflakes didn't fly, and the wind didn't howl. Only Xiao Hua, who was about 3 meters tall, stood there proudly, as if he was the center of the world. In just a short moment, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed slightly. Then, the two giant hands moved at the same time. Pa, pa! Two loud sounds rang out at the same time. Two streaks of blood-red light soared into the sky. The great demon's body and the colorful dragon's body were crushed by Xiao Hua's giant hands. When the giant hands threw down the two disfigured corpses, the crowd couldn't help but tremble. They had seen ferocious cultivators, but they had never seen a ferocious person who could crush a dragon's body with his bare hand. At this time, Xiao Hua was really anxious and furious. With a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror appeared out of thin air. As the light beam swayed, the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle rushed out. Then, under the crowd's astonishment, the Fortune Gate's army of 200,002 lightning boats were released from the Shenhua continent. No one dared to make a sound. After the army of 200,000 was ready, Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed at the fire pillar in the sky. He looked at the black bear and the other two great demons and said, "Do you see this? This Xiao has only been away for 200 years, and my dignity has been trampled on like this. Although Bai Qingyu doesn't have the ability to suppress, she has the intention to suppress. What do you think we should do?" Under the fire pillar, Xiao Hua, whom they worshipped like a god, was struggling in pain. Even though they knew that this Xiao Hua was not the Xiao Hua in front of them, they were still shocked. Whether it was the black bear, the other two great demons, or the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples, their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The black bear crouched in the air and shouted, "Master, please rest assured. This black bear requests an order from Master. Give black bear 200,000 disciples. This black bear will definitely bathe Bai Qingyu in blood and wash away our shame with the blood of a beast king. Go." Xiao Hua waved his hand and ordered, "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Yes, bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood. The black bear was overjoyed and shouted loudly. The 200,000 disciples drove the lightning boats, and amidst the rumbling of thunder, they rushed towards Bai Qingyu. "Many thanks, Senior." Even now, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan still did not dare to recognize Xiao Hua as their dragon master. They hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and was about to say something when he frowned. His divine sense swept towards the distance, and when he found that his divine sense was blocked, he waved his hand and tens of thousands of disciples flew out from the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua had no time to explain. He pointed at Ao Zhantian and said, "This is an old acquaintance of mine, Ao Zhantian. Listen to his orders." "Yes." The disciple leading the troops did not dare to delay and respectfully answered. Xiao Hua then released Yuan Ya, Daoist Jingting, and Shen Songzi. He pointed at Ao Sheng and said, "Ya, this is Ao Sheng. You've seen him before. Help him subdue these dragons. If they dare to resist, kill them all." "Yes, Master." Yuan Ya held the devil's spear in his hand, exuding an imposing aura. He acknowledged Xiao Hua's order and his gaze fell on the dragons. Before he could do anything, the bone dragon's terrifying aura on the devil's spear had already scared the dragons out of their wits. Xiao Hua then pointed in another direction and said, Shen Songzi, Daoist Jingting, Zhai Xingzi, and the others are there. The two of you are responsible for protecting them. Yes, yes. Shen Songzi and Zhenren Jingting were the first to cultivate scattered nascent souls, but they were different from Xiao Hua's 100 or so scattered nascent souls. They had their own consciousness, and Xiao Hua didn't dare to use his own method to refine them. Therefore, they didn't spend all their time cultivating in Xiao Hua's dantian, and their progress wasn't as fast as other scattered nascent souls. Even so, as the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The two scattered nascent souls had already crossed 7 tribulations and reached the mid-level of the 7th grade. At this time, the two of them did not dare to delay after hearing Xiao Hua's order. They bowed and rushed in the direction Xiao Hua had pointed. Xiao Hua's figure was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. His voice sounded behind him, "After you're done here, go to the fire pillar. We'll all come to Bai Qingyu for the banquet." "Yes, Master." Yuan Ya answered. A group of Fortune Gate disciples had already surrounded the space. This is really Dragon Master Xiao Hua ah. Seeing Yuan Ya's appearance, Ao Sheng came to a realization. After all, he had seen Yuan Ya on the Dragon Island. However, looking at Yuan Ya's strength of the 7th level of origin power, he really did not dare to believe it. It had only been 200 years, how did they become so strong? All of a sudden, Ao Sheng screamed again. Looking at the little white dragon in pain under the fire pillar, he screamed to Ao Zhon, "Damn it, I know it now. This is the little white dragon ah." Others might not know about it, but Ao Sheng and Ao Zhon were well aware of it. Back on Dragon Island, Xiao Hua, the little white dragon who had just formed his body, and Reverend Yun had fought Long Sai and the dimensional monsters with them. Suppressing the little white dragon is no different from suppressing Xiao Hua. Ao Zhon also came to a realization and said coldly, "This Bai Qingyu really deserves to die. It's not just Bai Qingyu who deserves to die, the ancient Bell Mountain also deserves to die." Ao Zhantian's face turned cold as he looked at Shui Mingzi, who was so regretful that he wanted to dig out his intestines to clean them. Chapter 4373. Although Xiong Yi had led over 10,000 Fortune Gate disciples over, and the Endless Merchant Union had sent over a few thousand demonic beasts to help, they were still too weak. However, in the face of tens of thousands of demon generals and demon soldiers, Zhai Xingzi and the others were still in dire straits. Facing such a hopeless situation, Zhai Xingzi and the others didn't have any regrets. Death was inevitable in a person's life. Even among cultivators, how many could live forever? Death could be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Whether it was a feather or a mountain, it was the judgment of others. At the end of the day, life and death were still controlled by one's own heart. In the eyes of others, Zhai Xingzi and the others might have died out of blind loyalty or stupidity, but the four of them had no regrets in their heart. In the face of death, the great Tao seemed incomparably clear. The calmness in their hearts was truly the sail towards the great Tao. However, there was always a way out, and the heavenly Tao wouldn't let down those with a pure heart. Just as Bai Qingyu crazily showed off the image of her suppressing the little white dragon to the sky, Zhai Xingzi and Zhong Daoran saw that the humans were already surrounded by tens of thousands of demonic beasts, and all their efforts were about to turn into flowing water. Just as they were about to die, they saw a towering killing intent rushing towards them from another direction behind them. Streams of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into a complete chi wave and poured down like a tidal wave. This scene was akin to tens of thousands of nascent soul cultivators circulating their magic power at the same time. It wasn't something they had seen before. They couldn't help but be shocked, and their faces turned even paler. Could it be? The two of them thought at the same time. Is this another ambush by Bai Qingyu? Could it be that she thinks that all the Tao Gate cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland will come to save Xiao Hua? As they thought about it, they still released their divine sense. When they saw the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples 1,000 miles away, their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. The two of them looked at each other and cried out, "No, no way, right?" All the nascent soul cultivators of the hidden immortal mainland came to save Xiao Hua. Qiu. Chou-er. Zhai Xingzi's voice trembled as he said to Gusu Chodi in surprise, We're safe. Oh. Gusu Chodi's injuries were extremely severe. She was no longer able to release her divine sense, much less use the eye-clearing technique. She also looked into the distance in shock. Her mouth was slightly agape as she asked curiously, could it be that they are our reinforcements? Phew. Zhai Xingzi took a deep breath and said, that's right. In order to save Daoist Master Xiao, all the Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent have come. How is this possible? Gusu Chodi shouted, although Daoist Xiao's benevolence is unparalleled in the world, but his charm doesn't seem to be enough to make all the Daoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent come to his rescue, right? That's right. We've all underestimated Daoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi smiled. If he can show kindness to us, he can naturally show kindness to other cultivators as well. Looks like Gongshu Yixin is really blind. What does this have to do with Gongshu Yixin? Gusu Chodi pouted and snuggled into Zhai Xingzi's arms. Looks like we still have time, that's right. Zhai Xingzi hugged Gusu Chodi and looked at his opponent. Those Bai Qingyu demons were also stunned. They all left Zhai Xingzi and the others and flew to other places to check out the situation. Xiao Hua! Xiao Hua! Xiao Hua! Zun Kong Shangren was almost killed by that demon general. At this moment, he had just flown to Zhong Daoran's side. He also released his divine sense. Seeing such a magnificent scene, he couldn't help but slap his own thigh. Damn it, I really admire you. If I knew that you'd be able to convince the entire hidden immortal continent, I wouldn't have risked my life to come and save you. However, after a moment, Zun Kong Shangren was bewildered again. He asked in a low voice, Brother Daoran, looking at the situation, I'm afraid there are more than 300,000 nascent soul cultivators. Can our hidden immortal continent have so many nascent soul cultivators? That's right. Zhong Daoran was also at a loss. He patted his head and smiled bitterly. I can be considered an out-of-body grandmaster. How can I still be so ignorant? How come I never knew there were so many nascent soul cultivators in the hidden immortal continent? And as Zhong Daoran was talking, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He activated his spiritual power, and the snow flew up. Not only did it protect him and Zun Kong Shangren, but it also protected Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Chodi. Then, he turned his head and looked behind him. He said coldly, What? I just fought with the demon race. Are you going to loot a burning house? Is the Xianhuang token so shameless? Behind Zhong Daoran and the others, more than 10 Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token had quietly surrounded them. The leading Confucian cultivator had already taken out his weapon. Hearing Zhong Daoran's reprimand, the Confucian cultivator smiled and said, Hehe, we're assassins. We only know how to follow orders. Damn it. Zun Kong Shangren cried bitterly. I didn't die in the hands of the demon race, but now I'm dying in the hands of the human race. I really can't accept this. Kill. Seeing that hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators were approaching, the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token did not dare to stay any longer. The leading Confucian cultivator ordered, and more than 10 Confucian cultivators activated their spiritual qi at the same time. Pillars of Aeron qi rushed out of the void. Not only did they fall on the Confucian cultivators, but they also surrounded Zhong Daoran and the others. Zhong Daoran and the others were no match for the Confucian cultivators of the Xianhuang token. Now that they were seriously injured, how could they fight back? Under the Aeron qi, Zhong Daoran's snow was knocked away, and the murderous brilliance approached the four again. Damn it! At this critical moment, a voice that all four of them were familiar with rang out. Then, with a rumble, high up in the sky, layer after layer of lightning suddenly appeared. Then, like the wrath of the gods, it violently poured down, enveloping an area of over 10 miles. The lightning was so ferocious that each strand of lightning was filled with anger. Each strand of light could blind a person's eyes. In the eyes of Zhong Daoran and the others, the almost unstoppable attacks of the Xianhuang token cultivators were instantly turned into nothingness when they touched the thunder. The entire space of more than 10 miles was distorted by the impact of the thunder. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 fifth-grade elemental energy chi refinement cultivators and divine Confucian cultivators were turned into bloodstains amidst the lightning. In this blood fog, the primordial spirits of more than 10 Confucian cultivators had no chance to escape at all. They were all killed by the thunder. Gusu Chodi was stunned. She was a Confucian cultivator of the middle 5th grade. How could she not know the power of these Confucian cultivators who were close to the 6th grade? But these cultivators were killed in an instant. What was the cultivation of the person who killed them? Xiao Hua. Zhai Xingzi looked at the boiling thunder in front of him and thought of the familiar voice from before. It seemed that every thunder had Xiao Hua's smiling face. He could not help but cry out, tears flowing out of his eyes. Impossible. Gusu Chodi and Zhai Xingzi's minds were connected. She shouted first, no matter how powerful Daoist Xiao is, he can only reach the 6th grade in 200 years at most. If this is Xiao Hua, then Gong Shuisin should dig out her own eyeballs. At this point, Zun Kong shouted loudly, of course it's impossible. Daoist Xiao is still suppressed under the fire pillar. Zhong Daoran and the others hurriedly turned around. Sure enough, the little white dragon under the fire pillar was still struggling. Kill for Laozi. At this moment, a hysterical roar came from the distant sky. This Bai Qingyu actually dared to insult Master. Does she even put Laozi, a black bear guard, in her eyes? If I don't flatten Bai Qingyu today, Laozi will guard Master's back door. Black bear spirit. Zhong Daoran had never been to Blackwind Ridge, so he naturally did not know about black bears. When he saw the black bear spirit, he exclaimed, Why is it a demon? No. Gusu Chodi was the most attentive. She laughed and said, didn't you hear what he said? If she insulted his master, then isn't his master Xiao Hua? But Zhai Xingzi frowned even more. This black bear spirit is probably at the 6th grade of essence energy, or even close to the 7th grade, right? How could he guard Xiao Hua's back door? Kill. At this moment, beside the black bear spirit, White Lion and Golden Condor also appeared. Each of them had a monstrous aura and covered the ground. They shouted loudly, massacre Bai Qingyu and vent Master's anger. How could Xiao Hua have 3 demons at the 6th grade of essence energy guarding his abode? Zun Kong was also completely confused. Woo! Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense came from the distance like a hurricane. It wrapped around Zun Kong and the others and immediately stopped. The divine sense didn't withdraw, and it actually completely sealed off the area. Damn it, which senior is this? Feeling the power of the divine sense and the wonder of its use, Zhong Daoran, who was already numb from the shock of surprise, said with a bitter smile, is this of protecting us? Brother Daoran. At this moment, a distorted light figure was cast over from afar like the brilliance of a kaleidoscope. When that light figure condensed into a human figure in front of Zhong Daoran, that human figure bowed and saluted. Sir. Daoist Master Jingting. Although Zhong Daoran wasn't particularly familiar with Daoist Master Jingting, he always looked familiar. Now that he saw Daoist Master Jingting standing in front of him with a smile, he couldn't help but be bewildered. He cried out in surprise, when did you actually cultivate to the body integration realm? At this moment, the light shadow behind Daoist Jingting was still swaying and hadn't completely disappeared. The space within 1,000 feet began to ripple. Waves of ripples sprayed out from the space like a fountain. A moment later, another cultivator with an extraordinary bearing appeared from within. Xian Songzi. Zhai Xingzi shouted as if he had seen a ghost. You and this old man made an appointment to attend the Jadestage gathering together at Yaotai Mountain. When this old man didn't see you, I thought something happened to you. How come it's only been 200 years, and you've also cultivated to the body integration realm? What kind of opportunity did you encounter? Chapter 4374. Greetings, fellow Daoist Zhai Xingzi. Xian Songzi revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew the essence soul restriction that sealed the surroundings of Zhai Xingzi and the others before bowing and saying, Junior brother Jingting and I have come under Master's orders to protect the 4 of you. Your master? Zun Kong frowned and asked curiously, "Your master is Grand Mist Ancestor, right? He seems to have an ordinary relationship with us." "Ha ha." Daoist Jingting laughed and said, "My master." Zhai Xingzi and the others immediately pricked up their ears, wanting to know who Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi's master was. Unfortunately, Xian Songzi interrupted Daoist Jingting and said with a smile, "Master only ordered us to protect the four of you. He didn't tell us to reveal his name." "All right." Daoist Master Jingting smiled. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't care about revealing his name. However, looking at Xiao Hua under the fire pillar in the distance, Daoist Master Jingting was also bewildered. He simply followed Xian Songzi's words and said, "In that case, let's wait for Master's orders. It must be Xiao Hua." Although Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi didn't say it, Gusu Chodi said, "Gong Shuisin is going to gouge her eyes out." "Oh, how do you know?" Zhai Xingzi asked in confusion. "There are 3 reasons." Gusu Chodi said with a smile. "First, the voice just now was Xiao Hua's voice. Second, Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi can cultivate from nascent soul to body fusion. It's not strange that Xiao Hua can cultivate to 9th grade. Third, a woman's intuition." "Ha ha ha." Zhai Xingzi hugged his lover and laughed. "If it's really Xiao Hua, then I'll invite Daoist Xiao to the Gusu family to propose marriage. I'd like to see who dares to not give face to a Grand Ascension cultivator. Hee hee." Gusu Chodi laughed until her eyes narrowed. She said in a low voice, "Even if it's not Xiao Hua, it has a lot to do with Xiao Hua. Husband can also ask Xiao Hua to invite this senior to the Gusu family. If it's Xiao Hua, then..." Zhong Daoran pointed at the little white dragon in the fire pillar and asked, "Who is this?" Xian Songzi took out a pill and handed it to Gusu Chodi. "Fellow immortal, this is a pill concocted by I. Take it first and see what happens. If it doesn't work, I will ask Martial Uncle to bestow upon you the medicinal pills used by Confucian cultivators." "All right." Gusu Chodi smiled as she took the pill. However, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "What? You have an uncle master? What is his cultivation level?" "Hee hee." Xian Songzi replied in a boastful manner, "What do you think, fellow immortal? Your master is already at the Mahayana stage. Martial Uncle should be a literary sage, right?" Gusu Chodi probed. Could it be that he's a literary star? This is impossible. "Haha, fellow immortal, you don't have to guess anymore." Daoist Jingting said with a smile, "4 fellow Taoists, please follow us to Bai Qingyu. Master has instructed us to attend Qing Bo's banquet." Fellow Taoist. Exalted Master Zun Kong wasn't particularly familiar with Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi. He bowed and said, "If possible, I would like to ask the 2 fellow Taoists to lend a hand and ask the 2 fellow Taoists' master to save Daoist Xiao." "Fellow Daoist, don't worry." Daoist Jingting said with a smile, "Master brought 200,000 disciples to save him." "Ah." 4 thunderbolts blasted Zhai Xingzi, Gusu Chodi, Zhong Daoran, and Exalted Master Zun Kong unconscious. After half a cup of tea's time, Gusu Chodi gasped and said in a low voice, These 200,000 nascent soul cultivators are all your descendants. You're from the same sect. Since when did our hidden immortal continent have a Tao cultivator sect?" It was an indescribable shock. They originally thought that these 200,000 nascent soul cultivators were all the Tao cultivators in the entire hidden immortal continent, but Zhong Daoran and the rest didn't expect that these were merely the nascent soul disciples of a Tao cultivator sect. It wasn't that their imagination wasn't rich enough, it was because they didn't dare to imagine. "Let's talk about this after we meet Master." Xian Songzi and Daoist Jingting smiled without saying anything. They raised their hands and said, "Please." Gusu Chodi thought that she had discovered the truth of the matter, but when she heard that there was another Confucian cultivator who was at least a literary saint, she lost all confidence in her guess. Although Xiao Hua could miraculously cultivate to the Grand Ascension stage, where would he find another literary saint junior brother? When Zhai Xingzi and the rest fell into a dead end, Xiong Yi and the rest of the Fortune Gate's disciples were also in a desperate situation. Xiongyi couldn't help but want to roar as he watched his disciples die in front of him. He activated his sword pillar and killed one demon soldier after another, but how could the lives of these demon soldiers be compared to the lives of the Fortune Gate's disciples? Xiongyi's heart was bleeding. Prince Lan's mood wasn't any better. He regretted not killing Xiongyi outside the battlefield so that he could bring these Fortune Gate's disciples back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Seeing that Xiongyi was blocked by a demon general, Prince Lan hurriedly released his divine sense to search for Daoist Master Qing Shu, who was hiding among the Fortune Gate's disciples. Prince Lan. Sure enough, Daoist Master Qing Shu's voice sounded 1,000 zhong away from Prince Lan. Are you going to make a move? Prince Lan, it's not too late to make a move now. If you delay any longer, all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers will surround us and we won't even be able to escape. Another voice sounded. Prince Lan was shocked. Venerable Master Fan Tian? You, when did you arrive? Not just me. Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed. The ancestor has also sent over a dozen nascent soul and leaving aperture realm cultivators to help you. As long as you give the order now, we will immediately make you the master of the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Otherwise, we will prepare to retreat now. After all, Bai Qingyu isn't someone a few nascent soul realm cultivators like us can defeat. Fine. Prince Lan looked at the corpses all over the ground. Humans and demons were mixed together. He gritted his teeth and said, I've decided. Right at this time, the 200,000 Fortune Gate's iron-blooded disciples drove their lightning boats out from the left. Their imposing aura filled the entire battlefield. Not only Prince Lan and Xiongyi, but even Daoist Qing Shu and Venerable Master Fan Tian were shocked. When the Fortune Gate's disciples came closer and everyone's divine sense swept over them, they couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Xiongyi controlled his sword pillar to dodge the demon general's attack and shouted, Disciples, our human race has reinforcements. Several 100,000 nascent soul realm disciples are enough to flatten Bai Qingyu. Kill, yes. All of the soaring Dragon Mountain range disciples didn't know what was going on, but their hearts were filled with hope and their morale was greatly boosted. Venerable Master Fan Tian, Prince Lan was also in a daze. He transmitted his voice to Venerable Master Fan Tian. Are these the cultivators you mentioned? The ancestor actually has so many disciples. Venerable Master Fan Tian naturally didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Prince Lan's question, he replied proudly, Of course they aren't my disciples. However, if there is a possibility, then there is only one possibility. This is the ancestor's arrangement. In this world, only our Grand Mist ancestor has such a big hand. Kill. At this point, how could Prince Lan not know what to do? He roared and pounced towards the demon general. How could Venerable Master Fan Tian not understand the meaning behind his words? Venerable Master Qing Shu leaped up and pounced on Xiongyi. Kill for me. At this time, in the distant sky, the black bear spirit's hysterical roar entered Prince Lan's and the others' ears. Prince Lan turned pale with fright and hurriedly released his divine sense. The black bear spirit, who hadn't appeared in the sky a moment ago, had actually activated his demonic cloud and revealed the strength of a 6th grade origin Qi realm great demon. Beside him, the golden eagle and white lion also revealed their figures. Not good. Prince Lan frantically shouted, This is my Fortune Gate's disciple. Venerable Master Qing Shu and Venerable Master Fan Tian were about to attack, but when they heard Prince Lan's shout, their hearts trembled and they quickly stopped. The two of them looked at each other and quietly retreated. Xiongyi, who was facing countless murderous intents, naturally didn't notice Venerable Master Qing Shu and Venerable Master Fan Tian's ambush. When he heard the black bear spirit's roar and Prince Lan's shout, he hurriedly withdrew and released his divine sense. Sure enough, in the sky behind him, the golden eagle spread its wings and swept away all the snowflakes floating in the air. Its huge demonic body revealed the strength of a 6th grade origin Qi realm cultivator. What's going on? Xiongyi was stunned. He hurriedly urged his body to fly up into the sky. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Is Brother Xiong in front? Oh! Xiongyi was slightly taken aback and hurriedly turned his head. He saw Venerable Master Qing Shu and Venerable Master Fan Tian flying over with smiles on their faces. Venerable Master Qing Shu? Xiong Yi had seen Venerable Master Qing Shu in front of the Yaotai mountain. He was a little surprised to see Venerable Master Qing Shu here. We are under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor to bring a dozen cultivators to rescue Venerable Xiao. Venerable Master Qing Shu explained sincerely. When Xiong Yi heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He bowed and said, "Thank you, brother. Thank you for your concern for my master." "You're welcome." Venerable Master Qing Shu helped Xiong Yi up with a smile and said, "You and I are both from the Dao sect. When one of us is in trouble, we naturally need help from all sides. Currently, in the hidden immortal continent, only Venerable Xiao can enter my master's eyes. How can my master not come to rescue Venerable Xiao?" At this point, Venerable Master Qing Shu said with a puzzled expression, "But, what's going on with these hundreds of thousands of cultivators?" "This." Xiong Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. When I figure it out, I will tell you in detail. In addition, when Bai Qingyu's matter is over, I will inform my master of your great kindness and ask him to make a decision." "Well said, well said. We'll talk about everything after this matter is over." Venerable Master Qing Shu smiled and turned to Venerable Master Fan Tian and said, "Senior Brother Fan Tian, how about we join hands and attack Bai Qingyu?" "Okay." Venerable Master Fan Tian laughed loudly. The two of them no longer spoke to Xiong Yi and attacked Bai Qingyu with their techniques. Chapter 4375. Senior Brother Xiong, what is going on? Cold sweat dripped down Lan's back. He flew to Xiong Yi's side and asked loudly, "Are these hundreds of thousands of disciples really my Fortune Gates disciples?" "How would I know?" Xiong Yi felt an indescribable joy in his heart, but he still lowered his voice and said, "I'm just using them to boost the disciples' morale. As for the details, I'll have to ask Black Bear. Let's go." Prince Lan had a guilty conscience, so he was naturally nervous as he urged Xiong Yi. Xiong Yi and Lan flew high up in the sky and were immediately spotted by the Golden Condor. The Golden Condor flapped its wings and arrived in front of the two before Black Bear. It transformed into its human form and bowed. Golden Condor greets the two young masters. "Are you really the Golden Condor?" Lan was in disbelief. After all, the Golden Condor's ferocious aura was much stronger than the demonic beast generals he had encountered before. "Yes, this lowly one is the Golden Condor." The Golden Condor replied indifferently. Although it addressed Lan as the young master, it was Xiao Hua's demonic beast guardian. From its point of view, it was closer to Xiao Hua. "Are these hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators my Fortune Gates disciples?" Xiong Yi asked again. "Yes." The Golden Condor nodded. "These 200,000 disciples are the Fortune Gates disciples personally trained by Master." "How is that possible?" Prince Lan exclaimed. "Hasn't he been suppressed by Monster Monarch Bikingyu all these years? How could he train so many nascent soul cultivators?" At this moment, the 200,000 iron-blooded army had already charged past Xiong Yi and His Highness Lan. The two thunderbolts rumbled as they charged towards the depths of Bai Qingyu. Bai Qingyu's demons didn't put up much resistance in this torrent and were all killed. Even if there were dozens of 6th-grade demonic beast generals, there were still severed divinity stage disciples among the Fortune Gates disciples who flew out and killed them. How could Lan believe that every single Fortune Gates disciple had a higher cultivation than him? The one suppressed by Bai Qingyu wasn't Master. The Golden Condor replied, "As for how Master trained these disciples, he will naturally explain it to the young Master." Xiong Yi, Prince Lan. At this moment, the Black Bear spirit flew over. After calling out to them affectionately, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly kept his wild waves. He bowed and said, "Black Bear greets the two young sect masters." Seeing Black Bear being so respectful towards him, Xiong Yi smiled and said, "Now that you are a 6th-grade essence energy, this Xiong is merely a 4th-grade essence energy. You are this Xiong's senior." I don't dare. Black Bear was a little arrogant, but he was only respectful. Black Bear is only the old master's gatekeeper. I can't be compared to young sect master. Where is Master? His Highness Lan asked again. I don't know either. Black Bear laughed. Master has already arrived a step earlier. I don't know where he went. Sigh. His Highness Lan was shocked, and cold sweat immediately appeared on his back. Black Bear, tell me honestly. You are already at 6th grade Essence Force. Where is Master? Xiong Yi had a clear conscience, and there was only ecstasy in his heart. He understood that since Xiao Hua was able to nurture an ordinary Fortune Gate disciple into a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, and even a nascent Soul Realm cultivator, then as Xiao Hua's disciple, his future was limitless. Does that even need to be said? White Lion also flew over and laughed. From today onwards, our Fortune Gate's disciples can do whatever they want in the Three Mainland. This is too inconceivable, too inconceivable. Xiong Yi really didn't know how to express his incomparably wild emotions. Bear Palm Sect Master. At this time, Yingpo also flew over and shouted, "What's going on?" "Haha, my master is here." Xiong Yi laughed loudly. These 200,000 nascent Soul Realm disciples are all my Fortune Gates disciples. That's impossible, right? Yingpo was still alive, and he looked at everyone in confusion. He then looked at the little white dragon inside the fire pillar and said, "If Master Xiao is here, then who is being suppressed under the fire pillar?" Black Bear Spirit shrugged and shook his head. "Old Master didn't say, so I don't know either." Boom. At this time, a burst of devil chi soared into the sky, and a figure flashed by. Bai Qingyu, a 7th grade Essence Force Great Beast, was killed, and the commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Is that Yuan Ya? Prince Lan's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When did he become so fierce? Haha, the fierceness is yet to come. Black Bear Spirit laughed. Black Bear is about to swallow the sun, and Ya is Old Master's inner disciple. How can he be worse than Black Bear? Black Bear Spirit said in a low voice, "Xiong Yi, I boasted in front of Master that I would massacre Bai Qingyu. You also know that I can fight alone, but when it comes to mobilizing troops, I'm not even fit to carry your shoes. You have to help me. Oh, these disciples don't know you, just give the order, I'll pass it to you." Ha. Xiong Yi laughed and said, "With these 200,000 disciples, why would I need to mobilize troops? Wouldn't it be easier to just flatten Bai Qingyu?" Hee. Black Bear Spirit only laughed and didn't dare to reply. Since Xiong Yi said so, he naturally didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense and began to pass down the order. Xiong Yi was even more shocked when he saw the 200,000 disciples advancing in an orderly manner. This was clearly an army that had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such an army, who in the Three Mainlands could be the Fortune Gate's opponent? Xiong Yi had never seen such a battle formation before. Xiao Hua was also anxious. Seeing the little white dragon suppressed by the fire pillar and the Fortune Gate's disciples fighting on the battlefield, he sent out 200,000 Fortune Gate's Iron Army. Back in the ruins, when the devil race invaded, the Fortune Gate only sent out 200,000 disciples. Those 200,000 disciples roamed the southwest of the ruins, saved 8 sects from danger, and defeated the devil race. Their fame spread far and wide. Now, how could a small Bai Qingyu compare to the devil race? Although these 200,000 disciples weren't all the original 200,000 disciples, the main force was still there. Facing Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and generals, these 200,000 Fortune Gate's disciples were like a flood that washed over the land. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who tried to resist were like small ripples in the water as they were annihilated. The several 100,000 demonic beast cultivators who were holding back the rear also hurried over to meet the battle. Seeing such an unstoppable attack, Xiong Yi was shocked. He flew to the Black Bear Spirit's side and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Not only were these Fortune Gate's disciples powerful, but their teamwork was also very good. More importantly, there was a cultivator who was better at commanding than him. Xiong Yi had already noticed that after he gave out his orders, the Fortune Gate's disciples would complete their tasks to the letter. Moreover, they would also reorganize some details that he hadn't thought of. Moreover, this situation didn't happen in one place, but in different areas of the 200,000 disciples. In other words, there were many disciples who were commanding the battle. At this point, Xiong Yi was too embarrassed to give any orders. He looked at the black bear spirit and said, "Black bear, master asked you to command this battle, because he has a card up his sleeve. Why are you pulling me?" "Ah, is that so?" The black bear spirit naturally couldn't see the reason. He scratched his head and said, "How would I know? I'm just afraid of messing up master's plan." "Then what do you think we should do?" "Easy." Xiongyi looked at Prince Lan, then at the golden condor and white lion. He smiled and said, "Just 5 words. Say it, say it." The black bear spirit urged. "Bathe Bai Qingyu in blood." Xiongyi replied word by word. "Mph, that's right, massacre." The black bear spirit snorted coldly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Master is benevolent. If he wasn't forced, he would never give orders like this. Xiongyi smiled, but the smile on his face was cold. He replied, "However, we lost more than half of our Fortune Gate's disciples in this battle. Do you think the Fortune Gate's disciples you brought will show mercy? Kill, kill, kill." The black bear spirit understood and shouted, "Massacre Bai Qingyu." Naturally, there was no need for the black bear spirit to say the word kill. The Fortune Gate's disciples from the Shenhua continent flew over and saw the corpses on the ground. There was no lack of humans among them. Their eyes had long turned red. The lightning above the lightning boats were like swords, while the treasures below the boats were like blades. The blades and swords fell on Bai Qingyu's demonic beasts, reaping their lives every time. The demonic beasts' lives and blood were washing away the humiliation they had inflicted on Daoist Xiao. While Jai Xingzi, Xiongyi, Ao Sheng, and Ao Zhantian were ecstatic to have escaped death, the 3 beast kings and the group of demonic beasts near Bai Qingyu's heavenly dam water prison were in a predicament. These demonic beast clansmen who were gulping down wine, meat, and slaughtering demonic beasts as appetizers laughed heartily when they saw the appearance of the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples. They thought that it was another free meal. However, when they saw the Fortune Gate disciples slaughtering the demonic beast clansmen, destroying Bai Qingyu's demonic beast formation like a hot knife through butter, and the 2 lightning ships approaching the heavenly dam water prison, they were dumbfounded. "My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right?" Peng Jun looked at the light screen in disbelief and released his primordial sense. His primordial sense swept across the battlefield like a mountain. The killing intent of the hundreds of thousands of disciples almost destroyed his primordial sense. Peng Jun couldn't help but ask. Ni Quan was also dumbfounded. Could it be that the Dao Gates cultivators from the hidden immortal continent are all here for Daoist Xiaohua? How is that possible? Bai Qing's body flashed with a 5-colored halo as he replied coldly, "Even the entire hidden immortal continent can't have so many high-level cultivators, right? Then where did these humans come from? It seems like we didn't receive any information at all, right?" Peng Jun frowned. "Ha ha ha, who cares where they came from?" Bai Qing laughed loudly. "Right now, not only do we have Bai Qingyu's demonic beasts, but we also have the demonic beasts from Shrouding Sky Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. Why would we be afraid of these hundreds of thousands of humans? Do you think these demonic beasts in front of us are pushovers? I originally thought that this would be a feast, and these human cultivators were merely appetizers. Who would have thought that they would actually become a feast? Brothers." Chapter 4376. Yes. The group of great demons stood up proudly and replied while wiping the blood from their mouths. "Assemble all of Bai Qingyu's demon soldiers and kill the humans," Bai Qing ordered coldly, completely disregarding the hundreds of thousands of nascent soul cultivators. "Yes, Your Majesty." The great demons received the order and moved their demon clouds. The 2 demon kings, Peng Jun and Ni Quan, also looked at each other and ordered the remaining great demons, "You all also lead all the men to fight against the human." "Yes." The group of great demons left, leaving only the 3 demon kings and other demon attendants at the foot of the mountain. Ni Quan raised his head to look at Xiao Hua under the fire pillar and said with a smile, "The humans are the most cunning. Brother demon, you have to be careful. Don't fall for the humans' trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain." "Trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain?" Bai Qing's tone was full of disdain as she replied, "Brother demon, have you forgotten? The humans also have a saying that all schemes and tricks are nothing in front of strength. Do you think that the human cultivators can succeed in their schemes in front of us demon kings? Brother Demon, you better not be too careless. Ni Quan said with some worry, this is 200,000 nascent soul cultivators. I have never heard that the hidden immortal continent has so many Daoist disciples. If it's really a trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain, this is a bit too much. Peng Jun's eyes flickered with golden light as he looked at the battle in the distance and said indifferently, Xiao Hua, who is only at the 4th or 5th grade of essence energy, is it worth it? Suddenly, Ni Quan opened his mouth again and asked very strangely, Brother Peng, I still don't understand one thing. I didn't dare to ask before. At this point, I think it's better to ask. Oh. What question does Brother Demon have? Could it be that we haven't been frank enough? Peng Jun was stunned. It's not a big question. Ni Quan glanced at Bai Qing and asked, Brother Peng seems to want to get some information from Xiao Hua, right? Since he's not willing to answer, why can't we search his soul? Although our demon race's soul-searching method can't compare to the humans, it's still better than interrogating for 100 years, right? I'll have to ask Brother Bai to answer this question. Peng Jun's face twitched slightly, revealing a smile yet not a smile as he replied. Bai Qing didn't hide anything and replied, I've thought about this before. However, the soul-searching technique of the demon race is different from that of the human race. Moreover, I've also asked the Confucian cultivators of the human race. They said that the Daoist sect is the best at soul-searching. However, the Confucian cultivator had also said that no matter how brilliant the soul-searching technique was, there was always a chance of failure. So, at this point, Bai Qing pointed at a certain spot in the air and said in a low voice, Ancestor doesn't allow it. All right, then I understand. When Ni Quan heard the old ancestor's name, respect immediately appeared on his face. He knew that the information Bai Qingyu wanted was too important and couldn't be careless in the slightest. He turned his head again, looked around, and said with a smile, apart from the banquet, we've also invited you into our trap. I wonder if the two demon brothers will be able to find any clues in this battle. We still don't know if there's any progress on the matter we're waiting for. However, it seems that Brother Ni's matter has already been ruined. Peng Jun replied with a faint smile. Ni Quan nodded and said, although there hasn't been any news, looking at the situation, there's a more powerful enemy after these humans. This enemy isn't someone that our ancient Bell Mountain can compare to. Anyway, it's just a setup in the human race. If it doesn't work this time, there'll be a next time. Boom. At this moment, a strong wind roared in the distant sky, and several thick 5-colored light pillars soared into the sky. However, the beam of light disappeared in a flash, leaving no trace behind. Haha, it's indeed a diversion. Peng Jun laughed and said with a sweep of the golden light in his eyes. However, after a moment, his face changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, oh no, the enemy seems to be quite powerful or has some special divine ability. I can't find any trace of it. Oh. Bai Qing was also slightly stunned. She glanced at Peng Jun and asked curiously, even Brother Peng can't find it? Yes. Peng Jun's face became more and more serious, and he said in a low voice, it seems that we're going to have some trouble. Brother Bai, have you informed the star-concealing lake about today's battle? Ni Quan asked hurriedly. Bai Qing replied, in addition, if Brother Yarrow has informed, then I'll inform too. When Peng Jun heard this, his face showed a trace of relief, and he said, that's good. That's good. If something really goes wrong, we won't be able to explain it. Ni Quan was even more curious, and he transmitted his voice, Brother Peng, what do you want to ask? It seems that you're more nervous than Bai Qing. He, I can't say. Peng Jun smiled and didn't answer. Ni Quan was about to speak again. Buzz. Suddenly, the weather within a radius of 100 miles changed. The dark clouds suddenly began to roar like waves, and thousands of vortexes formed in midair. Each vortex had wisps of lightning flashing in it. The three monster kings turned pale with fright when they felt the will that was even more vast than the mountains slowly descending from the cloud. After receiving the three beast kings' orders, the group of greater demons led their troops out to meet the Fortune Gate's disciples head-on. The dozen or so greater demons had yet to wipe the blood from the corners of their mouths, and they immediately released their demonic chi. With demonic clouds and demonic weapons in their hands, they charged towards the Fortune Gate's disciples. In the eyes of these greater demons, a grade 4 nascent soul cultivator was just an appetizer, even if there were 200,000 of them. Xiongyi was alarmed when he saw the greater demons flying towards them from afar. He hurriedly shouted, "Black Bear, quick, order the army to get into formation. This is a grade 7 nascent soul realm greater demon, it's not something we can deal with." "Okay." Although Black Bear answered, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. After witnessing the bloody battle between the human race and the devil race, no one would be too concerned about these demonic beasts. "Get into formation and meet the enemy," Black Bear roared in mid-air. "Catcher!" Huge lightning bolts emerged from the two lightning boats at the same time. The lightning bolts intersected and protected the two lightning boats. Furthermore, after the two lightning boats stopped, lightning bolts appeared on the surface of the flying boats. These lightning bolts formed a net that spread out in all directions. When the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators saw that the two lightning boats had stopped, they also stopped their attacks. However, they did not stop. Instead, they flew in an extremely orderly manner. Some flew to the left, some to the right, and some even flew off into the distance. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 200,000 nascent soul cultivators split into 108 small groups and surrounded the Heaven Dam Water Prison's light pillar. Boom boom boom. The moment the 108 small groups appeared, the entire ground shook. Countless amounts of heaven and earth origin energy condensed into thumb-sized crystal lights that fell on the 108 small groups. When the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth landed, the 108 spots simultaneously flashed with brilliance. Obscure ripples soared into the sky and gathered together in a tacit understanding. Then, they descended towards the light pillars and sealed the entire Sky Dam Water Prison tightly. This is the capital Heavenly Stars formation. Xiongyi couldn't help but exclaim when he saw how familiar the light and the fluctuations were. "That's right," Black Bear said proudly. "This is the military formation that General Sun set up based on the Old Master's capital Heavenly Stars formation. Ever since our Fortune Gate's disciples activated it, they have been invincible and have never been defeated." "General Sun?" Xiongyi was taken aback. He didn't know who Black Bear was talking about. Hee. Black Bear realized that he had misspoken. He chuckled and pointed to the front. "Xiongyi, look ahead, Iro." Xiongyi smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't ask too much. However, he didn't mind Black Bear changing the topic. However, when Xiongyi saw the Fortune Gate's disciples flying out from the 108 small groups, he couldn't help but be shocked. He exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible? There are actually so many body integration realm disciples." There aren't that many. Most of these disciples are 6th grade Essence Force incarnations. Only a few of them are 7th grade Essence Force incarnations. Black Bear chuckled. He didn't seem to care at all. In the past, Xiao Hua had taken away tens of thousands of babies from the soaring Dragon Mountain range. These babies had spent thousands of years in the heavenly prison. Their aptitudes might not be comparable to Liu Yi and the others, but the Shenhua continent's heaven and earth origin energy was unbelievably abundant. Moreover, when these babies cultivated, they were different from Liu Yi and the others. They focused on Dao sect's magic arts, and even lightning arts. Therefore, after thousands of years of focused cultivation, many of the disciples had divine abilities that weren't inferior to Liu Yi and the others. These disciples were the pillars of the Fortune Gate, and at the same time, they were also the elites of the Shenhua continent. After experiencing the ruins and the desolate continent, their knowledge and cultivation had improved greatly. Now, they had all established their own sects. However, there were too many powerful people on the Shenhua continent. Without the permission of the Lightning Sage and Xiao Hua, they were still juniors and didn't establish their own sects. Even when Xiao Hua had casually pulled them out of the Shenhua continent during the battle here, they had only thought of themselves as ordinary Fortune Gate disciples. Only when the heavenly star formation was completed and they were facing a 7th grade essence force great demon did they reveal their sharpness like an awl entering a sack. Master, is really generous Xiongyi groaned. His mouth was full of bitterness. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the soaring dragon mountain range, and the highest cultivation was only 4th grade nascent soul realm. When Xiao Hua appeared, he casually took out a nascent soul realm disciple. Moreover, these body integration realm and spirit severing realm cultivators, which had never appeared on the hidden immortal continent, were hidden among the nascent soul realm cultivators. The offensive formation from before must have been set up by these high-grade disciples. Xiongyi was smiling bitterly when a cold voice sounded from several formations in the distance. Damn feathered beast, you dare to block the way? Hand over your life. Chapter 4377. Xiongyi knew that it was Yuan Ye's voice the moment he heard it, and he hurriedly looked over. Sure enough, about 10 miles to the left, Yuanya flew over with more than 10 giant dragons. Seeing an eagle-like great demon charging over, he immediately waved his bone spear and went up to meet it. That greater demon had the bloodline of the sky-concealing ridge's golden-winged Great Peng. He saw that the array set up by the Fortune Gate's disciples was very profound. Even though the one flying out of the array was only a 6th grade origin energy Dao Gates cultivator, if he attacked directly, he might not have the upper hand. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to attack, he heard Yuan Ye scolding the array, and he couldn't help but feel angry. That greater demon stretched his neck and let out a long cry. Gah! He spread his wings, and his entire body soared into the sky. Then, with a turn, he swooped down like a mountain. His eagle claws not only let out shrill whistling sounds, they even tore through the void. Come on! Yuan Ye narrowed his eyes and roared. Pitch-black true energy flashed around his body. This true energy was different from devil chi, and it didn't have devil flames or devils. However, when this true energy entered the bone spear, devil chi began to form from the bone spear's handle. Countless thumb-sized devils were born from the bone spear, and they rushed towards the tip of the spear. When the demonic chi carried the demon general through the bone spear, a demonic dragon was born in Yuan Ye's hand. It was surrounded by demonic chi. That devil dragon roared and charged into the sky. Even though the golden-winged Great Peng's claws tore through the void, wherever the devil dragon flew out, the devil chi would fill the void. Rip! An ear-piercing sound rang out as the golden-winged Great Peng's claws tore the devil dragon's devil chi apart. One by one, the blood devils were cut in half by the devil chi. Under the devil chi, the bone spear's body was revealed once again. Caw! Seeing that the attack was effective, the great golden-winged rock let out another clear cry and opened its mouth. Whoosh! A silver-white beam of light fell. Wherever the beam of light landed, all the torn demonic chi was destroyed. Not a single demon escaped. However, just as the golden-winged rock was about to grab Yuan Ye's body with its claws, Yuan Ye suddenly raised his hand and flicked the spear. The entire body of the spear emitted a mysterious crimson color. At the tip of the spear, the bone dragon's mouth spat out a ray of bloody light, which landed on the golden-winged rock's body. The golden-winged rock was shocked. It flapped its wings to try to dodge, but it was only able to dodge the attack. One of its wings was hit by the bloodlight. Sizzle. When the sanguine light landed on the wing, half of the wing was immediately corroded. The golden-winged rock's body immediately became unstable. Go to hell! Seeing this, Yuan Ye suddenly roared. A pitch-black light flashed around his body. Under the urging of his dharmic powers, the demonic spear pounced forward like a dragon. The dragon's horn was like the tip of the spear, and it pierced right into the golden-winged rock's abdomen. Puff! The golden-winged rock's demon body, which had been tempered for an unknown period of time, was unable to block the demonic spear. The tip of the spear ruthlessly pierced into the demon body. Caw! The golden-winged rock let out a mournful cry. Its other wing flapped rapidly, and its entire body flew up in the hurricane, trying to escape. However, the golden-winged rock only flew up a few feet. At the spot where the demonic spear had pierced into the demon body, a fist-sized demonic flame appeared. This demonic flame began to spread rapidly from the golden-winged rock's abdomen to other parts of its body. Caw caw. The golden-winged rock panicked. As it screeched, it hurriedly spat out another ray of silver-white light, trying to destroy the demonic flame. However, before it could spit out a few rays of silver-white light, the demonic flame had already swallowed its several hundred jong body. A short while later, a blood-red phantom emerged from the demonic flame. It seemed to be the greater demon's secret technique. Unfortunately, this phantom had only just poked its head out. Aoo. Several devils formed from demonic flame emerged from all directions, opening their mouths wide as they pounced on the phantom. In a few breaths' time, the phantom was swallowed by a group of devils. Sigh. Xiong Yi, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded. He sucked in a breath of cold air as he said, This is a 7th grade origin Qi realm greater demon Ah. He was killed just like that. It's not just this greater demon, look at the others. The black bear spirit said nonchalantly as he pointed in another direction. Sure enough, other than the greater demon that Yuan Ya was fighting, there were more than a dozen greater demons leading several hundred 6th grade origin Qi realm greater demon generals. With the demonic spear in Yuan Ya's hand, dealing with the greater demon was a piece of cake, but the other Fortune Gate disciples were having a hard time. Most of them were fighting with the greater demon, and there were even 3 to 5 Fortune Gate disciples who were forced into a passive position, almost losing their lives several times. Although Xiong Yi saw it, he could only watch from the sidelines. This level of battle was beyond his ability, and he would only be throwing his life away if he went up. Woo! Right at this moment, a series of thunderous roars that resembled the roars of giant beasts resounded in front of the group of Fortune Gate's disciples. In the next moment, they saw the dense clouds in the middle of the capital Heaven Star formation churning rapidly as thousands of vortexes formed within the formation. Then, thousands of lightning bolts flashed within the vortexes, striking down towards the ground. As the lightning bolts fell, the space within 100 li was filled with huge pillars of lightning. Within these pillars of lightning, a powerful consciousness descended from the heavens, and in a few breaths' time, it had enveloped an area of 1,000 li. Boom! As the unshakable consciousness descended, the capital Heavenly Stars formation let out an even more powerful roar. The 108 talisman-like formations suddenly lit up, emitting dazzling lightning bolts. The lightning bolts soared into the sky, attacking the dozen greater demons and several hundred demon generals blocking the army. Woo! Like a whirlwind, the 7th grade Essence Qi Great Demon and the 6th grade Essence Qi Demon General were instantly annihilated by the lightning. When the lightning passed by, not to mention bones, even the primordial spirit and soul did not have a single trace left behind. Sigh. Xiong Yi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. However, the scene that appeared next made him freeze in midair, and he even forgot to breathe. As the consciousness descended, in the midst of the several thousand pillars of lightning, a several thousand jong tall golden body slowly appeared in the sky. This golden body appeared from the feet, inch by inch, and with every inch of the golden body that appeared, the vastness of the consciousness increased by a little. Although the appearance of the golden body seemed slow, in reality, it was extremely fast. When the consciousness that filled heaven and earth had reached its limit, the appearance of the golden body was revealed. Although all the Fortune Gate's disciples had a premonition in their hearts, when Xiong Yi's sword-like eyebrows reached his temples, his phoenix-like eyes slanted, and the anger and supreme majesty between his brows appeared in the sky, the reverence and worship in the hearts of all the disciples also reached an extreme level. The morale that had been suppressed by the greater demons instantly soared into the sky like an unsheathed sword, matching with Xiao Hua's consciousness, as if it was Xiao Hua's sword. Xiao Hua. When the 3 greater demon kings saw Xiao Hua's appearance, the shock in their hearts was even greater than when they saw the sky collapse. How is this possible? Golden light flickered in Peng Jun's eyes, and the feathers around his body trembled rapidly under Xiao Hua's pressure. How can Xiao Hua be a Mahayana cultivator? How can there be a Mahayana cultivator in this world? Damn it. Ni Quan's heart was like dead ashes. I actually schemed against a human cultivator with a 9th grade essence force. Am I tired of living? Could this be a trap set by Xiao Hua for me, by Qingyu? Bai Qing thought even more. No. This can't be Xiao Hua, This is Kai. Peng Jun immediately exclaimed without hesitation. Kai. Bai Qing and Ni Quan were stunned, and asked in surprise, "Who is Kai?" "Brother Peng, at this point, could it be that you still have something to hide? What's the point of asking so much now?" Peng Jun sneered, and tried his best to resist the pressure, and shouted, "How should we deal with it? What countermeasures can we come up with?" Bai Qing smiled bitterly. "This human cultivator is at the 9th grade essence force. There's an essential difference between the 9th grade and the 8th grade. What can we do to resist? Damn it." Peng Jun's eyes flashed with viciousness. "He's just a human. So what if he's at the 9th grade essence force? The three of us have already risked our lives, do we still have to be afraid of him? Don't forget, this dragon who looks like Xiao Hua has been suppressed by us for close to 200 years. If we fall into his hands, I'm afraid we'll suffer a fate worse than death." "That's right. If we die, Peng Sage, Bei Sage, and Ni Sage will definitely not let this guy go. Even if he's at the 9th grade essence force, how can he be a match for 3 great sages?" Ni Quan made a decision in a moment. The 3 demon kings looked at each other and were about to make a move. At this moment, Xiao Hua was standing in the air like a god. His eyes were like lightning as he looked around. "Chempage." He coldly snorted and grabbed with his right hand. Wung, wung. All the lightning within a few miles was caught in his hand and turned into a lightning sword. Then, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the lightning sword slashed at the shadow of the fire pillar in midair. Boom! As the lightning sword fell, whether it was the shadow of light or Bai Qingyu's demon array, all of them turned into ashes. However, when the lightning sword landed on the heavenly dam water prison, a 5-colored halo emerged from the top of the prison and blocked the lightning sword. Ha ha! Xiao Hua looked at the halo and laughed. The light of a firefly dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Then, Xiao Hua shook his hand, and the lightning sword turned into tens of thousands of lightning fragments that fell between heaven and earth. At the same time, he waved his right arm and took out the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff. Grow, grow, grow! Xiao Hua roared, and the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff turned into a huge staff that was as big as a mountain. Open! Xiao Hua swung the 5-elemental wishful heaven staff and smashed it on the mountain peak of the heavenly dam water prison. Chapter 4378. Boom! The 5-colored halo only resisted for a moment and immediately turned into fragments scattered among the rocks. When the wishful steel staff fell, the entire mountain peak shook extremely. Just in front of hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, the heavenly dam water prison collapsed from the top, revealing the fire pillar that suppressed the little white dragon inside. The wishful steel staff did not stop and still fell on the fire pillar. However, the 5-colored halo on the fire pillar was instantly destroyed, and the various colors of the demon characters inside were broken inch by inch. The crimson magma and flames inside the fire pillar, as well as the 5-colored light in the flames, were also destroyed by the wishful steel staff. It was like a volcanic eruption pouring out in all directions. How is this possible? Ni Quan and Peng Jun were not surprised, but the 5-colored light around Bai Qing's body could not help but jump, and a surprised voice came. Because he was too clear about the origin of this demon array, he really did not believe that Xiao Hua could defeat this demon array with a single blow. Ni Quan and Peng Jun did not quite understand why Bai Qing was so surprised, but at this time, they saw Xiao Hua waving his big hand holding the wishful steel staff, and the entire collapsed fire pillar was imprisoned by Xiao Hua again. Thousands of small thunder threads gushed out from the big hand, covering all the magma and flames, and a small rune flowed between these thunder threads. In the huge roar, the entire fire pillar was condensed again. As Xiao Hua's big hand grasped, the huge fire pillar shrank, and finally condensed into a fist-sized fire bead. This fire bead was surrounded by thunder patterns, and layers of 5-colored halos also flowed between the thunder patterns. Seeing Xiao Hua's magical power, the 3 demon kings who were going to go all out were completely discouraged. The courage that had just been summoned turned into the 9 clouds, and no one knew where it landed. Luckily, the 3 demon kings rejoiced at the same time. The dragon suppressed under the fire pillar was not killed. However, When Xiao Hua took back the fire pillar, the heavenly dam water prison turned into an abyss of thousands of feet. At the bottom of the abyss, where was the little white dragon's body? Damn it! Xiao Hua scanned the area with his divine sense and immediately flew into a rage. He once again raised his hand. Rumble. 3 enormous bolts of lightning, like dragons, enveloped the 3 monster kings at the same time. Bai Qing and the other beast kings felt the space around them tighten. Not to mention the power of the stars and moon, even the scenery in front of them had changed. The hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples from before had turned into a boundless sea of lightning in a flash. Within the sea of lightning, there were horned dragons roaring with fury and dragon's might. You actually dare to make fun of this old man? Xiao Hua's dignified voice emerged from the sea of lightning. Following this voice, countless bolts of lightning surged towards the 3 monster kings. Amidst the lightning, a mountain-like fist struck the 3 Fey monarchs. Boom! 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 The void shattered as the 3 Fey monarchs turned pale with fright. They hurriedly tried to dodge, but in the face of absolute power, all their attempts to block and scheme were futile. In the eyes of the 3 Fey monarchs, the fist had already become the world. The 3 8th-grade demonic beast kings had no way of resisting at all. With 3 loud bangs, the huge demonic beast kings were struck by a fist at the same time. The demonic beast kings that had been refined for God knows how many years were instantly smashed open, and the 3 demonic beast kings were sent flying into the air. In just a split second, that fist that covered heaven and earth turned into a palm. With a slight move, the 3 monster kings' bloody bodies were pulled back. At this time, the 3 monster kings no longer had any thoughts of resistance. Bai Qing pleaded, "Daoist Xiao, please spare my life. What happened, this little one, is also not clear." That's right. Ni Quan called out in a servile manner, "Just now when the image of the fire pillar appeared, this little one was still worried, so I used my essence force to take a look. The dragon clan is still safe and sound there, father." At this time, suddenly, an ecstatic voice came from underground not far away. Then, another voice calmly called out, "Father, have you escaped?" Goldie. This voice naturally came from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua was shocked. He no longer cared about interrogating the 3 monster kings. His other hand grabbed towards the source of the voice. The entire earth shook violently again. Xiao Hua's big hand directly pierced into the ground. When the big hand reached out again, Goldie and Blackie appeared in midair, full of energy. "Father! Goldie shouted and flew towards Xiao Hua. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's huge golden body, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. On the other hand, Blackie seemed very calm. Although he was wagging his tail, he also looked at Xiao Hua's golden body in a daze. If the 2 little ones didn't go through experience, they wouldn't be like this. Xiao Hua was Xiao Hua, their father. However, after more than 200 years of experience, they had a lot of understanding of strength and realm. They also understood that their father couldn't have reached such a high realm in such a short time. Damn it! Seeing that the 2 little ones were safe and sound, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. Looking at Bai Qing who was imprisoned by him, he angrily rebuked, "Not only did you tarnish my name, you suppressed my good friend, and you even imprisoned my child. You really deserve to die." As he spoke, he stretched out his right index finger. A thunderbolt like a sword pierced through the air and stabbed towards Bai Qing. "Father, wait." Goldie saw that Xiao Hua was angry and hurriedly shouted again, "Although this monster king suppressed father, oh, no, how could his strength suppress father? Oh, forget it, I don't care. Although this monster king imprisoned the boy, he didn't make things difficult for him. He gave good food and drinks to the boy. It seems that he wants to win over the boy." "Oh." Xiao Hua frowned, and the lightning sword light stopped. The lightning sword light was only a few feet away from Bai Qing's shell, and this distance was no longer enough to block the power of the lightning. The 5-colored halo on his shell had already been shattered, and cracks had appeared on that incomparably hard shell. Obviously, it was injured by his punch just now. What's going on? Although Xiao Hua was furious, he wouldn't force his anger on others and cause misunderstandings. "It's like this, father. Blackie wagged his tail and replied, "We heard that father was suppressed by this monster king." Then Blackie told the story. After Xiao Hua heard it, he smiled and said, "So, you too don't hate this monster king?" "Of course not. This monster king dared to suppress father. Naturally, we have to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. However, just from the matter of the boy has nothing to say." Blackie and Goldie answered seriously. Xiao Hua was comforted and nodded, "You two have a clear distinction between love and hate. Father is very happy. You can go home and wait." "Yes, father." The two reunited with Xiao Hua and were overjoyed. When Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror, they hurriedly flew into the light pillar and landed on Shenhua continent. "Where are the dragons that you suppressed?" Xiao Hua put away the two and turned to look at Bai Qing and asked coldly. This little one really doesn't know." At this time, the five-colored halo around Bai Qing had dimmed, and his voice was obviously hoarse. "It was here just now." "Hee hee." Xiao Hua looked at Ni Quan and Peng Jun and laughed. "One is the monster king of Shrouding Sky Ridge, the other is the monster king of Ancient Bell Mountain. I didn't expect that I would be valued by 3 monster kings. This little one is really honored." Senior. Peng Jun was unruly, but at this time, facing the supreme existence of the Mahayana realm in the 3 continents, he really couldn't resist and hurriedly shouted, "This little one really didn't do anything. This little one really doesn't know. Where did that dragon go?" Seeing the 3 monster kings like this, Xiao Hua was also surprised. His soul was somewhat related to Little White Dragon's soul, but after he arrived at Bai Qingyu, he didn't sense Little White Dragon's aura. He previously thought that Bai Qingyu's demon array was brilliant, but now it seemed that Little White Dragon wasn't in Bai Qingyu at all. Moreover, Xiao Hua had already checked within 10,000 miles and also didn't find Little White Dragon's aura. If Little White Dragon hadn't been moved, then Little White Dragon's aura was concealed by a brilliant demon array. BZZZ. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a huge rumbling sound came from the sky again. The clouds within 100 miles that had been enveloped by the lightning began to boil once again, and the snowflakes that had begun to drift down disappeared once again. Moreover, this boiling spread out in all directions. In just a few breaths of time, it had reached 1,000 kilometers. Not only that, even after reaching 1,000 kilometers, the storm-like clouds showed no signs of stopping. Strands of light from the moon and stars surged out from the clouds, and the clouds once again spread out to 5,000 kilometers. The starlight and moonlight were like swimming fish, like water and like a painting, gradually overflowing the entire sky. Wisps of starlight and moonlight condensed again, transforming into huge demon runes. The demonic runes emitted a rumbling sound as they gathered at 3 spots in the sky. When the power of the stars and moon reached a certain level, even the heavens and earth began to tremble. 3 enormous vortexes were slowly formed, each of them emitting an enormous aura of desolation. The beams of light from the stars and moon, which were even larger than mountains, shot down, tearing apart the void within a radius of 10,000 miles. Holy Temple Teleportation! Holy Temple Teleportation! Peng Jun's eyes were wild with joy, and he shouted, "Great Holy Temple, a great saint of our monster clan has come. Thank you, Great Holy Temple. Thank you, Saint Ni." Ni Quan tried his best to flap his wings to express his excitement, but unfortunately, under Xiao Hua's restriction, how could he move? He could only shout hysterically, "This little one can finally live to see tomorrow night's starlight." Daoist Master Xiao. Bai Qingyu was ecstatic, but she was also somewhat calm. She said, "This is all a misunderstanding. Everything this little one did before was indeed wrong to Daoist Master Xiao. Now that 3 great saints of our great holy temple have arrived, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be my Bay Saint, Kangyu Skyrock Saint, and Xian Sky Forest Ni Saint. I, Bai Qingyu, am willing to apologize to Daoist Master Xiao in front of the 3 great saints." Chapter 4379. This demon king Bai Qing was quite tactful. Seeing the 3 great sages teleporting over, Xiao Hua was obviously at a disadvantage. Although he didn't know why the 3 great sages came, since they were here, he naturally had to use this opportunity to find a way out for himself. His words were quite sincere and didn't have any intention of threatening. Instead, he was begging for mercy, giving Xiao Hua a way out. He. Peng Jun sneered. Bai Qing, why do you have to be so humble? Although Daoist Xiao is a human of the 9th grade, my great sage Hall's Sage Peng is also of the 9th grade. In addition to Sage Ni and Sage Bei, it's already clear who will win and who will lose. Even if we fall now, there won't be any survivors among the hundreds of thousands of humans around Bai Qingyu. Isn't it better to let them die with us? Ni Quan looked at Peng Jun in a daze. He didn't know where Peng Jun got his confidence from. And he was also muttering in his heart. If it was just from the purpose of suppressing the little white dragon, he was in the greatest danger, because what he coveted was Xiao Hua's power. He even knew that Shui Mingzi had already killed some human cultivators related to Xiao Hua. And although Peng Jun and Bai Qing had interrogated the little white dragon the most, what they wanted was some information, and it did not involve Xiao Hua's own safety. From his point of view, the one Xiao Hua hated the most should be him. Therefore, he only pondered a little and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, I advise you to stop here. We don't know your background and have offended you. Daoist Xiao's disciples attacking Bai Qingyu is actually a taboo of our 1000 demons sacred realm. The 3 great sages shouldn't have come for such a small matter like Bai Qingyu. The war between the human race and the demon race is a big matter. We will admit our mistake in front of the 3 great sages and ask the 3 great sages to consider and not report this matter to the Great Sage Hall. Otherwise, not only will the lives of the hundreds of thousands of your disciples be in danger, even the human race of the hidden immortal continent might. This Ni Quan was the most cunning. He didn't mention his own covetousness. Instead, he expanded the scope of the matter and directly linked it to the war between the human race and the demon race. Although he didn't mention Xiao Hua, every word was filled with a kind of threat. He was confident that in the face of 3 great sages, in the face of the risk of being killed, Xiao Hua would definitely make his own choice. Unfortunately, contrary to the 3 Monster Kings' expectations, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and ignored them. Instead, he stood there silently and looked at the 3 enormous vortexes of starlight that had already formed in the sky. These 3 vortexes were distributed high up in the sky above Bai Qingyu. They were about 1,000 miles apart from each other and surrounded Xiao Hua's golden body in a triangular shape. Right in front of the several 100,000 Fortune Gate disciples' eyes, boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive thunderous booms sounded as the starlight pillar inside the vortex shone brightly. Along with the starlight pillar was a black and white luster. Then, 3 strands of consciousness that were not weaker than Xiao Hua's rushed out from the starlight vortex, rushing out in all directions like a flash flood. Following the emergence of these strands of consciousness, one of the vortexes spewed out boundless golden light. This golden light landed in the sky and condensed into a several thousand zhong tall golden phantom. The phantom had a golden crown on its head, and when it spread its wings, boundless starlight rushed out from within. It was the outline of a golden-winged great peng. The phantom only appeared for a few breaths, but countless golden spots appeared on the phantom again. As if adding the finishing touch, the phantom emitted a dazzling golden light. This golden light was so resplendent that even Xiao Hua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even with his eyes closed, the outline of the golden-winged great peng was still imprinted in his mind. When Xiao Hua opened his eyes again, he saw that the dazzling golden phantom had already turned into a living golden-winged great peng. This golden-winged great peng slightly spread its wings, and the golden light was like the rising sun, shining brightly on the earth. A kind of pressure that could make all living things crawl spread out from this dazzling light. Wherever the dazzling light passed, the lightning in the capital Heaven Star formation flickered and then disappeared. Tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples fell from the sky. Not only that, but as the dazzling light flashed, the several thousand zhong tall demonic beast's body rapidly expanded. After countless pillars of starlight fell, it actually expanded to several hundred li, or even 1,000 li. A feeling that was as vast as the heavens came from this golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body, and it made people yearn to look up to a tall mountain. This golden-winged great peng was the #1 great sage in the 1,000 demons sacred ground. At the same time that the golden-winged great peng revealed itself, another vortex spewed out light blue strands of light. These strands of light were mixed with a thick gray color. After the strands of light surged out, they did not condense into a phantom like the golden light. Instead, they spread out in all directions. In particular, these strands of light crisscrossed, like a kind of silk net, covering several hundred li of space in a few breaths' time. When the golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body appeared, the net also emitted a soft gray halo. This halo floated out from the strands of light like fish scales, and the entire space trembled and distorted under this halo. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of millions of tiny pillars of starlight and moonlight fell from the sky, accurately hitting each of the halos of light. Then, a faint blue light suddenly surged out from within the halos of light, and a huge flying feather void beast was revealed, turning into tens of thousands of fragments. When the faint blue light dimmed, the flying feather void beast had completely recovered. A vast aura that was not weaker than the golden-winged great peng's demonic beast body also emerged from its demonic beast body, and swept towards the human cultivators in another direction. This flying feather void beast was the third great sage of the 1,000 Demons' holy land. A 5-colored halo surged out from the last vortex. Needless to say, this was the 5-colored sea god Seashell, the fourth great sage of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. However, the appearance of the 5-colored sea god Seashell was different. The 5-colored halo rushed out from the vortex like a stream of light and quickly landed on a small dot in the sky. When all the halos gathered, the space where the small dot was located began to tremble violently. Indescribable fluctuations rushed out in all directions like a windmill. Similarly, the surrounding several hundred li of this light dot was filled with pillars of starlight and moonlight. When the golden-winged great peng's golden light appeared, the tens of thousands of small dots began to rotate like a kaleidoscope. Countless halos of light flooded out from the 5-colored light, illuminating the surrounding several hundred li. When the halos of light turned into a huge 5-colored wheel of light, the patterns of a seashell appeared between the light and shadow. A similarly vast aura surged out, and the 5-colored halo withdrew into the seashell, revealing the demonic beast body of the 5-colored sea god Seashell. There were a total of 6 great sages in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm. Today, half of the great sages were gathered in by Qingyu. This was something that had never happened in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm before. There was a slight difference in the order in which the 3 great sages appeared, but other than Xiao Hua, the hundreds of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples only saw a flash of light before the 3 great sages' figures appear. Needless to say, the aura of the great sages of the demonic beast race had already shaken their bodies. Nearly 70% of the disciples had already fallen from the sky. Chimpage. The moment the golden-winged great peng appeared, a proud golden light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the 2 trembling lightning ships in the sky and said, "Did this great sage see wrongly? There are actually humans invading my demonic beast race's sacred realm? And they even flew the battleships to the center of the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm? Not only did they invade my demonic beast race's sacred realm, but they also killed my Bai Qingyu's descendant." The 5-colored sea god Seashell's words were calm, but his tone was filled with anger. This great sage really doesn't know who gave you humans such courage. Was it immortal Emperor Go Chen or Mahavairokanna? Interesting, interesting. The flying feather void beast laughed loudly. This great sage has never seen so many high-level Daoist cultivators before. Even the number 1 expert of the Daoist Gate, the Grand Mist Ancestor, didn't have so many disciples, right? It's this Xiao. Xiao Hua sneered in his heart when he saw that the 3 great sages were ignoring him. The first thing they did was to talk about the 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples attacking Bai Qingyu. He knew the 3 great sages' intentions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the 5-colored sea god Seashell and said, "These are my Fortune Gate disciples. They obeyed my orders and came to massacre Bai Qingyu. What about it? Do you have a problem with that?" Hee hee. The 5-colored sea god Seashell chuckled. As expected of a proud human cultivator, this great sage seems to have seen the Grand Mist Ancestor again. "What's your name?" "This one is Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before replying in a neither arrogant nor servile manner. He then looked at the golden-winged great Peng and cupped his fists. This Xiao only represents myself, not the human race. This time, I came to Bai Qingyu to deal with her. I have no intention of troubling the 1,000-beast sacred ground. Although Xiao Hua was furious, he was also furious. He originally wanted to hide behind the scenes to find out the truth, but when he saw Little White Dragon being suppressed and a few of his friends in a desperate situation, he couldn't take it anymore and revealed his true appearance. Once he revealed his true appearance, the truth seemed to stop at what he knew before. Now that the three great sages had appeared, it would be even harder to find the real culprit behind the scenes. However, when he thought about it, Little White Dragon's strength was only at the 5th level, and it was unlikely that the person who wanted to deal with him would be stronger than a Beast King. Therefore, Xiao Hua patiently explained. After all, he had massacred the entire Bai Qingyu, and Feng Wu had already become a 7-stars great sage. She might even enter the Great Sage Hall in the future. Xiao Hua didn't want to find trouble for Feng Wu. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's neither arrogant nor servile attitude was the human race's unique tolerance. In the eyes of the demon race, he was weak. The flying feather void beast glanced at Ni Quan, who was imprisoned by Xiao Hua, and didn't help him. He only smiled and said, "Since you're targeting Bai Qingyu, why did you imprison my Beast King? You led more than 200,000 humans to the 1,000-beast sacred ground. Isn't that trespassing on my beast race?" The 5-colored sea god Seashell was even more furious. "You're a 9th-level Mahayana cultivator, how can you bully the weak? Moreover, with your cultivation, how can my Beast King offend you? Could it be that you've long planned to invade my 1,000-beast sacred ground and took this opportunity to come here?" Chapter 4380. HMPH. The golden-winged great Peng snorted coldly as it spread its glowing golden wings. Waves of ferocious flames covered the sky as it charged towards the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate's disciples. The golden-winged great Peng continued, "No matter what the reason is, anyone who dares to invade my 1,000-demons sacred territory and injure my disciples must be killed." CHMPH. Xiao Hua harumphed coldly. He didn't do anything, but the lightning around his golden body suddenly shot out like hundreds of dragons, protecting the tens of thousands of Fortune Gate disciples. Not only did the lightning strike extinguish the ferocious flames, but it also condensed into several dozen jong-wide lightning balls in the air, spinning inexplicably. "Haha, you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to show off in my 1,000-beast sacred realm." The golden-winged great Peng chortled as the space within a radius of 1,000 kilometers began to crack. "Calm down, holy Peng," the 5-colored sea god Seashell said in an indifferent voice. "I'd like to ask this human grand ascension stage being what caused him to bully the weak and kill all of my Beijing and Yue with his hundreds of thousands of disciples. His 200,000 disciples won't be able to escape anyway, and if we force our way in, Immortal Emperor Go Chen and Great Solar will accuse us of bullying him with numbers." "What bullshit nonsense," the flying feather void beast retorted coldly. "Humans only know how to sow discord and invert yin and yang. What's there to listen to? Holy Bay, if this bloodbath were to take place on my ancient Bell Mountain, how could I say anything to him?" Xiao Hua was already prepared to fight, but his brows furrowed upon hearing the 5-colored sea god Seashell's words. He pondered for a moment before releasing the 3 demon monarchs, and he said, "Your backers are here, so why don't you tell me what they're talking about? I won't wrong a demon, and I won't let a demon go, either. Holy Bay, you have to uphold justice for me." As soon as Bai Qingyu regained her freedom, she immediately flew toward the 5-colored sea god Seashell as she continued, "This human grand ascension stage cultivator is bullying the weak, and he's accusing me of suppressing him. I'm only a puny demon monarch. How could I dare to oppose a human grand ascension stage cultivator? Boys of my pitiful Bai Qingyu died tragically in the hands of his hundreds of thousands of disciples. Damn it!" The 5-colored sea god Shell said angrily, "I asked you to tell me the reason. Why are you saying so many useless things?" Yes, I was wrong." Bai Qing faltered slightly upon hearing this before hurriedly replying, "I encountered a dragon around 100 years ago, and we had some enmity between us, so I imprisoned him. Who would have thought that this dragon would look exactly like this grand ascension stage being of the human race? On top of that, This dragon called himself Xiao Hua of the human race. How would this lowly one know who he is? I only knew that he had offended me, by Qingyu, which was why I suppressed him. I didn't care about what he said at all. But who would have thought that 100 years later, when I was holding a banquet in Bai Qingyu and invited the people of Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain to gather, this Grand Ascension Stage human came to my doorstep. Not only did he rescue that dragon, he even used it as leverage to force me to summon that dragon. Otherwise, you will wash my banquet with blood. Think about it, Bei Sheng. How could this lowly one be a match for this Grand Ascension Stage human? He rescued that dragon without anyone noticing, so where did this lowly one come from? Isn't this? Bai Qing pointed around with a tentacle as she spoke. Not only did this Grand Ascension Stage human kill my boy, he also killed all of my friends from Sky-Concealing Ridge and Ancient Bell Mountain. This lowly one and these two demon monarchs were almost killed by him as well. Bei Sheng, Ni Sheng, Peng Sheng, the three of you have to uphold justice for this lowly one. I, Bai Qingyu, no longer exist in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. This is all the doing of the human race. Bai Qing's words were 70% true and 30% false, and she had slightly reversed the cause and effect of this matter. However, it was these changes that had pushed all of the blame onto Xiao Hua and the human race. In the end, it was even suspected that she had instigated a war between the human race and the demon race. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The golden-winged Great Peng roared 3 times, and his voice shook the surroundings. Amidst the thunderous roar, Xiao Hua's indifferent voice rang out, "Don't the three of you want to hear what I have to say? The human race has always been good with word. They can even bring the dead back to life." The flying feather void beast chuckled. This holy beast still believes in the words of the demon race. Let me explain. Before Xiao Hua could say anything, Ao Sheng jumped out from the Fortune Gate's disciples and shouted. The 3 great sages had already seen Ao Sheng, and they couldn't help but frown when they saw him. The flying feather void beast calmly asked, "Ao Sheng, are you representing the Dragon Island or yourself?" "Of course I'm representing myself." Ao Sheng naturally knew what the flying feather void beast was implying, and he said, "However, Daoist Xiao is the dragon master of my Dragon Island, and I'm sure the Great Holy Hall has already received a message from my Dragon Island." Bai Qingyu knew that Daoist Xiao was the dragon master of my Dragon Island, but she still suppressed a dragon who looked exactly like Daoist Xiao. Where is the dignity of my Dragon Island? I've always wanted to ask the Beast King Bai Qingyu, do you even have my Dragon Island in your eyes? You don't represent the Dragon Island, and you don't have the right to ask. The 5-colored sea god seashell said indifferently, however, for the sake of the Dragon Island, you can ask. At this point, there's no need to ask anymore. Even though Ao Sheng was facing a great sage of the demon race, and he could barely breathe under the pressure of a great sage, he still had his pride. He calmly replied, "Because I already know the truth. Since Ni Sheng doesn't believe in the human race, I'll explain it to the 3 great sages." Ao Sheng then explained everything he had learned from Ao Zhantian, as well as how Ao Zhantian had interrogated Xue Mingzi. He then looked at the 3 great sages with a smile and said, "3 great sages, did I make myself clear? Is there anything else you want to ask?" "Is that so?" The 5-colored sea god seashell looked coldly at Bai Qing and asked. "All right, Bei Sheng, I didn't receive any messages from the Dragon Island, so I naturally didn't know that this Grand Ascension Stage human was the Dragon Master of the Dragon Race. A few days ago, a dragon envoy from the Dragon Island came to pass on the Dragon Palace's message. At the time, I was completely baffled, and I hurriedly asked the dragon envoy to identify it. In the end, the dragon envoy said that the dragon I was suppressing wasn't a dragon master, and only then did I heave a sigh of relief." Bai Qing replied with a serious expression, "As for what the dragon envoy said, some of it is true. For example, I did indeed capture that dragon master. As for the rest, it's all just his wild guesses. How could I possibly risk offending the Dragon Island and provoking a rift between the Dragon Island and the Great Sage Hall? Of course, if this Grand Ascension Stage human feels that I've offended him, I'm willing to apologize to him." As he spoke, Bai Qing manifested a 5-colored soul from within the seashell. The soul took the form of a human and bowed toward Xiao Hua. "Ni Sheng, this dragon master is exaggerating. Seeing that Xiao Hua was ignoring Bai Qing, Ni Quan hurriedly said, "I don't know what he's talking about. I was only invited by Bai Qing to attend the banquet. If what he said was not his guess, then it was the despicable things that this lowly one's descendant of the human race did. This is also a matter of the human race. It has nothing to do with my ancient Bell Mountain or the 1,000 demons sacred realm." "Where's your human descendant?" the golden-winged Great Peng asked. "Well," Ni Quan smiled bitterly, "Peng Sage, I have countless human descendants. Who knows where the human descendant he's talking about is? Ao Sheng, there's no proof." "Where's that human?" Peng Sage looked at Ao Sheng. "I've already killed him," Ao Sheng replied indifferently. "Silencing him." Ni Sheng smiled. "This is a common method used by the human race. I'm not a human." Ao Sheng was furious. "I'm a dragon master. You dare to call yourself I in front of this sage?" Peng Sage was furious. "Even Ao Jiao wouldn't dare, right?" As he spoke, a golden light flashed in front of Ao Sheng. Then, a golden claw that was hundreds of feet long grabbed at Ao Sheng's back. Although it was just a shadow, the space around Ao Sheng was completely sealed. Ao Sheng didn't even have the chance to struggle. It was at this moment that the lightning in front of the golden light rumbled. A hand made of lightning appeared and crushed the shackles. Then, it grabbed Ao Sheng and lifted him up into the air, dodging the golden claw. "Damn it!" the golden-winged Great Peng roared again. "Human, it seems like you don't want to return to the hidden immortal continent. Xiao Hua." At this moment, the five-colored seashell also said coldly, "My clan's demon monarch Bai Qingyu has already apologized to you. Isn't it time to settle the matter of you killing my Bai Qingyu boy?" When Xiao Hua heard the three great sages singing the same tune, he understood that the three great sages would definitely side with him. Moreover, as a Mahayana realm cultivator of the human clan, he was a 9th grade origin energy realm cultivator. This was a huge threat in the eyes of the demon clan. Perhaps the three great sages had come here today mainly because of him. They didn't care about Bai Qingyu's matter at all. Their goal was to keep him in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Of course, at the very least, they wanted his strength to drop by a realm. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua looked up to the sky and laughed. "There's a saying in the human clan, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunt. Originally, I wanted to give you a proper explanation. Killing Bai Qingyu's demon clan can be considered as venting the anger in my chest. Since you're not afraid of making a big deal out of it, I'll accompany you to the end. It's just three great sages of the demon clan. I really don't care about them." While speaking, Xiao Hua suddenly waved his right hand, and the universe in the sleeve technique appeared, instantly enveloping Ni Quan, Bai Qing, and Peng Jun in the air. The three great sages were shocked. They didn't expect Xiao Hua to suddenly make a move in front of them. Just as they were about to rebuke him, they heard Xiao Hua shout, "Fortune Gate disciples, send troops to the ancient Bell Mountain and heaven-concealing ridge. First, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain, then destroy heaven-concealing ridge. P.S. Thank you for the tip in the WeChat group. Although I didn't receive it, I've received your kind intentions. I remember when Buddha Bodhi attained enlightenment, he said to the heavenly demon Hua Le, 'Namo Metria Buddha, disciple is praying to Buddha here. I implore Buddha to raise his hand. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the Buddha kingdom. If it's the Buddha kingdom, it should be returned to the heavenly demon.' Perhaps Zhenjian's kind intentions are what the third-place candidate needs the most. I thank you for this. Now that I think about it, sometimes human nature can't be tested. Also, everyone worked hard to guess the questions last night. I thank you for this chapter. Of course, there are also many fellow Taoists who supported me, such as Habit and Nature." Chapter 4381. Yes, flatten the ancient Bell Mountain and annihilate the sky-concealing ridge. The group of Fortune Gate disciples roared. Although their voices were weak, their momentum was unstoppable. Kill. The flying feather void beast was enraged. Without waiting for the golden-winged Great Peng to say anything, it flapped its wings. In the next second, 1,000 li of space around Xiao Hua was torn apart, and a spatial storm swept towards Xiao Hua. At the same time, It also attacked the Fortune Gate disciples nearby. If others don't bully me, I won't bully others. If others bully me, I will exterminate them. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. A pillar of light shot into the sky as Wen Chu flew over. As his true energy turned into pearls that filled the sky, the spatial cracks within 1,000 li were instantly mended. A group of Fortune Gate disciples flew away from the Rome Gate. You are. The flying feather void beast was shocked when it saw Wen Chu fly out. Which immortal palace's literary star are you? This Wen Chu is not a literary star, and this immortal realm is not an immortal palace. Wen Chu replied indifferently, this little one is Wen Chu. I like to help when I see injustice, and I hate people who distort right and wrong. Since the great sage of the Great Sage Hall is slandering fellow Daoist Xiao, then this little one has no choice but to help. This little one will fight with you. As he spoke, a boundless pillar of noble qi descended from the sky. Wen Chu had activated his subbody, and it also grew to several tens of thousands of feet tall. He waved his right hand in the air, and a ray of sword light descended like a river towards the flying feather void beast. Damn it! When did so many 9th grade origin Qi masters appear in the human race? The flying feather void beast sensed the sharpness of the sword light and cursed. It flapped its wings and disappeared into the void, while its sharp claws slapped the air. Rumble. The space rumbled like the sea, and layers of spatial cracks formed into waves of Qi that rushed towards Wen Chu pa. The spatial cracks like a snowstorm drowned the sword light, and the entire sky was filled with the sound of spatial explosions. When the sword light destroyed the spatial cracks, it also destroyed itself. Every time the sword light and spatial crack was destroyed, it would create waves of Qi that covered the sky and earth, surging everywhere within 1,000 li. What a powerful aura. Wen Chu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you are indeed a great sage of the demon clan. Even though the space crack had been destroyed, the sword light was still surging towards him. However, so what if he's a great saint? My heart is magnanimous, and I use my will to communicate with the heavens and earth. My sword is traceless, and I use justice to destroy evil. Wen Chu's voice was like the hum of a sword. He waved the sword in his hand 3 times, and countless pillars of energy fell from the void. Along with the sword energy, they sealed the space within hundreds of miles. As the sword energy soared into the sky, Jioming and Wen Chu's poems and essays released a righteous song that shook the heavens and earth. This sword of justice carried the boundless righteousness of literature as it pounced towards the flying feather void beast. Ka-cha-cha, ka-cha-cha. The roaring space Qi exploded and collided with the sword hair seal. At the same time, the space cracks were torn apart, and the poem condensed by the inscription armor was also hit by the space force. It turned into a stroke and disappeared in the air. PH, you are indeed a human Confucian cultivator. This is the first time this saint has seen such loyalty. The flying feather void beast's voice rang out in the void, and the arrogance in its voice had lessened by 30%. Clearly, this trial strike had allowed it to see that Wen Chu's strength was on par with its. When Wen Chu heard the flying feather void beast's voice, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the void without hesitation. This fist wasn't simple at all. Where the fist landed, the fragile space was torn apart once more. Countless pillars of vast energy rushed into the fist through the cracks. It was only a distance of 100 miles, so the fist arrived in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the fist had transformed from 100 feet in size to a meteor-like object. Boom! With a loud bang, the space dozens of miles in size was shattered by Wen Chu's punch. As the space cracks spread, circles of space collapsed, and Wen Chu's fist punched deeply into the void. Ha ha! The flying feather void beast's voice rang out again behind Wen Chu. Its laughter was full of mockery. Human, who do you think you are facing? How can this kind of attack be a match for this saint? Wen Chu smiled and withdrew his fist. He glanced around with bright eyes. He knew that this flying feather void beast was proficient in spatial arts. Although it didn't release its domain, it could move freely in this space. If Wen Chu didn't have any other means, he could only use his domain to suck it in. Only then would he have a way to deal with it. But the other party was a great saint of the demon race. In terms of strength, it was only stronger than him, and it was also proficient in spatial magic. It was unlikely that he could suck it into his space. He could only think of other ways. When Chu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to recite, Jiaoke's beard tassels, Wugo's frost and snow. Silver saddle on white horse, valiant as a meteor. As the poem was recited, countless pillars of air and qi fell from the inscriptions on the armor. Then, the figure of a knight on a white horse appeared in the sky. The white horse galloped, and the sound of the horse's hooves was very clear in the sky. "Oh my God, you really scared this saint." The flying feather void beast was about to burst out laughing in the void. He shouted, "You actually used such a method to fight this saint. Do you think this is a game for you humans?" As he spoke, the nearby space rippled again. Space bubbles big enough to collapse mountains rushed out of the void and rushed toward the white horse. Ta ta ta. The sound of the white horse's hooves was still crisp, and it was still calm. No matter how the bubbles burst, the saint easily steered the white horse to avoid them. Although the airwaves blew the saint's clothes askew, the saint's eyes were as tenacious as Wen Chu's. The flying feather void beast suddenly had a bad feeling. Although the knight on the white horse was just charging straight ahead, he always felt that the knight on the white horse's eyes were locked on him. A kind of fear that he had never faced before gradually approached his heart. "Damn it!" The flying feather void beast muttered in a low voice. As its feathers swayed, a spatial storm dozens of miles away was set off, and it fiercely rushed toward the saint. At this point, the flying feather void beast no longer dared to treat the saint as a battle puppet. Ha ha, killing one in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves, hide your identity and reputation. When Chu saw the flying feather void beast attack, and as he chanted, the flying sword in his hand slashed down again. The sword light was different from before. The sword light illuminated the night sky, and it split into countless sword hairs, each one sharp and unshakable. When the sword hairs fell on the spatial storm, all of the spatial cracks were split in half. There was no exception. What surprised the flying feather void beast the most was that the sword hairs, which were originally split up, suddenly flew up again after the spatial storm was suppressed, and suddenly pierced into the void. Iro? The flying feather void beast was a little stunned. What's going on? But a moment later, the flying feather void beast came to its senses and laughed loudly. Its laughter echoed in the air, and it was impossible to find its specific location. The human race is really cunning. I was just trying to lure this saint into a trap, but you actually went so far. Ouch. Just when the flying feather void beast thought that it had seen through Wen Chu's trick, the knight on the white horse suddenly turned around and pulled out a bright sword from his back. He then slashed down at a place below him. The flying feather void beast was shocked. Wasn't the place where he was hiding? Just as the flying feather void beast was shocked, Wen Chu raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A stream of Xiantian true qi spewed out, and the heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the cloud. The heaven and earth pagoda appeared in the sky, and immediately emitted a bright brilliance. This brilliance scattered all over the space where the flying feather void beast was hiding. Along with this brilliance, countless streams of noble qi fell and quickly condensed in the space within 1,000 miles. An unparalleled wave of true qi came from the heaven and earth pagoda, and at the top of the space, a blue sea-like sky was born, completely covering the space. Below the space, a wasteland like Earth was also born, echoing the sky and confining the entire space. When this confinement was born, a wave of ripples swept down from the sky to the ground, and the flying feather void beast's figure was revealed behind this ripple. Until now, the flying feather void beast's face was still full of disbelief. He really couldn't believe that Wen Chu could actually identify his tracks with a saint on a white horse. Eat my sword. Wen Chu didn't give the flying feather void beast too much time. As soon as his figure appeared, he immediately released the flying sword that had been accumulating power for a long time. Boom! The flying sword fell like a meteor, dragging a dazzling brilliance behind it as it pierced towards the flying feather void beast. The huge roar was deafening even under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. Chempage. The flying feather space beast snorted coldly. It twisted its body, and the tail on its back smashed through the air. The huge shadow was like a mountain range. Even the heaven and earth pagoda above the flying feather Ni space beast's head trembled slightly when the shadow moved. Clang! The flying sword hit the flying feather void beast's tail, and tens of thousands of sparks flew. At the same time that Wen Chu's flying sword was sent flying, more than 10 cracks appeared on the flying feather void beast's tail. There was still a lot of sword chi between these cracks, which was madly worshipping the demon runes around the flying feather void beast, wanting to rush into its body. Seeing that the flying sword was ineffective, Wen Chu's figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light and rushed up. As he waved his fists, the noble chi pillar fell again, and along with Wen Chu's fist, rushed towards the flying feather void beast. "Ha ha, human, you're too bold. You actually dare to compete with a great saint of the demon race?" The flying feather void beast laughed loudly, spread its wings, and also waved its front claws to meet Wen Chu. Although the nearby space was sealed by the heaven and earth pagoda, a star mark appeared on the flying feather void beast's chest. Endless power of the stars and moon came from that star mark and rushed towards Wen Chu, its power no less than Wen Chu's. Chapter 4382. Boom, boom, boom. Wen Chu and the flying feather void beast clashed in close combat. Shockwaves that could destroy a mountain peak surged out one after another, tearing apart the space within several thousand miles. However, the shattered space quickly recovered under the suppression of the heaven and earth pagoda. Putting aside the fact that Wen Chu was fighting the flying feather void beast, the two 9th grade essence power great masters were evenly matched. Just the fact that as Wen Chu flew out, the golden-winged great rock's sharp eyes had already clearly seen the true form of Xiao Hua's transcendent artifact. He sneered, "Kunlun mirror? No wonder you could bring several 100,000 disciples to Bai Qingyu. So you have this treasure." After saying that, the golden-winged great Peng's gaze turned towards the 5-colored sea god seashell. Although they were several hundred miles apart, the 5-colored sea god seashell could clearly see the golden-winged great Peng's gaze. 9th grade cultivators of the 3 continents were the foundation of the confrontation between the various forces. Just like how the Fortune Gate's 200,000 nascent Soul Realm disciples had attacked Bai Qingyu. Although Bai Qingyu's demonic beast clan was completely annihilated, as long as the 5-colored sea god seashell appeared, these 200,000 nascent Soul Realm disciples were nothing but dust. Only Xiao Hua, who was a 9th grade cultivator, was a match for the 5-colored sea god seashell. The sudden appearance of a grand ascension stage cultivator like Xiao Hua had already shocked the golden-winged great Peng. Now, Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror actually flew out of the 5-colored sea god seashell. In an instant, the balance between the human and demonic beast clans was broken. Although the 2 great sages of the demonic beast clans didn't take Bai Qingyu's matter seriously, the matter between the human and demonic beast clans didn't allow them to have other thought. They only had killing intent in their hearts. Almost without hesitation, the 5-colored sea god seashell sneered, "Cunning human, hurry up and release my clan's juniors, or don't blame this great sage for being impolite." "Xiao Hua, how did my clan's juniors offend you? How dare you capture them in front of this great sage? Hurry up and release them, or don't blame this great sage for taking action." The golden-winged great Peng also scolded. Xiao Hua had ordered more than 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples to flatten the sky-concealing ridge and ancient Bell Mountain, and the only taboo was the 3 demonic beast kings. How could he release them? When he heard the 2 great sages' words, he laughed loudly. When did the demonic beast clan learn how to hide? Don't you just want to join forces to kill this Xiao? Why are you saying so many sanctimonious things? Kill. The 5-colored sea god seashell roared furiously. 5 colors blossomed around its body like fireworks, and the brilliance that covered 1,000 miles rushed towards Xiao Hua. Boom! Xiao Hua pretended to shake the Kunlun mirror, and another pillar of light shot up into the sky. A figure flashing with green light flew out with an emerald soul armament in his hand. It was Daoist Wu. Daoist, which landed in midair, and his soul strands flickered inexplicably. Countless ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls came from the void. As the sound became louder and louder, Daoist Witch's body also expanded by 1,000 feet. In the end, he was hundreds of miles in size like a 5-colored seashell. You. The five-colored sea god seashell said you 3 times in a row, but in the end, it couldn't reveal Daoist Witch's origin. Because even with the five-colored sea god seashell's great sage ability, it couldn't tell whether Daoist Witch was a human or a demonic beast. Daoist Witch's eyes were dark green, and his face was also formed by soul strands. The five-colored sea god seashell could only see boundless primordial strange scenes on his face, and couldn't see his true appearance at all. Daoist Witch cupped his hands and said, "I am a shaman." Sigh. Hearing the word shaman, not only the five-colored sea god seashell, but even the golden-winged great peng sucked in a breath of cold air. An ancient memory and the ancient records of the great sage hall rushed into their minds. However, in just a moment, the five-colored halo around the five-colored sea god seashell calmed down, and it said coldly, "You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you call yourself a shaman? Today, I'll teach you a lesson." Ha ha. Daoist Witch was so angry that he laughed. He waved the subbrush in his hand, and in his laughter, countless green seal characters surged out and turned into 3 corpses yin thunder that roared within 1,000 miles. He said, "You're just a great sage of the demon clan, and you haven't even taken off your shell. How dare you boast so shamelessly? I was born in heaven and earth, and I obtained Tao from heaven and earth. I'm a shaman. How can you not know this? You don't even have Dharma eyes. How can you see eyes origin? Damn it, damn it." The five-colored sea god seashell had always been proud of its monster body. It had never heard someone mocking it like this before. With a furious roar, the unbelievably huge seashell spread out in the sky, covering the sun and moon. The five-colored halo even shrouded everything within 1,000 miles. Without giving Daoist Witch any chance to struggle, the seashell immediately grabbed him and dragged him into its five-colored domain. Within the five-colored domain, all the essence of heaven and earth was imprisoned. All the spiritual power and true chi that belonged to the 5 elements were subdued. Apart from the faint halo that still gave off a dreamlike grandeur, Daoist Witch's voice sounded erratic. Daoist Witch had a faint smile on his face as he watched the five-colored light fill his body. The light flashed with inexplicable patterns. Then he opened his mouth and hundreds of green seal characters flew out. Once the green seal characters flew out, they immediately screamed. The sound was distorted in the domain, but the power of gods and ghosts completely ignored the five-colored domain. The green seal characters quickly combined and evolved in the domain until they turned into a huge green seal character. The moment the green seal character appeared, the entire five-colored domain began to shake violently. Streaks of dark green lightning appeared strangely and spread in all directions. The extreme dark green lightning was even brighter than the 5 colors of the domain. The extreme shaking was even more violent than normal lightning. Wherever the lightning went, the 5-colored domain's light was wiped out and the space's imprisonment collapsed. Strands of essence of heaven and earth slowly entered the domain. Damn it, how could this be? In the 5-colored sky, the voice of the 5-colored sea god shell was like that of a god, echoing everywhere within 1,000 miles. Then, in the places where the lightning hadn't reached yet, all the 5-colored illusions appeared. They were waves, mountains, members of the sea clan, and even the sea clan. These illusions made all kinds of noises and rushed towards the lightning from all directions. Rumble. The entire domain began to shake and layers of bubble-like holes spread in all directions. Wherever the holes went, the 5-colored lights and the lightning were all sucked in and annihilated. Ha ha! Daoist Witch looked up and laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out hundreds of green seal characters. Waves of mysterious sounds rang out and more 3 corpses yin thunder appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! Seeing that Daoist Witch's 3 corpses yin thunder wasn't part of the 5 elements and that his 5-colored halo couldn't destroy it, the 5-colored sea god Beitong also sneered. However, he saw a spike protruding from Daoist Witch's back and stabbing towards Daoist Witch's back without any sound. However, when the spike was 10 feet away from Daoist Witch, his body suddenly shook and his back turned into his chest. Daoist Witch raised his hand and the subbrush touched the tip of the spike. Whoosh! It seemed like water, like flowers blooming, or even like the exuberance of spring. A tiny green dot came out of the spike. Although the dot was tiny, it was as majestic as a world. In the 5-colored sea god seashell's domain, The almost omnipotent spike couldn't move it. The spike made a roaring sound and couldn't move an inch forward no matter what. The green color even started to spread again and corrode the depths of the spike. The spike had no choice but to use its five-colored light to fight against it. Damn it, I don't believe it. Within this saint's domain, this saint can't do anything to you. The five-colored sea god shell seemed to have never been defeated like this before. It roared angrily and no longer cared about the realm that was destroyed by the three corpses' dark thunder at the edge of the space. Instead, tens of millions of spikes appeared around Taoist Witch. These spikes were of different sizes and length. Each spike carried a five-colored halo and the will of the five-colored sea god shell. They all pierced towards Taoist Witch's Dharmakaya. Green light flashed in Taoist Witch's eyes and he saw the tens of millions of spikes. The tip of each spike had the hideous smile of the five-colored sea god seashell. Each spike was a clone of the five-colored sea god seashell. Taoist Witch knew that if he was stabbed by the spike, his body would be destroyed by the five-colored light and his will would be controlled by the will of the five-colored sea god seashell. However, the green light in Taoist Witch's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He really wanted to know how the five-colored Neptune shell would feel if it found out that he was just a clone of Xiao Hua when it rushed into his mind. However, this was merely a thought in Taoist Witch's mind. Taoist Witch was different from when he left the three continents. The essence of his physical body was sufficient and was even 100 times stronger than ordinary cultivators. He had become an independent individual. He couldn't take a huge risk and take an unconventional approach. After all, he had many methods to deal with the great saint of the demon race. Taoist Witch closed his eyes slightly. Boom! Green seal scripts appeared on the surface of his body and spun. They left his body and condensed into a huge light shadow a few miles to the left of Taoist Witch. This light shadow wasn't a magic array or a human. It was the image of God Shibai with a human head and a beast's body and two green snakes on his ears. This light shadow rippled slightly on the surface of Taoist Witch's body and then retracted. As the light shadow fell on the surface of Taoist Witch's body, Taoist Witch's human form transformed into God Shibai. At this moment, tens of millions of spikes had already landed on Taoist Witch's body. What puzzled the five-colored sea god seashell was that Taoist Witch didn't have any way to defend himself. He just let the spikes get close to him. A strange feeling suddenly arose in the five-colored sea god seashell's heart. Chapter 4383. However, as soon as the spikes pierced into Shibai's body, Taoist Witch let out a deep roar. The roar seemed to come from the abyss, yet it also seemed to come from the sky. At the same time, Shibai's light figure began to tremble violently. Along with the trembling, an unparalleled bloodline power was born from the light figure of Shibai. Wherever the spikes pierced into, the green seal script turned into tiny whirlpools. The bloodline power flowed through the spikes and rushed into the body of the five-colored sea god shell. Woo! The entire five-colored sea god shell turned upside down. A huge five-colored halo appeared from afar. It was the primordial spirit of the five-colored sea god shell. Oh no! The five-colored sea god shell was shocked. He didn't expect Taoist Witch to have such an unfathomable ability. His biggest reliance was the five-colored halo. This halo contained the truth of the five elements. Everything in the world would be restrained by this five-colored halo. Unfortunately, Taoist Witch's ability was a soul cultivator. It had nothing to do with the five elements. Even the YA brush was a brush of life. It didn't belong to the five elements either. That was why the five-colored sea god shell's ability failed. In addition to the five-colored halo, one of the divine powers of the five-colored seashell was the five-colored realm. The realm was bordered by the shell of the seashell. Any cultivator, whether human or demon, who was enveloped by the realm, would be isolated from the outside world. Even if the great sage of the demon tribe had the star mark, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the realm. The golden-winged great roc once fell into the sea god shell and spent a lot of effort to escape. Unfortunately, the five-colored sea god shell didn't know that Taoist Witch had obtained the inheritance of the 13 great gods of Meng Mountain. Shibai's bloodline power was one of them. When the five-colored sea god shell trapped Taoist Witch in its five-colored sea god shell, It isolated Daoist Witch from the outside world. However, it also exposed its primordial spirit to Daoist Witch. Although his original body was everywhere in this five-colored domain, his actions were tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house when faced with the bloodline power of a ninth-grade elemental force. Therefore, when Daoist Witch activated his bloodline power, the five-colored sea god shell hid his primordial spirit very well. All illusions were useless in front of the ubiquitous bloodline power. Daoist Witch's primordial spirit was easily pulled out his primordial spirit. The five-colored sea god seashell was really scared out of his wits. At this moment, his primordial spirit was hundreds of miles away from Taoist sorcerer. However, this distance was nothing in the eyes of the great sage of the demon clan. Almost without hesitation, the bloodline primordial spirit general opened its mouth and a pillar of five-colored brilliance shot into the sky, piercing straight towards Daoist Witch's head. Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch was Daoist Witch. Daoist Witch wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand and the YA brush waved in front of his eyes. A picture of plum blossoms suddenly appeared. The plum blossoms seemed to come alive as the YA brush was lifted. They expanded rapidly and covered hundreds of miles of space in an instant. The plum blossoms on the plum blossoms contained endless vitality. When the murderous light beam landed on the plum blossoms, it turned into nothing. Although the light beam was so powerful that the plum blossom's vitality couldn't completely destroy it, the five-colored sea god shell's primordial spirit dimmed in the explosion. On the other side, Daoist Witch also opened his mouth. Whoosh! The thick green light beam condensed into the shape of a flying sword. It pierced through space and flew towards the primordial spirit in the distance. Catcher! Seeing the soul sword fly out, the five-colored sea god shell felt a sense of danger from his soul. He didn't dare to be careless. He couldn't care less about his primordial spirit being restrained by Daoist Witch's bloodline power. He hurriedly activated the power of space and layers of five-colored spatial barriers appeared. However, the barriers were transparent in front of the soul sword. The soul sword wasn't restricted by the power of space at all. It forced its way towards the primordial spirit even faster than lightning. Faced with such a strange soul cultivator's attack, the five-colored sea god seashell could only dodge. However, his primordial spirit was controlled by the power of Taoist Witch's bloodline. Not only could he not dodge, he was also pulled towards the soul sword. At this point, the five-colored sea god seashell didn't dare to hold back anymore. Boom! With a loud sound, the five-colored halos within thousands of miles suddenly surged and the entire five-colored realm collapsed. As the starlight shone high up in the sky, two giant shells engraved with mysterious ultimacy shook in the distance. Taoist Witch sensed that his bloodline power had missed. Similarly, where the soul sword landed, rings of five-colored halos bloomed like flowers. However, the soul sword couldn't break through the defense of the five-colored sea god seashell. Daoist Witch didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly kept his soul sword. Then, he raised his hand and imitated Xiao Hua. Boom! A bunch of green seal text rushed into the sky, and countless godly and ghostly sounds reverberated within a 1,000-mile radius. The green seal text landed on Daoist sorcerer's body, and Great God Shibai's image changed again. He turned into the image of Great God Dejiang with a human face, a bird's body, 4 wings on his back, and 6 claws on his chest, abdomen, and legs. As Great God Dejiang was born, Daoist Witch suddenly flashed and flew to the sky above the five-colored seashell. Daoist Witch waved his 6 claws, and a dark green brilliance shrouded thousands of miles in starlight. A space domain was formed. Great God Dejiang had the power of space. Daoist Witch used the power of space to trap the great saint of the demon race in the five-colored sea god shell. The five-colored sea god shell was lured away by Daoist Witch. Only Golden Wing Great Peng and Xiao Hua were left in the sky. Golden Wing Great Peng wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he coldly looked at the two groups and said to Xiao Hua, "Human Great Ascension Stage, you're quite capable. You were able to recruit so many experts. It seems that this saint underestimated you." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said flatly, "It's nothing. They're just my avatars. Ha ha." The golden-winged great rock raised his head and laughed loudly. You might be able to fool a 7th grade origin energy kid with such a crude lie, but if you bring it to us, the great sages of the demon race, wouldn't you be looking down on us? No matter how exquisite your Dao techniques are, how can you refine another Confucian avatar with the same cultivation level as you? Even the most wondrous avatar technique of the demon race can't refine so many completely independent avatars. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled but did not reply. The golden-winged Great Peng thought that he had exposed Xiao Hua's lie and said, "You don't have to hide anything. Your human race has secretly nurtured so many supreme cultivators. What exactly are you planning? If this saint hadn't come to Bai Qingyu on a whim today, I really wouldn't have thought that the demon race would covet the 1,000-demon sacred realm before the battle between immortals and Buddhas has ended." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He couldn't explain it. It was originally a very simple matter, but when it came from the mouth of the first great saint of the demon race, it immediately became too complicated. It actually reached the level of a war between the demon race and the demon race. Do you want to answer now? Or do you want to wait until this saint kills you? Golden Wing Great Peng asked coldly. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't answer, Golden Wing Great Peng spread his wings. Seeing that the space around the golden-winged great rock had already formed countless tiny whirlpools and streams of moonlight were pouring out, Xiao Hua naturally knew that this question was merely a challenge. Today's battle was already unavoidable. Let's fight. Xiao Hua spat out 2 words faintly. Then his figure flashed, turning into lightning and rushing towards Golden Wing Great Peng. The wishful staff in his hand had already been swung out. The golden-winged Great Peng had been accumulating power for a long time. When it saw Xiao Hua flying over, it spread its wings, and its entire body turned into a stream of light. Its 2 golden claws carried the power of heaven and earth, and the aura of a great sage, as it descended from the sky towards Xiao Hua's head. Boom! The wishful steel staff hit the golden claw, but a small crack appeared on the golden claw. Several unmatched forces poured out from the cracks of the claw. Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff flew diagonally with the golden light. Xiao Hua's body was hit by the demon body of the golden-winged giant Peng bird. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. He knew that his magical power was not the opponent of the first master of the demon race. Then he grabbed with both hands. Boom! The thick 9th heaven divine thunder turned into a thunder sword in Xiao Hua's hand. Looking at the golden wing Great Peng's figure, which was more ferocious than a mountain, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. The thunder cut through the sky and hit the wings of the golden wing Great Peng. Boom! Where the lightning landed, the golden-winged rock's body was stopped. Although its wings, which seemed to be made of gold, were bombarded into a mess by the lightning, the golden light that overflowed once again annihilated the lightning. Damn it! The feathers of the golden-winged Great Peng were disheveled. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and angry. He also cursed and flapped his wings. Woo-woo! A hurricane was born, blowing the space within 1,000 miles until it collapsed. The powerful hurricane landed on Xiao Hua's body. Not only did it cause his protective light to sway, but it also made it impossible for him to stand steadily in the air. He was about to fall into the distance. But just as Xiao Hua's figure was just out of balance and fell into the hurricane. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Hua's body flashed with a light blue brilliance. Then Xiao Hua urged the wind escape technique. Against the wind, he approached the golden wing Great Peng in the blink of an eye. Oh! Seeing that Xiao Hua actually knew the wind escape technique, the golden wing Great Peng was a little surprised. However, he was not afraid of anything. With a flap of his right wing, it seemed as if the entire sky was collapsing as he smashed towards Xiao Hua. Rumble! The golden-winged rock's right wing had only just flapped when Xiao Hua first moved. As his hands rubbed, thousands of crystal lights fell into the air, and layers of divine lightning from the 9 heavens were born from the top of his head, rushing towards the golden-winged rock like a mountain flood. Moreover, just as the lightning poured down, Xiao Hua waved his hands slightly again. Hundreds of strands of 4-colored spiritual fire were caught in the lightning and rushed towards the golden wing Great Peng. P.S. Thank you, Mr. Xian Qing, for representing all the fellow Taoists. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your support. Chapter 4384. The golden-winged rock's right wing had already flapped out. The space within a few hundred li had just collapsed when it was immediately covered by the lightning tide, disappearing without a trace in a few breaths of time. As for the golden-winged rock, the golden light in its eyes flickered. Gah! With a clear cry, its entire demonic body suddenly retreated, and its pair of golden wings flapped again. This time was different from before. Not only did the wings burst forth with a pillar of starlight, the innate demonic characters on the feathers also appeared. Along with the flapping of the wings, there were also tens of millions of golden lights that either condensed into flying swords or sharp thorns, attacking the lightning tide like a storm. Boom! 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 An explosion that was even more violent than the other two battles shook the sky thousands of miles away. Gah! The golden-winged rock let out another sharp cry. Its wings flapped, and its entire demonic body flew out from the explosion, attacking Xiao Hua. Clearly, it wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. How could Xiao Hua not know what it was thinking? Seeing its demonic body appear, Xiao Hua raised his hand and waved it. Once again, an extremely large amount of lightning condensed into a huge fist and struck down. Seeing that it had just flown past the explosion and was about to be hit by a fist, the golden-winged great rock opened its mouth. Woo! A golden beam of light shot out and hit the fist. With a loud bang, the fist was shattered, and the lightning scattered everywhere. That golden pillar of light was also annihilated in midair. Gah! The golden-winged rock flew out proudly. Boom boom boom! Another few faint sounds of fire whistling rang out. Between the golden-winged rock's wings, abdomen, and other parts, they were all ignited by the four-colored spiritual fire. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed. The large hand that was originally going to attract the golden-winged rock's attention dissipated in midair, and he raised his hand again to prepare a transcendent artifact. How is this possible? Seeing its own golden feathers actually melting under the four-colored spiritual fire, and the demonic characters on its abdomen feathers being annihilated by the four-colored spiritual fire, the golden-winged rock almost didn't dare to believe its own eyes. He hurriedly retreated and flapped his wings again. Beams of starlight and moonlight and demonic runes surged, trying to destroy the four-colored spiritual fire. Unfortunately, when all the power of the stars and moon and the demonic runes landed on the four-colored spiritual fire, not only was it unable to extinguish the spiritual fire, but it also made the spiritual fire even more vigorous. Furthermore, the violent hurricane was unable to extinguish the four-colored spiritual fire. The four-colored spiritual fire was like a maggot that followed the golden-winged rock closely. Hand over your life. Seeing the golden-winged rock in panic, Xiao Hua roared and waved his hand, releasing the Death Spirit Origin light. Boom! The thing with a nose and eyes appeared on the sword gourd, and then the Death Spirit Origin light also soared into the sky, falling towards the golden-winged rock's neck. Swoosh! At this moment, the golden crown on the golden-winged rock's head emitted a golden light. This golden light was oval in shape and covered the golden-winged rock's head. When the Death Spirit Origin light landed on this golden light, it was unable to cut down anymore. Chmph! The golden-winged rock snorted coldly again, and a layer of strange demonic characters appeared on its demonic body again. After this demonic character appeared, a phantom of the golden-winged rock was born, like a molted shell. And the real demonic body had clearly shrunk by one size. Although it was only a space of a few miles, the four-colored spiritual fire was actually unable to pass through the phantom formed by the demonic characters. Whoosh! Seeing that the demonic characters were effective, the golden-winged rock immediately flew and escaped from the shell. Looking at the demonic character shell again, in just a few breaths, it had already been completely engulfed by the four-colored spiritual fire. Huff! The golden-winged rock let out a long breath, and the flashing golden eyes revealed an ominous glint. Looking at Xiao Hua in the distance, it was about to attack again. Suddenly, the golden-winged rock was stunned. The golden light in its eyes suddenly converged, and then circles of golden light shot out from its eyes. What was extremely strange was that where the golden light fell, the space seemed to be washed by a rainstorm, and the scenery changed. When the mist covering the scenery was lifted, the golden-winged rock was surprised to find that the previous four-color spirit fire was not extinguished at all, but it was frantically burning its wings and beastkin body. Looking at Xiao Hua in the distance, he was holding the sword gourd in his left hand, and he was making gestures again. There was a mirage butterfly on his shoulder, and there was also a trace of surprise on his face. It turned out that everything just now was just an illusion created by the dream mirage butterfly. Xiao Hua wanted to use this illusion to let the four-colored spiritual fire completely kill the golden-winged rock. Unfortunately, the golden-winged rock was really powerful, and this illusion was still discovered by it. However, the golden-winged rock did not have time to think too much, because at the same time that the illusion disappeared, a golden light fell from the sky along with Xiao Hua's seal again. This golden light was so sharp that even the golden-winged rock could not help but be startled. The golden-winged rock could not care about the four-colored spiritual fire around its body. Its figure hurriedly shook towards the sky, and huge phantoms instantly appeared in the air. The golden-winged rock's astonished expression could be seen clearly in each of the phantoms. Shua! There was a soft sound, like rain falling on banana leaves. The golden light of the soaring dragon scissors fell, and each of the phantoms was cut with a bloody mark. Gah! In the sky above 100 miles, the golden-winged rock's mournful cry suddenly sounded. A string of golden blood drops fell with the wind. The soaring dragon scissors had succeeded in one strike. Xiao Hua could not believe his eyes. This was the strongest expert of the demon clan. How could it be so easily injured by him? However, at this time, Xiao Hua could not care so much. He raised his hand and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a dragon again. The dragon's tail moved high in the sky, and like lightning, it struck the golden-winged rock again. Meanwhile, his figure soared into the sky, and the thunderous hand struck towards the golden-winged great rock like a meteor. Whether it was the soaring dragon scissors or the big hand, they had already stirred up the surrounding hundreds of miles of space. When the heaven-earth Yuan Qi fell, the brilliance of the stars and the moon was mixed in. Waves of black and white void power also came to join in the fun. It was really a scene of chaos. Shua! There was no surprise. The soaring dragon scissors once again struck the golden-winged rock's body, and another drop of golden blood fell. At the same time, Xiao Hua's thunder hand also hit the golden-winged rock's body. The several hundred miles of demonic body was hit by the big hand, and the four-colored spiritual fire had already completely covered the golden-winged rock's demonic body. Damn it! In the flames, the golden-winged rock's eyes were still golden like lightning, and it looked at Xiao Hua fiercely. Xiao Hua's face was innocent. He shrugged his huge shoulders and said with a smile, "The rock sage is well aware that this matter was stirred up by the demon clan of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. It has nothing to do with this Xiao. If anything happens to the rock sage, I'll send the demon monarch of the sky concealing ridge to accompany you. I won't let you be too lonely in the afterlife." Ha ha! The horror on the golden-winged rock's face suddenly disappeared, and it laughed heartily. A mere grand ascension stage human dares to boast so shamelessly? You think you can do anything to me with these puny spiritual fire of yours? As it spoke, the four-colored spiritual fire began to burn brightly, completely beyond Xiao Hua's control. Not good. How could Xiao Hua not know that the golden-winged rock had already come up with a countermeasure? The four-colored spiritual fire was extremely strange, and even Xiao Hua himself didn't know how to deal with it. He didn't think that the golden-winged rock would be able to break free. Now that the soaring dragon scissors had failed, Xiao Hua could only use the demonic saber slaughter. A ferocious light flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes as he raised his left arm slightly, and a layer of crimson light emerged from his left hand. It was also at this moment that the golden-winged rock let loose a mournful cry. Within the four-colored spiritual fire, the golden-winged rock suddenly disappeared, and its entire demonic body transformed into a layer of crimson light. The crimson light surged like demonic blood and rapidly expanded, instantly creating a gap in the four-colored spiritual fire. Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to take any action, a loud bang resounded, and a pillar of blood-colored brilliance soared into the sky. It was no less than 30,000 meters high. Furthermore, there were crimson threads seeping through the gaps between the four-colored spiritual fire. This is... Xiao Hua was completely dumbstruck as he stared at the pillar of crimson light with a perplexed expression. However, several breaths later, another bird cry rang out, and this cry was filled with joy and relief. Following this cry, a crimson projection that was only 1,000 feet in size appeared at the top of the pillar of crimson light. As soon as this projection appeared, an exceptionally clear star mark appeared within it. On top of the star mark, the creases of the mountain range and the fine traces of the river could be clearly seen. Swoosh! Xiao Hua's gaze had just landed on the star mark when it immediately emitted a resplendent radiance. The radiance not only covered the tyrannical illusory figure but also illuminated the space within a radius of 10,000 miles. At the same time, in the endless starry sky, there was also a star that emitted starlight, covering a large area of the starry sky. Boom! Another deafening roar resounded, and the entire night sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Pillars of starlight and moonlight filled the night sky, which were filled with a primordial aura, poured down like a torrential river, ignoring space and instantly enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. Along with this pillar of starlight and moonlight, there was also a heaven and earth restriction that enveloped an area of several thousand li. Not to mention that the four-colored spiritual fire was instantly extinguished, not to mention that Xiao Hua was imprisoned by this heaven and earth restriction, he couldn't even move. Even the thoughts in his mind had slowed down. Nirvana rebirth. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Xiao Hua was restricted by the heaven and earth phenomenon, and Wen Chu, the flying feather void beast, Daoist Wu, and the five-colored sea godshell were also affected by this phenomenon. Although they didn't suffer as much as Xiao Hua, they couldn't use their abilities smoothly, and the battle between them was also stopped. In particular, the heaven and earth pagoda's suppression collapsed under this heaven and earth phenomenon, and Daoist Wu's spatial restriction also collapsed and could no longer be perfected. Chapter 4385. Looking at the moonlight tide falling and rushing into the star mark, the star mark rapidly expanded. Along with the expansion of the star mark was the valiant will of the golden-winged rock. That will was rising steadily. In just a few breaths of time, a star several hundred miles in size was already in sight, and that will had reached a terrifying level once again. Damn it! Xiao Hua urged his magic power with all his strength, and the mysterious dark cloud also urged his soul technique, trying his best to resist the invasion of this will. He understood that if he was invaded by this will, not only would he be timid when he saw the golden-winged rock in the future, he would not dare to fight. Even his own Dao realm would be damaged. Once the stars were formed, they began to slowly rotate in the sky. With each rotation, the starlight tide would become a little thicker. After 365 revolutions, the starlight tide was like a huge stone pillar that ran through the stars in the sky and the stars on the ground. Gah! Another clear sound rang out, and the rotation of the star came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, the pillar of light from the moon and stars scattered, and all the phenomena in the world immediately fell into the star. Even all the shackles and wills disappeared like streams returning to their origin. Just as Xiao Hua's thoughts were able to move nimbly, ka. The star let out an obscure sound. This sound sounded very simple, but when it fell into Xiao Hua's ears, it was as if the world was collapsing. Xiao Hua almost reached out his hands to cover his ears. It was also with this sound that the planet collapsed towards the center. A transparent, golden-winged rock made of gold flew out of the planet once again. Damn it! Just as the golden-winged rock flew out, a solid golden light shot out from his eyes and landed directly on Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua cursed, "What's going on? Haven't I always been the one to break through in life and death situations? How can it fall on this guy's head today?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate at all. The true essence within his body was activated without any regard for his life, and the thunderclap ninth heaven was displayed. Xiao Hua's entire body almost turned transparent, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the horizon. Ha ha! Seeing Xiao Hua's unparalleled thunder escape technique, the golden-winged rock did not put it in his eyes at all. He laughed and said, "Since that's the case, why are you still running? Between heaven and earth, where can you escape to?" As it spoke, the golden-winged rock spread its wings, and the space nearby trembled. The golden-winged rock did not seem to move at all, but the space suddenly folded, like layers of mountains. By the time the golden-winged great rock moved, All the distance between them had been shaken off. Xiao Hua's lightning-like flowing light was also caught in the middle. The golden-winged rock's sharp claws, which seemed to be made of gold, stretched out slightly. Those sharp claws immediately pierced through the void and landed on Xiao Hua's head. The wind under the sharp claws tore through the void, and Xiao Hua's golden body flickered rapidly under this wind. So fast. This was Xiao Hua's first time encountering an opponent that was comparable to his lightning evasion technique. While he was astonished, he slapped his own head. Boom! A large hand emerged from the top of his head and collided with the golden-winged rock's sharp claws. Amidst the loud explosion, the golden-winged rock's body was sent tumbling. After Xiao Hua's hand was shattered, his entire body fell to the ground again. Damn it! Xiao Hua's figure fell. Seeing the golden-winged rock attack again, he pondered in his heart, this golden-winged rock is the first great saint of the demon race, and can be said to be the most powerful demon race in the 3 continents. This Xiao was originally not his opponent. Just now, he borrowed this Xiao's hand to be reborn. I'm afraid he has already passed the last bottleneck and reached the peak of the 9th level of origin energy. Even, he might have already reached the edge of breaking through the void. This kind of expert, how can this Xiao be his opponent? Even if I use the devil blade murder, I'm afraid I can't really kill him. On the contrary, it will cause unnecessary trouble. Hee hee. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua sneered. Seeing the golden-winged rock's figure very strangely appear in front of him again, and those sharp claws once again stretched out into the void, pride grew in his heart. Even if I don't use the devil blade murder, could it be that this Xiao can't kill you? Fellow Daoist, please come out. Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror, and the celestial roared and flew out from the space. The celestial rushed out, and without saying anything, he waved his fist to meet the golden-winged rock's sharp claws. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial's fist was tempered by 6 kinds of origin energy, and was incomparably hard, comparable to the golden-winged rock's golden claws. In the midst of the rumbling, the golden-winged rock's sharp claws flickered with golden light, and the celestial's fist also flickered several times. Fellow Taoists, please. Since he released the celestial, Xiao Hua might as well go all the way, and shook the Kunlun mirror again. Boom, boom, boom. 18 rays of brilliance appeared from the Kunlun mirror at the same time, and 18 8th-level scattered nascent souls flew out at the same time. Each scattered nascent soul rushed out, and the entire world would shake violently. Countless amounts of heaven and earth's origin energy didn't need to be activated by any spells, and formed countless hurricanes that fell on the bodies of these scattered nascent souls. Hiss! The golden-winged rock sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. His sword-like eyes couldn't help but become blurred again. However, that blurred gaze fell on the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand. He really couldn't imagine how many experts there were in the legendary Kunlun mirror, the legendary Kunlun paradise. He could ignore Xiao Hua's Mahayana cultivation base. He could also ignore Wen Chu's realm. He could also ignore Daoist Wu's 9th-level origin energy. However, he couldn't ignore the strength of the celestial and the 18 8th-level scattered nascent souls that just appear. The golden-winged rock was very clear in his heart that his strength surpassed Xiao Hua's. With the help of Xiao Hua's 4-colored spirit fire, he completely quenched the impurities in his body, and recondensed his body with the power of the stars. His strength surpassed Xiao Hua's. Even if Xiao Hua, the celestial, and 5/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls, he could still kill them. However, what he was facing now wasn't 5/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls, but 18/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls, which was 18 Xiao Hu's. Even if the golden-winged rock was only 1 step away from breaking through the void, how could it be the opponent of so many 9th-level origin energy cultivators? Needless to say, just as the golden-winged rock was thinking, the 18 8th-level scattered nascent souls had already spread out, and each of them made the exact same gestures at the same time. Boom! Just with the same sound, 18 thunder hands of the same power grabbed at the golden-winged rock from 18 directions. Not good. The golden-winged rock was slightly startled, and he flapped his wings rapidly. Moreover, he spat out a thick beam of starlight from his mouth, wanting to shatter these big hands. Boom boom boom. The wings hit 2 big hands, and the thick beam of starlight hit 3 big hands, and the remaining 13 big hands almost fell on the golden-winged rock's body at the same time. The golden-winged rock's demon body immediately emitted a soaring demon light. This demon light was like a raging fire, blocking the big hands. However, at the same time that several big hands were annihilated, one big hand actually fell on the golden-winged rock's body. Catcher! The lightning was no less powerful than before. At the same time that the demon light was destroyed, the golden demon body that the golden-winged rock had just condensed began to melt under the impact of the lightning. Damn it! The golden-winged rock's heart tightened, and he was just about to counterattack. Boom! At this moment, the void shattered, and the celestial flew out of the void in an extremely strange manner. Those two fists quickly hit the golden-winged rock's abdomen, and in the roar, two huge deep holes appeared in his abdomen. Gah! The golden-winged rock was furious. With a long cry, he spat out a golden brilliance from his mouth and hit the celestial. Swish! This brilliance was so powerful that where the brilliance fell, the celestial's flesh and daoist robes all melted, leaving only a craggy white bone. It looked very horrifying. This white bone even somersaulted a dozen times in the air under the impact and fell in mid-air. Seeing that the celestial had fallen, countless chi of heaven and earth surged, and the flesh and blood grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden-winged rock flapped his wings, and the pillar of light that could topple a mountain was about to fall, wanting to take the opportunity to kill the celestial. However, without waiting for the golden-winged rock's wings to fall, a huge fist suddenly appeared from the void. Bang! It smashed on his head. The golden-winged rock's eyes swayed, and Xiao Hua's figure actually swayed into two in the air. The golden-winged rock was furious. Who hadn't seen bullies before, but bullies like this were really rare. Gah! The golden-winged rock let out a long cry, and the power of the stars and moon rushed out again. The entire demon body instantly turned into the shape of a star, and at the same time, the star suddenly shook, and the space several miles to the left instantly collapsed, and this collapse spread over 1,000 miles. Wherever this collapse passed, all living things were destroyed. Hee hee. The 18 scattered nascent souls sneered, and their hands formed seals at the same time. 18 lightning balls covered the space around the scattered nascent souls, and no matter how the demon light swept past, it couldn't disperse the lightning. The scattered nascent souls avoided this disaster, not to mention the celestial and Xiao Hua. They each activated their domains, and although their domains were broken and couldn't resist the golden-winged rock's spatial collapse, their bodies weren't injured at all. Seeing that the golden-winged rock was so valiant, Xiao Hua was also secretly shocked. Damn it, if I didn't have so many methods, I'm afraid I would have been killed by this guy as soon as I came up. So far, I've dealt with every move, but I don't know what other secret techniques this great demon saint has. As the saying goes, what you worry about will come true. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, the golden-winged Great Peng's body once again flickered intensely. Countless pillars of starlight and moonlight descended. Boom! 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 With 3 consecutive booms, 3 identical golden-winged Great Pengs appeared within the pillars of starlight and moonlight. Chapter 4386. Is this the demon race's doppelganger technique? Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and saw that these 3 golden-winged rocks were exactly the same in terms of aura, strength, and pressure. He couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Gah! The 3 golden-winged rocks raised their heads and let out a long cry. They each urged their wings to separately pounce on the scattered nascent soul, celestial, and Xiao Hua. Go! Xiao Hua smiled coldly. With a wave of his hand, the celestial skeleton fell into the air. That celestial had long sensed it. His body and mind swayed, and he fell into the skeleton. Boom! A fierce flame instantly emerged from the celestial skeleton and covered the golden-winged rocks pouncing over. The golden-winged rocks cried out in surprise, and their demon body instinctively retreated. Catcher! At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth fell into the skeleton, and the aura of the skeleton was greatly reduced. However, even so, the golden-winged rock's doppelganger still didn't dare to rashly approach. The golden-winged rocks didn't enter, but that didn't mean that the celestial wouldn't enter. The celestial waved his hand and took the essence from Xiao Hua's body. His body rapidly expanded, and then, The three mouths spat out three-colored brilliance, trapping the golden-winged rock. And then, the celestial waved his 6 arms and pounced on the golden-winged rocks. Looking at the celestial's fierceness, anyone would think that he was the demon race's first great sage. Having his essence extracted by the celestial skeleton, Xiao Hua couldn't move for a while. Seeing that the other 18 scattered nascent souls had surrounded the golden-winged rock's doppelganger, Xiao Hua raised his hand again. The Kunlun mirror vibrated without any light, and another 18 8th-rank scattered nascent souls rushed out, once again surrounding the golden-winged rock's doppelganger. Damn it, you can't play like this, right? The golden-winged rocks almost collapsed. How many 9th-rank essence power Mahayana cultivators do you have in your Kunlun mirror? Kill. Xiao Hua looked coldly at the golden-winged rocks. He simply waved his hand and acted like a shopkeeper, instructing the 36 8th tribulation scattered nascent souls. Kill. The group of scattered nascent soul cultivators roared at the same time. The primordial chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles frantically surged into their bodies. As their hands formed seals, countless dragon-like thunderbolts were born in the void. Previously, when the golden-winged Great Peng was attacked by 18 scattered nascent souls, he was shocked at first and did not have time to observe carefully. Now that 36 scattered nascent souls were channeling their mana at the same time, the golden-winged Great Peng immediately saw that these scattered nascent souls were different from real human cultivators. He almost cried out involuntarily, "No, this is the nascent soul spirit body." After saying that, greed appeared in the eyes of the golden-winged Great Peng bird. Almost without thinking, it spread its wings. Boom! Facing the 2 clones of the scattered nascent soul, the star marks on its wings suddenly emitted a strange aura of desolation. Then, the wings, heads, and tails of the 2 golden-winged Great Peng birds didn't have any special changes. Their demonic bodies slowly showed the shape of stars again. With the appearance of the 2 stars, the aura of desolation became more and more powerful. The area within 100 miles of the 2 stars began to distort and collapse. A power of swallowing space rushed toward the group of scattered nascent souls like a ferocious ancient fierce beast. The strange phenomenon of the golden-winged Great Peng bird's nirvana and rebirth shook when Chu's heaven and earth pagoda. The imprisonment that was originally suppressing the flying feather Ni Kong beast was broken at once. The flying feather Ni Kong beast shook its body and wanted to escape into the void without hesitation. Unfortunately, at this time, the void had been imprisoned by the golden-winged Great Peng bird. Even as strong as the flying feather Ni Kong beast was, it could not enter. However, when it sensed the pressure around its body and when Chu's figure that could not move, the flying feather Ni Kong beast was relieved. On one hand, it was always paying attention to the changes in the space imprisonment. On the other hand, it looked at the star phenomenon in the distance. The flying feather Ni Kong beast was confident that it could escape into the void with its magic skills at the moment when the space changed, leaving no chance for Wen Chu. The phenomenon of the golden-winged Great Peng bird's rebirth was truly astonishing. Although the flying feather Ni Kong beast was the 3rd great saint of the demonic clan, it could not help but admire it. A great saint was a demonic clan great saint who had obtained the recognition of the stars and could engrave star marks on their bodies. With these star marks, a demonic clan great saint would have an endless supply of the power of the stars and moon to use at any time. At the same time, because of these star marks, a demonic clan great saint could comprehend more of the power of the stars than an ordinary member of the void-swallowing demonic clan. They had more opportunities and could use the star marks to escape when breaking through the void. Even so, among the 6 demonic clan great saints, there might not even be one who could truly break through the void to reach a higher realm. The flying feather Ni Kong beast knew that this was the so-called opportunity. Sometimes, the flying feather Ni Kong beast envied the brains of humans. They could express illusory things in beautiful words. Opportunity was one of them. No one knew how to break through the void. Those who could break through the void directly went to a higher realm and did not leave behind any more information. However, there was one thing that all demonic clan great saints and void-swallowing demonic clan great saints knew, and that was power. Only when one was so powerful that the 3 continents could not contain them would they be able to open up passageways to higher realms in the void. But just how powerful was one? There was a lot more to it than that. The flying feather Enchanting beast didn't know just how powerful he had to be able to break through the void, but he knew that there was no clear passageway in the void. Only when a passageway to a higher realm demonic clan great saint could there be a direction in the void. This was the conclusion that he had reached after searching through the void countless times. Why was the flying feather Enchanting beast searching for this illusory spatial passageway? The reason was very simple. His power had reached a certain bottleneck, and after tens of thousands of years, he was unable to progress any further. As such, he had no choice but to find another way to find the legendary spatial passageway. At the same time, the flying feather Enchanting beast also knew that it wasn't just him. All 6 great saints of the 1000-demon holy realm were in the same situation. Their power had reached a bottleneck that was difficult to break through, and without an opportunity, they would most likely never be able to break through the void. However, what surprised him was that the golden-winged Great Peng truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful being of the demonic clan. It was able to break through its bottleneck while battling a human Grand Ascension stage being. The flying feather Enchanting beast didn't know what kind of secret technique the golden-winged Great Peng had used, but seeing as the golden-winged Great Peng's entire body had been reconstructed by the power of the stars, the flying feather Enchanting beast knew that it wouldn't be long before the golden-winged Great Peng would be able to sense the passageway to break through the void. Holy fuck! Seeing as the golden-winged Great Peng had taken shape, the flying feather Enchanting beast turned to Wen Chu, who was also accumulating power in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel a burning desire in his heart. How about I give it a try as well? At this moment, the restriction dissipated like the tide. Boom boom boom. Before the flying feather Enchanting beast had a chance to do anything else, a series of rumbling booms rang out from close to 500 kilometers to the left. Wen Chu waved a hand, and the 9 states cauldrons flew into the air amidst surging auspicious cloud. As soon as the 9 states cauldrons appeared, 9-colored light immediately enveloped an area of over 500 kilometers, and streams of human fortune flowed through the night sky like rivers. The 9 states cauldrons were like the 9 states of the hidden immortal continent, firmly trapping the flying feather Enchanting beast within. This is. The flying feather void beast was greatly alarmed. Wherever his gaze and yuan sense reached, countless mountains, rivers, cities, city walls, and little rocks were born from this multicolored light. It was a little too much for his eyes to take in. Wave after wave of vast chi pillars emerged from all directions and crazily surged over, completely sealing off the surroundings. Damn it! The flying feather Enchanting beast didn't know what the 9 states cauldrons were, but he knew that they were definitely the imperial tools of a Confucian cultivator. Wen Chu had no intention of fighting him head-on, he only wanted to use the imperial tool to suppress him, so how could he possibly break through during a battle with Wen Chu? The flying feather Enchanting beast cursed angrily, and his figure flickered rapidly. The nearby void was like a door to the flying feather Enchanting beast, and it immediately opened up. Unfortunately, before the flying feather Enchanting beast could escape into the void, he saw countless streams of vast chi gushing out from the void. This vast chi had already condensed into the shape of inscriptions, and the inscriptions gave birth to the chanting of saints, blocking his way forward. Chimpage. The flying feather Enchanting beast snorted coldly, and his slightly stubby forelimbs stretched forward. Whoosh! All the inscriptions were torn apart, and the flying feather Enchanting beast ignored the impact of the inscriptions breaking and forced his way into the void. Boom! At this moment, another huge roar came from the top of the flying feather Enchanting beast's head, and then, an aura similar to the majesty of heaven and earth swept over madly. This aura was so perfectly combined with the aura of the human race in the 9 states cauldrons. Not only did it imprison the space within a radius of thousands of kilometers, but the void that the flying feather Enchanting beast was about to squeeze into suddenly became as solid as a mountain rock. Not to mention the flying feather Enchanting beast wanting to force his way in, it was difficult for him to squeeze out at this time. This is the auspicious artifact of the human race. The flying feather Enchanting beast suddenly came to his senses and shouted, Where did you get this thing? The essence of the Heaven and Earth Pagoda was a Taoist spiritual treasure, and it represented the will of heaven and earth. The 9 states cauldrons were the artifact of the human race, and it represented the fate and will of the human race. The 3 elements of heaven, earth, and man fell together, which was the harmony advocated by the human race's Confucian cultivators. Harmony represented the origin, and in this origin, how could the flying feather Ni Kong beast escape? How could Wen Chu pay attention to the flying feather Ni Kong beast's question? He opened his mouth and spat out the 5-colored innate qi, which turned into thousands of pearls outside the 9 states cauldrons and spread out in all directions. As soon as the 5-colored pearls fell on the 9 states cauldrons, the thousands of inscriptions in the cauldrons immediately twisted and began to combine with each other. In an instant, layers of mountains of text appeared, and with a rumbling sound, they suppressed the flying feather Ni Kong beast. Roar! Seeing that the mountains of text were about to be formed, the flying feather Ni Kong beast gritted his teeth and raised his head to roar. A layer of blood-red shadow appeared outside his monster body, and at the same time, the star engraved on his back shone brightly. A blood-red star, like a natural demon star, rapidly expanded. As soon as the star and moon appeared, the mountains of text immediately collapsed. With another rumbling sound, the blood-red shadow of the flying feather Ni Kong beast slammed into the 9 states cauldrons. Peng! A wave of air rose into the sky, and the 9 states grand array was smashed open. In particular, the flying feather Ni Kong beast also collided with the cauldrons. His body shook, and 2 identical blood-red stars appeared and flew to the left and right at the same time. The 9 states grand array was immediately torn apart. Chapter 4387. HMPH. The flying feather void beast let out a cold snort. 2 blood-red claws grew out of the blood-red star, and they reached out for Wen Chu's head from several hundred miles away. Wen Chu was shocked. He raised his hand and slash. Swoosh. Where the sword light fell, the blood-red claws were like nothingness and did not receive any damage at all. It was also at this moment that the blood-red claws fell on Wen Chu's head. Strangely, the blood-red claws did not fall, but produced a great suction force out of thin air. However, when the suction force fell on Wen Chu's body, it did not produce any effect. Ah! The flying feather void beast turned pale with fright. You are not human? Huh! Not to mention the flying feather void beast, even Wen Chu was puzzled. He hurriedly urged his true qi to check his body, but there was nothing wrong. At this time, Wen Chu heard the flying feather void beast's words and looked at its blood-red claws. He suddenly understood. The flying feather void beast was not only born with spatial magical powers, but also knew the power of bloodline. These claws must be to grab the bloodline out of his body. Unfortunately, Wen Chu was Xiao Hua's doppelganger. Although Wen Chu still cultivated to the 9th level of essence force, he was not a complete human. In particular, Wen Chu's essence was different from Xiao Hua's. His essence was completely obtained from the heavenly demon, which was the essence of the upper realm. Even if Wen Chu's bloodline existed, how could the flying feather void beast extract it? Ha ha ha! Wen Chu laughed and raised his hand to point at the heaven and earth pagoda. Boom! The heaven and earth pagoda roared again and fiercely pressed down. The torn 9 provinces' great array began to rapidly recover. Damn it! The flying feather void beast didn't understand why its innate ability didn't work, but at this point, it was useless to think too much. With a flap of its wings, it suddenly pounced toward the gap of the 9 regions' grand array. The sharp claws of its forelimbs slashed out of thin air and landed on the gap that was invisible to the naked eye. Open! The flying feather Ni Kong beast roared, and the formation was instantly torn apart. The power of the stars around the flying feather Ni Kong beast surged, and its body grew from hundreds of kilometers to thousands of meters in just a few breaths. Swoosh! There was a flash of light, and the flying feather Ni Kong beast broke free from the formation. Damn it! As it flew out of the formation, the flying feather Ni Kong beast's face turned red. He didn't dare to imagine that if the other demon clans knew that he had transformed and escaped from the 9 regions' grand array, where would he put his face as the 3rd great saint of the demon clan? Roar! The flying feather Ni Kong beast roared, and its monster body grew wildly. Just as it was about to pull itself together and fight with Wen Chu again, a dazzling light curtain emerged from the place where the golden-winged roc and Xiao Hua were fighting. The flying feather Enchanting beast raised its eyes, and when it saw everything inside the light curtain, it was immediately stunned on the spot. The rebirth of the golden-winged roc also shattered the power of space of the great god Dejiang transformed by Daoist Witch. The five-colored sea god shell, like the flying feather Enchanting beast, saw the opportunity of the golden-winged roc, and its thoughts were the same as the flying feather Enchanting beast. However, it also understood that its strength couldn't be compared to the flying feather Enchanting beast, and even more so, the golden-winged roc. Its bottleneck was far from being broken through. Moreover, it also understood that Bai Qingyu and the Fortune Gate were like fire and water, and it was likely that it was time for it to fight to the death with Daoist Witch. Seeing that the shackles of the golden-winged roc's rebirth had disappeared, Daoist Witch's space shackles had yet to fully form. The five-colored sea god shell flashed with a five-colored halo, and the entire space rumbled as it pounced towards Daoist Witch. This wasn't a big deal, and Daoist Witch's space shackles were instantly shattered. Moreover, before the five-colored sea god shell's figure arrived, the suffocating airwaves had already surged over and drowned Daoist Witch. Daoist Witch didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the five-colored sea god shell had given up on all its abilities and was going all out with its main body. He was proficient in soul techniques, but he didn't cultivate his body, so how could he be a match for the five-colored sea god shell? Needless to say, the five-colored sea god shell's five-colored demonic light was powerful, and it had already corroded all the origin energy within 1,000 miles. Even the light and shadows in the space were distorted to an extreme degree. I'm afraid only a heavenly being can fight against this fellow. Daoist Witch hurriedly spread out his four wings, and his figure nimbly dodged the attack of the five-colored sea god shell. At the same time, Daoist Witch's sharp claws activated the power of space again in an attempt to confine the five-colored sea god shell. Unfortunately, the power of space couldn't take shape under the attack of the five-colored sea god shell. Who? Seeing the five-colored sea god shell flying towards him again, Daoist Witch had no choice but to dodge it again. When the five-colored sea god shell flew past him, the green light around Daoist Witch shone brightly again, and the green seal text flowed again. In just a moment, the figure of Hutu god with a human body, a snake tail, and 7 hands appeared again. Facing the powerful shell of the five-colored sea god shell, Daoist Witch waved his 7 hands at the same time, and countless gods and ghosts screamed. The green seal text flashed in the air, and then a reddish-yellow land thousands of miles in size blocked the five-colored sea god shell's head. Although the land was thick and the green seal text's power was unpredictable, under the buzzing and rapid rotation of the five-colored sea god shell, the reddish-yellow land was cracked by the impact of the five-colored sea god shell. Pillars of earth rose into the sky, and in a few seconds, the land was shattered. Even Daoist Witch's figure was almost hit by the five-colored sea god shell. Seeing a wound on his back, Daoist Witch didn't dare to take the risk. He immediately turned into the figure of Dejiang and flapped his wings to dodge the five-colored sea god shell. In this way, Daoist Witch and the five-colored sea god shell were in a slightly awkward situation. Daoist Witch didn't dare to confront the five-colored sea god shell directly. Seeing the five-colored sea god shell rushing over, he could only dodge. After the five-colored sea god shell flew away, Daoist Witch chased after it and wanted to attack again. However, when the attack failed and the five-colored sea god shell turned around again, Daoist Witch could only dodge again. The 2 9th-level masters of the 3 continents could only be in a stalemate here. Everyone could leave the battle at any time, but no one could leave for the time being. When the five-colored sea god seashell had an idea and was about to use another method, the same dazzling light curtain appeared from where the golden-winged roc and Xiao Hua were fighting. The five-colored sea god seashell saw everything inside the light curtain through the five-colored halo, and the rampaging figure suddenly stopped in midair. An extremely incredulous voice sounded from the seashell, the 7th great saint? When the golden-winged roc saw that the 36 scattered nascent soul cultivators were all spiritual bodies, he couldn't help but be greedy. The star shape appeared, and the power of swallowing sky pounced on the scattered nascent soul cultivators like a ferocious ancient beast. Seeing the 2 stars, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. The Kunlun mirror in his hand shook again, and he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Daoist Feng Wu." In the light pillar of the Kunlun mirror, the Fengwu spread his wings and flew out. Seeing the golden-winged rock's power of swallowing sky, he sneered. Gah! With a long cry, he spread his wings, and 7 huge light pillars soared into the night sky. These light pillars were so dazzling, like a sky-high light curtain, illuminating the surrounding thousands of miles. Then, boom, boom, boom. A loud sound came from the bottom of the light pillars, and the Big Dipper stars floated out from the back of the Fengwu. The Big Dipper stars in the night sky shone at the same time, filling the night sky like a string of pearls. 7 beams of starlight and moonlight filled with the aura of desolation descended and merged with the 7 beams of light. The Fengwu's demon body expanded rapidly in front of the golden-winged rock's dumbfounded eyes. What was special was that as the demon body expanded, the Big Dipper stars also expanded, filling the space within 1,000 miles. The edges of each star were distorted, and the light and shadow were like ripples in a lake. The 7 powers of swallowing sky, which were not inferior to the golden-winged rocks, roared and pounced on the golden-winged rock's power of swallowing sky. You are the 7th great saint. The golden-winged rock also looked at the Fengwu in disbelief and exclaimed, "Why are you with the Grand Ascension stage, human?" At this point, the golden-winged rock suddenly realized something. He looked at the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand and shouted, You became a great saint in the Kunlun wonderland? No wonder. Ouch. While the golden-winged rock was still in shock, the Fengwu's power of swallowing sky had already tangled with the golden-winged rock's power of swallowing sky. The space within 1,000 miles was filled with traces of pitch black. This pitch black was so dazzling in the night sky that it looked like countless fishes were swimming freely. In this pitch black surroundings, whether it was the vital energy of heaven and earth, the noble qi, or anything else, everything was being torn apart and sucked into the pitch black darkness. Damn it. The great golden-winged rock's eyes flashed with golden light as he glared at the proud Fengwu. He knew in his heart that if they were to compete in terms of cultivation, the 7th great saint might not be his match. However, in terms of star power alone, even if he had 3 clones and 3 star marks, he was still no match for the 7-star great saint. After all, the essence of the power of swallowing sky was the power of the stars. The 7-star great saint 7-star great saint was not something a 1-star great saint like him could compare to. However, the golden-winged rock was in an awkward position. In the face of 36 scattered nascent souls, most of his abilities were useless. He could only use the power of swallowing sky from the demon race's great saint and his powerful physical body. However, his physical body was no match for the celestial. At this moment, the celestial had already beaten one of his clones to the point where he couldn't fight back at all. Not to mention, the celestial's 3 beams of light were very strange. The clone's essence, qi, and spirit couldn't resist at all. He could only dodge and evade, and it wouldn't be long before he was defeated or even killed by the celestial. He could only use the power of swallowing sky from the celestial. However, the power of swallowing sky was so weak in front of a 7-star great saint that it had become the golden-winged rock's fatal weakness. Chapter 4388. Of course, after the golden rock's humiliation and anger, fear appeared in his eyes. What could make the most powerful expert of the demon race so afraid? However, the number of pitch black holes increased, and the suction force became stronger. Not only were the light pillars of the stars and moon sucked into them, but even the mountains and other objects on the ground were also torn apart by the suction force. Everything was sucked into the hole. It was not that there were no battles between great saints of the demon race, but they had never been so intense. The faint darkness from before had now begun to spread, and the golden rock felt that the stars in his demon body were about to be torn apart. He did not dare to be careless and hurriedly withdrew his divine ability. The 3 doppelgangers merged into one. However, without Fengwu's cooperation, the darkness did not decrease at all. In fact, it even seemed to be swarming toward the golden rock. 7th great saint. The golden rock was frightened and hurriedly shouted, "You and I are both great saints of the demon race. We were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? Moreover, you are a great saint and have yet to enter the great sage hall. You don't know how powerful this star-swallowing power is. Look, if you and I don't stop, the entire Bai Qingyu, or even the entire 1,000 demons sacred realm, may be swallowed by this unknown thing. In fact, even before the golden-winged great rock spoke, Fengwu had already sensed the power of the pitch-black darkness. He also wanted to stop, but this battle was started by the 3 demonic saints. How could he stop so easily? Now, hearing the golden-winged rock take the initiative to speak, Fengwu took the opportunity to slowly retract the power of the stars and said in a loud voice, Daoist Master Xiao is this saint's good friend. If you attack Daoist Master Xiao, you are attacking this saint. As long as Daoist Master Xiao does not agree to stop, this saint will not stop. Seeing that Fengwu had withdrawn the star-swallowing power, the golden rock understood that Fengwu wanted to stop. He smiled faintly and replied, Seventh great saint, you are a great saint of the demon race. Why are you siding with outsiders? You are joining forces with a human Mahayana realm cultivator to attack a great saint of my race? I could not have become a great saint without perfected Xiao's help. This sage has already made a demon oath when I became a sage. As long as Daoist Master Xiao has any orders, this sage will not hesitate to die 10,000 times. Fengwu naturally understood the tactic of giving a carrot after a stick. Therefore, Fengwu replied very seriously, of course, this sage is the great sage of the demon clan. Naturally, I have to think of the demon clan. I came out now because I don't want things to get out of hand. If Rock Sage has the heart, this sage can naturally plead with Daoist Master Xiao. The golden-winged rock had just obtained benefits from Xiao Hua, and now it saw Fengwu come out of Xiao Hua's Kunlun Wonderland. How could it not understand the difficulties that Fengwu mentioned? He looked meaningfully at Fengwu, then turned to Xiao Hua. At this moment, Xiao Hua was still standing with his hands in his sleeves, looking so innocent and harmless. The great golden-winged rock only pondered for a moment, and the stars grew dimmer. He smiled and said, if you want to talk about help, I also received spiritual Master Xiao's help by chance. Based on this matter alone, this sage cannot be ruthless to Daoist Master Xiao. Don't you think so, Daoist Master Xiao? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looked at the golden-winged rock, and then looked at the collapsing earth and space. He nodded and said, Rock Sage knows how to repay kindness. As expected of the number 1 expert of the demon clan, I am not as good as you. Fellow Daoist Fengwu, thank you for your help. You are a trustworthy person. I will not force you to attack your fellow clansmen. Thank you, Daoist Master Xiao. Fengwu was overjoyed. He spread his wings, and the power of the stars was also about to be retracted. Unfortunately, the power of the 2 stars was already entangled in one place. How could Fengwu retract it as he wished? Seeing that he could not retract the power of the stars, and the darkness increased, Fengwu was anxious and shouted, Fellow Daoist, help me. Seeing Fengwu anxious, how could Xiao Hua not know that the situation was critical? He activated his magic power without hesitation. Hundreds of thunderbolts fell like horned dragons, trying to separate the power of the stars. Unfortunately, wherever the thunderbolts fell, the darkness would tear and devour them. There was no effect at all. Woo-woo! At this moment, the celestial roared. 3 pillars of light soared into the sky and pounced straight down. These pillars of light were so dazzling that even the seemingly unparalleled darkness was temporarily covered up at this moment. Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. We will help you. Seeing that the celestial's light pillars could not stop them, Wen Chu and Daoist which hurriedly abandoned the 5-colored sea god shell and the flying feather void beast and flew over. The 2 of them activated their divine abilities, and the 5 Chi thunder and 3 corpse yin thunder struck out at the same time. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. With a thought, the 9 heavens divine thunder also waved. The 3 types of thunderbolts landed in one place and condensed into a bright and transparent thunderbolt. This thunderbolt's transparency corresponded to the darkness in the sky. When it landed, it wiped out a small part of the darkness. Now that the darkness was reduced, the 2 entangled powers of the stars immediately loosened. The Fengwu hurriedly withdrew the power of the stars, and the brilliance of the stars that appeared dimmed a little. The golden-winged rock did not dare to be negligent and also withdrew the power of the stars. The brilliance of the stars that he manifested also dimmed a little. Just like this, Xiao Hua, Wen Chu, and Daoist which worked together to activate the thunderbolts. The golden-winged rock and the Feng Wu tacitly withdrew the power of the stars bit by bit. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all the darkness was wiped out. Phew! Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the golden-winged rock heaved a long sigh of relief. Behind him, the five-colored sea god shell and the flying feather void beast also recovered their demon forms. They looked on with some trepidation. Their previous intention to injure Xiao Hua had long been thrown out of the window. Furthermore, when the Feng Wu withdrew the star patterns, her phoenix eyes flashed sharply and glanced at the three great sages. The three great sages of the demon clan were shocked and couldn't help but retreat slightly. After all, they were not facing a human Mahayana realm cultivator, but the Feng Wu, Daoist witch, Wen Chu, the celestial being, and Xiao Hua, who were all at the 9th level of essence qi. In the sky beside Xiao Hua, 36 scattered nascent soul cultivators who were also at the 9th level of essence qi were also eyeing covetously. The three great sages of the demon clan couldn't help but feel bitter. They really didn't dare to believe that if Xiao Hua harbored evil intentions, the three of them would not be able to escape unscathed. The Feng Wu spread her wings and withdrew the star patterns, but didn't withdraw her demon form. Even the celestial being didn't withdraw the white bones. The golden-winged rock's heart tightened. He also didn't dare to withdraw his demon form and only raised his voice. In my opinion, with Daoist Xiao's ability, it would be as easy as flipping his hand if he wanted to wipe Bai Qingyu out of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. Therefore, it's unlikely that Daoist Xiao would do as Bai Qingyu said and scheme so much. Bai Qingyu is just a misunderstanding. Xiao Hua knew that this was the time to reconcile. Moreover, from what the golden-winged rock said, they didn't know about Bai Qingyu's scheme. He slightly frowned and nodded. That's right. Sage Rock is right. The so-called war between humans and demons is purely Bai Qingyu's nonsense. I'm not interested in such a war at all. If that's the case, Demon King Peng Jun of the Sky Concealing Ridge colluded with Demon King Bai Qingyu to offend a great sage friend of the demons. They intended to provoke a war between great sages. The Sky Concealing Ridge was just one of the many territories in Kang Yuetian's eyes. It was really insignificant. In order to appease Xiao Hua's anger, the golden-winged rock didn't mind abandoning this little pawn. After the golden-winged rock finished speaking, he looked at the five-colored seashell and the flying feather void beast and asked, "What do the two great sages think?" Hee. The flying feather void beast smiled faintly. "Since it has nothing to do with the war, I won't interfere. Ni Quan of the ancient Bell Mountain also sent a false message to my Xian space forest. His crime is also punishable. If wiping out the ancient Bell Mountain can appease Daoist Xiao's anger, I think it's worth it. However, this was all caused by Bai Qingyu. What do you think, Sage Rock? I, Bai Qingyu, have already been killed by Daoist Xiao. Demon King Bai Qing has also been captured by him. What else can I say?" The five-colored seashell's tone didn't have the gentleness of the other two great sages. Rather, it carried a kind of resentment. "However, I'm really confused. Why would Bai Qing provoke the humans for no reason? I've never seen Bai Qingyu's message and don't know what happened to her. Moreover, when she saw us just now, Bai Qing was actually twisting words and forcing logic." "Oh, I see." Hearing the five-colored seashell's words, Xiao Hua couldn't help but feel relieved. This was because he had only learned about Shui Mingzi's goal from Ao Sheng and the ancient Bell Mountain's goal from Shui Mingzi. He actually didn't know about Demon King Bai Qingyu's goal or the Sky Concealing Ridge's goal. From the words of the two great sages, Xiao Hua felt that the golden-winged rock shouldn't know about it, while the sky-concealing beast should know some inside information. However, the five-colored seashell, who should know the truth, actually said some inexplicable words, as if it didn't know anything. There could only be one truth. All of this was a scheme of the three demon kings, and it had nothing to do with the three great sages. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "Sage Rock, you don't need to say more. I don't know the truth of this matter either. When I release the three demon kings, you'll know when you ask them. Moreover, I also want to know where the one suppressed by Bai Qingyu went." If the great sages agree to my conditions, it's not impossible to turn hostility into friendship. Okay. The five-colored seashell also had some doubts and replied, if Bai Qing really offends you too much. Boom. At this moment, under the ground that was previously torn apart by the darkness, a seven-colored shadow suddenly appeared. Another huge seven-colored seashell appeared in the shadow like the sky. Before the five-colored seashell finished speaking, it covered Xiao Hua. Ah! Xiao Hua was shocked. He activated his spiritual power and lightning surged out from the surface of his body. His whole body turned illusory and immediately teleported to the distance. The seven-colored shadow and the seven-colored seashell also appeared in a flash and disappeared into the void. Within 1,000 miles, except for Xiao Hua's disappearance, everything was no different from a few breaths ago. Even the night wind that had just calmed down was still blowing leisurely. Who? Wen Chu and the others were shocked. Their divine senses swept over quickly, but it was only a moment before Feng Wu's face changed greatly, because he couldn't perceive any special changes within 1,000 miles. Moreover, their perception of Xiao Hua's space had completely disappeared. Chapter 4389. Ancestor? The five-colored sea god seashell cried out in disbelief when he saw the huge seven-colored shell disappear in a flash and the human Grand Ascension stage cultivator who was talking to him a moment ago. Damn it! Hearing the five-colored sea god seashell's cry, the celestial being was enraged and was about to charge at the five-colored sea god seashell. Feng Wu hurriedly shouted, fellow celestial being, don't worry my ass, the celestial being shouted back, fellow Daoist Xiao is already gone. How can I not worry? Buzz. Just then, 36 bolts of lightning shot into the sky. The 36 scattered nascent souls all activated the power of lightning and spread out, surrounding the entire space. Boom boom boom. With 3 explosions, huge pillars of starlight and moonlight fell. The five-colored sea god shell, the flying feather void beast, and the golden-winged great peng were covered in fierce flames again. The situation that had just calmed down became tense again because of the appearance of the seven-colored shell and Xiao Hua's disappearance. In particular, the expressions of the 3 great saints of the demon race changed again. The golden-winged great peng looked around warily, and the golden light in his eyes flickered slightly. He already understood that the ancestor was only interested in Xiao Hua and didn't put the celestial being, Feng Wu, and the others into the space. The 3 of them were still at a disadvantage. Moreover, the ancestor hadn't asked about the 1,000 demon sacred realm for a long time. Even if the demon race and the demon race were to fight, she wouldn't intervene. Therefore, he couldn't hope for the ancestor to intervene. However, if Xiao Hua didn't appear and give the order, the celestial being and Feng Wu wouldn't let him go. He could only fight to the death today. The golden-winged great peng understood. So how could the flying feather void beast not understand? He also turned his eyes and looked at the Feng Wu, the celestial being, and the scattered nascent souls. Finally, his gaze fell on the Feng Wu. Ah, so it's the ancestor here. The golden-winged great peng sighed and looked at the five-colored sea god seashell. Only now do I understand why Bai Qing was so bold. The five-colored sea god seashell understood the meaning of the song and put away his doubts. He smiled bitterly and said, that's right. This saint truly did not expect that all of this was the ancestor's arrangement. Feng Wu understood what the 3 great saints of the demon race were thinking. He smiled coldly, looked at the five-colored seashell, and asked flatly, since this is the will of your ancestor, what is your decision? There was no need for the five-colored sea god seashell to speak. The stars around the golden-winged great peng flashed as he said, since it's the ancestor's will, it's also the will of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. We won't disobey. Sigh. Wen Chu heard and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly understood. That day, before Namo-Metria Buddha achieved fruition in the Great Snow Mountain, the colorful shellfish demon once said that he had a backer. According to Samantabhadra Bodhisattva of Namo-Metria, even Mahavairokkana Buddha was not willing to provoke his backer. Previously, whether it was Xiao Hua or the other doppelgangers, they all thought that it was the great sage of the demon clan from the five-colored sea god shell. But in fact, that was not the case at all. It was the seven-colored sea god shell that was much more powerful than the five-colored sea god shell. All right. Feng Wu's eyes widened as he shouted, since that's the case, then I won't waste my breath on you. If Daoist Master Xiao can survive, then there's no need for any grievances between us. Everything from before can be forgotten. What if the human Grand Ascension stage cultivator can't survive? The five-colored sea god Shell asked in a worried voice. He. When Chu smiled coldly and replied, then there's no need for you to return to the Great Holy Palace, and for the next 100,000 years, there won't be a great sage in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. How dare you? The golden-winged Great Peng was furious and flapped his wings, about to activate the power of the stars again. Cough cough. The flying feather Ni Kong coughed slightly and glanced at the golden-winged Great Peng, then turned to Feng Wu with a smile and asked, I am the third great sage of the Great Holy Palace, Flying Feather Ni Kong. How should I address the seventh great sage? Feng Wu looked at the flying feather Ni Kong for a long while before replying, I'm the heaven-defying lightning phoenix. Heaven-defying? The flying feather void beast was a little surprised. It then extended its sharp claws and gave a thumbs up like a human. It praised, as expected of the phoenix sage who has close ties with the human race. Even your name is so arrogant. This sage is Impress. I wouldn't dare. Feng Wu shook her head. I can't compare myself to Sage Ni, Sage Peng, and Sage Bei. Ha ha. The flying feather Ni Kong beast laughed and looked up at the stars in the distance. Who would have thought that 4 of the 7 great sages of the Great Holy Palace would be gathered in this tiny Bai Qingyu? If the arcane Pentaceratops, Vermilion Flame Vermilion Bird, and Nether Dragon Spider come, then all 7 great sages are gathered. Feng Wu just listened quietly and didn't say anything. The flying feather void beast didn't seem to need Feng Wu to say anything. It continued, even though the Great Holy Hall originally had 6 saints, other than Saint Bei, the other 5 saints didn't have any foundation. According to what I know, before the other 5 great sages became great sages, they all received the favor of our ancestors. I see. Shock flashed through Feng Wu's eyes. The flying feather Ni Kong beast's words were very clear. The ancestor of the rainbow shell wasn't just the ancestor of the 5-colored seashell, but also the ancestor of all the great sages of the Great Holy Palace. Feng Wu and the others didn't think that there would be such a transcendent existence in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. She wasn't a great sage, but she was stronger than a great sage. Of course, she was someone that even the Virokana revered one didn't want to provoke. If that's the case. When Chu's voice was as cold as ice. Then fellow immortal Xiao is most likely dead. That's right, the golden-winged Great Peng shouted. The human Grand Ascension stage is definitely no match for our ancestor. Very well, the celestial being laughed. Then we'll sacrifice you to fellow Daoist Xiao. Not necessarily, not necessarily. Before the golden-winged Great Peng could speak, the 5-colored seashell hurriedly said, the ancestor hasn't asked about the 1,000 demon sacred realm for hundreds of thousands of years. There must be a reason for her to act today. Moreover, this matter must be related to Bai Qingyu. Nonsense. Daoist sorcerer was also a bit anxious. Isn't she the one who caused all of this? The problem is. The 5-colored seashell was very troubled. This sage doesn't know why our ancestor suddenly interfered with Bai Qingyu's matter. Moreover, she personally appeared in front of Bai Qingyu. Damn it, this sage doesn't know either. The golden-winged Great Peng shouted. This sage only received a message from Kang Yu Tian, who knew that this was all arranged by our ancestor. The 5-colored seashell released its origin will. After taking a look, it smiled bitterly. Bai Qingyu has been eliminated by the human race. Bai Qing and the other 2 demon kings have also been captured by Daoist Xiao. Who should we ask? Where's Sage Ni? Feng Wu turned to look at the flying feather Ni Kong beast, whose figure flickered like a star in the night sky. He. The flying feather Ni Kong beast chuckled a bit awkwardly. This sage knows that Ni Quan wants to expand his power on the hidden immortal continent. He also reported that if this matter didn't involve the immortal palace, this sage wouldn't care at all. After all, they're suppressing a 5th-grade origin force human. As for Bai Qingyu and Sky Obscuring Ridge, they seem to be interrogating this human for 2 pieces of information. As for what information, Ni Quan doesn't know at all. Bai Qing and Peng Jun are tight-lipped. He can't get any information out of them at all. Information? What information? Wen Chu also looked at Feng Wu in bewilderment. After all, the seven-colored seashell incident happened before the doppelgangers regained consciousness. Xiao Hua didn't tell these doppelgangers at all. Daoist sorcerer nodded. No matter what information it is, since they're interrogating him, it must be what our ancestor wants. That's right. The five-colored sea god's seashell was rather perplexed as well. That's why I'm curious. Why are you insisting on interrogating this grand ascension stage being? They don't seem to know each other. There's no way a human grand ascension stage cultivator would want to know something that our ancestor has to know. Furthermore, from the fact that Bai Qingyu has been suppressing that human great sage substitute for several hundred years, it seems that our ancestor values this information greatly. She doesn't dare to use any extreme methods at all costs. Daoist sorcerer, the heavenly being, Wen Chu, and Feng Wu exchanged a glance. They were well aware that Xiao Hua most likely had more secrets than all of the secrets in the three continents. It was very likely that he really did know what their ancestor wanted to know. That's good too. The flying feather void beast smiled. Since our ancestor values this information greatly, she won't harm that human grand ascension stage cultivator so easily. As long as the human grand ascension stage cultivator tells her the information, he'll be able to escape safely. The golden-winged Great Peng nodded. Since our ancestor can't bear to harm that human grand ascension stage cultivator and only suppressed him for several hundred years, at this point, the golden-winged Great Peng subconsciously paused. That's right. Since the old ancestor allowed Bai Qingyu to suppress the little white dragon for several hundred years, how long would she be able to suppress Xiao Hua if he didn't speak up? Indeed, Sage Peng is right. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Wen Chu also waved a hand. Fellow immortals, surround the three great sages first. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't come out, we'll wait here for another day. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't come out for 10,000 years, we'll wait here for 10,000 years. Damn it, damn it. The golden-winged Great Peng knew that he had said something wrong, and he roared, "Humans, I only respect your close relationship with Phoenix Sage of the demon race, and I don't want to cause any trouble. Don't think that I'm afraid of you." Without waiting for the golden-winged Great Peng to finish speaking, rumble. The 36 scattered nascent souls formed hand seals in unison. Like the cries of 10,000 horses, thunder was born in the entire night sky, and similarly, it uniformly covered the space of 10,000 miles. Chapter 4390. Damn it. The flying feather void beast was very sensitive to spatial fluctuations, and he could already sense the order and solemnity of the lightning, and he couldn't help but curse. Why are these 36 grand ascension stage human beings acting like a single person? How did they do it? In that case, even an ordinary spell would be amplified by close to 100 times the power of 36 grand ascension stage beings at the same time. Even if I were to reach the pinnacle of power, I wouldn't be able to deal with them. It seemed that they were about to draw their swords again. Boom! Thousands of miles away, another seven-colored light flashed out from an unknown space like a rainbow. Xiao Hua could sense that something had happened again upon seeing this burst of rainbow light, as well as an aura that he was no match for. He immediately activated his magic power and teleported away without any hesitation. Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the spatial light had already passed through the layers of space within a few breaths of time. However, before he could calm down, he saw that the distorted light and shadows were instantly covered by the seven-colored halo. Moreover, the space around Xiao Hua had clearly sunk. Crap! Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly activated the lightning around him, and the power of his domain crazily expanded in all directions. His domain had only expanded by a few hundred miles when Xiao Hua saw a seven-colored dome of heaven descend from the sky. At the same time, a vast seven-colored land also emerged from the ground, sealing him in a seven-colored space in an instant. However, the seven-colored space was unusually quiet. There was no chi of heaven and earth or great spirit. Only seven-colored light threads were floating leisurely all over the place. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense couldn't extend very far, and as his gaze fell upon the threads of light, Countless illusionary realms appeared, as if each of the threads of light was a small world of its own. Xiao Hua's heart jolted upon seeing this, and lightning erupted all over his body as he flew toward a certain direction. Rumble. Lightning filled the entire sky. Xiao Hua flew for a long while, but he was unable to see the edge of the rainbow light, and nothing around him had changed. Seeing this, Xiao Hua simply stopped and waved his hand, wanting to take out the wishful staff. However, where Xiao Hua's mind fell, there was no trace of anyone in the space behind his head. Hiss, how is this possible? Xiao Hua was shocked, and he hurriedly checked his surroundings, but there was no trace of space at all. Is this an illusion? Xiao Hua immediately thought of his encounter with the vast freedom heavenly devil in the ruins. Immediately afterward, Xiao Hua hurriedly pulled out a yin-yang bracelet and scanned it with his spiritual sense. As expected, this yin-yang bracelet couldn't be opened either. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed as he put the yin-yang bracelet away, then pulled out the Teng Jiao shears. Previously, he had used the Teng Jiao shears to attack the golden rock, and didn't have time to put it away, but now, he could use it. Shua! Xiao Hua activated his magic power, and the soaring dragon scissors transformed into a dragon shape and swung in the air, immediately cutting the 7 colored light strands in half. Moreover, these light strands didn't instantly fuse, but instead slowly turned into 2 light strands and drifted down. Xiao Hua frowned again, and thought to himself, if this isn't an illusion, then, this must be the location of a seal, but this seal is too powerful. No, it's not a seal, it should be a space similar to the 5-colored sea god shell. It's the rainbow seashell. In this space, it must have isolated my space. Damn it, if that's really the case, then this rainbow seashell is. Rainbow. Oh, I understand now. The cause and effect is actually here. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's thoughts suddenly became clear. He knew a lot, and what Wen Chu could think of, he could also think of. He even thought of Fairy Jing and the jade eyes he gave her. If that's the case, then this rainbow seashell is the Baka that the 5-colored great demon of the Great Snow Mountain was talking about. It's a great sage among great sages that even Mahavira Kanna doesn't want to provoke. And he's the mastermind behind the suppression of Little White Dragon. As for the main culprit, it's the jade eyes I gave Fairy Jing. The rainbow seashell inside must have an extremely close relationship with this rainbow seashell, or else he wouldn't have been able to suppress Little White Dragon for 200 years. Poor Little White Dragon. Back then, I didn't know that Fairy Jing was so heartless. When she saw that she couldn't have a deep relationship with me, she immediately drank the emotion for getting water. I didn't have time to get the jade eyes back, so I've implicated Little White Dragon. However, this rainbow seashell can actually change the god statue with a human body and a snake tail. It must be related to me, Shong Huaming. How can I just give it to someone else so casually? Of course, it's also possible that the rainbow conch and rainbow ocean shell are closely related to me. When he thought up to here, Xiao Hua had a plan in his heart, and he stopped moving and looked around. There might be many cultivators like Xiao Hua on the Dawn Rain continent and the 3 continents, but it was rare to see someone as affectionate as Xiao Hua. Ever since Xiao Hua recovered part of his memories and returned to the cultivation world from the Divine Land, he already knew that he was Zhong Xiao Hua. However, he couldn't forget that Xiao Hongyu had adopted him and the care and concern of Gong Mingwei, Zhong Qingxiao, and Xiao Shenrui, so he never changed his name. He even changed his Dharma name to Daoist Xiao to commemorate the time between Xiao Hongyu and Yellow Flower Ridge. Now that he saw a senior who might be related to Shong Huaming, how could Xiao Hua not be serious? After Xiao Hua looked around and saw no trace of him, he bowed and said, Shong Huaming's junior disciple greets senior. The 7-colored light that filled the sky instantly froze. In the distant horizon, a 7-colored full moon suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire space. However, there was no difference whether it shone brightly or not. Near Xiao Hua, there was nothing but emptiness and 7 colors, nothing else. The 7-colored full moon appeared in front of Xiao Hua in a flash. When the brilliance faded, a beautiful woman appeared from the full moon. The woman was completely naked, and her skin was also 7-colored. The 7 colors flowed slowly on the mysterious lines of the woman. Other than an indescribable feeling, There was only holiness left. Two extreme feelings appeared on her body at the same time. If any human saw this, they would be dumbfounded. They would be drowned in her beauty and suffocate. You are Shang Huaming's disciple? The woman's voice was like the sound of nature, and seemed to be more attractive than her beauty. What does Shang Huaming look like now? Although Xiao Hua was respectful, he did not relax. He was still on guard. When he bowed, he had already seen the woman's physical appearance. However, he also understood that this woman was a demon. The so-called human form was just a piece of clothing in her eyes. In the eyes of the human race, etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame were the accessories on the clothes. This woman might like the beauty of the clothes, but how would she know if the accessories were good, pleasing to the eye, or even in accordance with the rules? Since the woman did not care about her physical appearance, Xiao Hua naturally could not take it to heart. Appearance was emptiness, and emptiness was appearance. Xiao Hua was not unaware of this. Hearing the woman ask about Shang Huaming, he hurriedly replied, "Senior, please no. This junior does not know if the Shang Huaming you speak of is the same as the Shang Huaming I speak of. However, this junior does not know much about Shang Huaming's current situation. The Shang Huaming I know is naturally not the Shang Huaming you know." The woman sighed. Her gaze seemed to be able to see through space. She said, "How many years has it been? How could there not be any changes? Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he hurriedly replied, "Since you know Shang Huaming, you should know my intentions, right?" The woman went straight to the point. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "This junior roughly understands what senior is thinking, but I wonder if it is related to the jade eyes." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the jade eyes, the woman's figure could not help but tremble. Her seven-colored body dissipated like an illusion, and a few breaths later, it reappeared. The 7 colors of the entire 7-colored space vibrated at the same time. Clearly, the woman was very excited, and this excitement could not be suppressed. The woman nodded. Her 7-colored eyes, which were like the deep sea, were suffused with incomparable splendor. She opened her mouth and said, "The 200 years of farce can finally end today. Are you the real Xiao Hua?" "Yes. This junior," Xiao Hua admitted. It was this junior who gave the jade eyes to Fairy Jing. The woman still nodded. Since she knew that Xiao Hua was already in the space, the woman's expression calmed down. After a while, she asked, "The image in the jade eyes, where did you see it?" "Senior, are you talking about the 7-colored conch?" Xiao Hua saw that the woman did not point it out. It seemed that she still did not trust him, so he simply explained the matter. "Yes." The woman's voice clearly trembled again. Clearly, she was extremely concerned about the 7-colored conch. She did not hide this concern, and she was not even afraid of Xiao Hua seeing through it. Xiao Hua, of course, would not directly admit that the 7-colored conch was in his hands. He slightly smiled and said, "If senior has any questions, this junior will definitely answer them. However, if possible, can senior first tell me about the relationship between senior and the 7-colored conch?" The woman's tone was cold, and she indifferently replied, "Little guy, some things can be heard, and some things can't be heard. Senior is right." Xiao Hua did not show any weakness and replied, "Some people can be trusted, and some people can't be trusted. This junior cannot casually leak the information about Senior Hua Ming to others." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the 7-colored silk covering the sky suddenly went crazy. The space within 100 li around Xiao Hua suddenly contracted, and then all the 7-colored silk condensed into a tentacle-like thing that passed through the space and fell between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Catcher! The domain around Xiao Hua collapsed under the tentacle, and the 7-colored silk fiercely pounced over like a python. Chapter 4391. Rumble. Xiao Hua didn't hold back. Green seal text appeared between his eyebrows. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled, protecting his body. The 7-colored light cracked under the lightning attack, unable to get within 100 miles of Xiao Hua. "Damn it!" The woman's voice sounded. The entire sky immediately darkened, as if a storm was about to come. On the other hand, Xiao Hua's expression didn't change. As he circulated his magic power, spiraling petals appeared between the lightning bolts. Wherever these petals passed, the collapsed space rapidly healed. It was only as he spoke that the space that had been destroyed by the woman was restored. Senior. Xiao Hua's voice sounded, on the 3 continents, the highest level of strength is the upper 9th level of origin energy. Since Senior's sealed space is on the 3 continents, it can't exceed this law. Moreover, the information about the 7-colored conch is probably only known by Junior in the entire world. Senior, please reconsider. Are you threatening me? The woman's voice was very sharp. Clearly, she was already somewhat angry. Then, Xiao Hua saw that several hundred li away from him, a 7-colored brilliance flashed. Then, 2 figures appeared in the brilliance. The woman coldly said, "Unfortunately, you don't have the qualifications to threaten me, Little White." Seeing the human figure that looked exactly like him in the light, Xiao Hua finally understood. Little White Dragon was sucked into the space by this woman. No wonder he couldn't detect it. However, looking at the beautiful woman beside Little White Dragon whose belly was slightly bulging, Xiao Hua was confused. "Do you see? This is your substitute. He was suppressed under the fire pillar for you for more than 200 years. Although I don't know what your relationship with him is, seeing that not only do you look similar to him, even your aura and soul are similar, hehe. Don't tell me that you don't know him." The woman coldly laughed and said. Xiao Hua didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "He's called Little White. He's a python that transformed into a dragon. His Junior's brother in tribulation. Junior can't not recognize him." "That's right," the woman said with a smile. "Since you're his brother in tribulation, you should know why I took him out." Xiao Hua faintly smiled and said, "If it were someone else who said this Junior would probably compromise and lower his head for Little White's life. But when facing Senior, Junior doesn't think it's a good idea for Senior to threaten Junior with Xiao Bai's life." "Oh, why?" The young woman was surprised. Since Xiao Hua was willing to lead 200,000 Fortune Gate disciples to rescue the Little White Dragon, it was natural that he attached great importance to the Little White Dragon. Moreover, just a moment ago, Xiao Hua had already admitted that the Little White Dragon in his hand was his brother in tribulation. How could he possibly disregard the Little White Dragon's life? "It's simple," Xiao Hua replied. "This Junior's brother has an extremely good relationship with my Shong Huaming's Senior. It can be said that they have gone through life and death together. If Senior injures this Junior's brother, Junior doesn't know how Senior will explain it to Senior from Shong Huaming. Damn it." When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but fly into a rage. Light flashed, and the 2 figures within the light woke up. "Darling Xiao, darling Xiao." The woman opened her eyes and looked around blankly. She exclaimed, Where is this?" "Your grandmother. How would I know where this is?" The Little White Dragon also looked around and cursed, "Wasn't this all arranged by you? How come you didn't know? This concubine was afraid that you would be killed by my father. That's why I saved you." The woman was naturally Bai Bo. She pulled the Little White Dragon's hand, and a demonic cloud appeared below her. She flew in a certain direction. The Little White Dragon seemed to be injured, so he didn't circulate his dragon chi and only flew with Bai Bo. Unfortunately, Bai Bo flew straight for a while, but her figure didn't change at all. Her voice sounded again, "That's not right. This doesn't seem to be me, Bai Qingyu. What an idiot." The Little White Dragon scolded. He struggled to move his body and looked around. His eyes were filled with illusions, so how could he distinguish the direction? He only casually pointed, and the 2 of them flew again. After flying for a while, the Little White Dragon asked, "You said that there are already many human cultivators around Bai Qingyu who came to save me?" "That's right, darling Xiao." Bai Bo nodded and said, "Bai Qingyu's front sent a message that there are several groups of cultivators coming to save you. However, their strength is too weak. At most, they are at the lower 5th grade essence force. They can't even compare to my demon general, so how could they save you? Your grandmother, your father is so heartless." The Little White Dragon said fiercely, "He's using me as bait." "That's right." Bai Bo looked like a little bird that was dependent on a man. She said in a low voice, "That day, I heard my father discussing with the Demon King of Shrouding Sky Ridge and the Demon King of Ancient Bell Mountain to kill you today to show his might. I was scared, so I mustered up my courage to steal you out. You didn't dare to make a move for more than 100 years. For no reason, why did you have the guts today? The little white dragon pinched Baibo's chest and said with a pout. Weren't you in no danger in the past? Baibo laughed delicately and said, don't think I don't know your trick. When you were refining that fire pillar, although you shouted fiercely, you were actually using that demon fire to cultivate. Although it was painful, it was useful for your cultivation. Chimpate. The little white dragon snorted in annoyance. Baibo panicked and said hurriedly, Darling Xiao, I never told my father about this. None of them knew, Ian. Little white dragon answered casually, and Jadewave's face immediately turned for the better. She looked around and said, Moreover, this concubine wants you to know that this concubine is devoted to you. Unlike that slut who betrayed you and even tricked you. Pa! Without waiting for Baibo to finish speaking, the little white dragon slapped Baibo's face and scolded, You're not allowed to slander others. How many times have I told you, I don't know her at all. Mph, if you don't know her, how could she possibly give up her life to save you? Although Baibo felt wronged, her small mouth flattened. In the end, she still didn't cry and said stubbornly, I want you to see that I can also sacrifice everything for you. For you, I can also. All right, no need to say any more. The little white dragon touched Baibo's face lovingly and said, That woman and I don't know each other at all. The one she knows is the human race's Xiao Hua. Oh, are you still in pain? It doesn't hurt anymore. Baibo put her face on the little white dragon's hand and said in a low voice, That day, other than being jealous, I was also shocked. I didn't think that loving someone could actually love to that extent. So when I heard that you were in danger, I really couldn't help it. Besides, I can't let our child be born without a father, right? Ah! The little white dragon almost jumped up when he heard that. He cried out in surprise, What? Our child? Where is it? Where is it? Baibo stroked her stomach loftily and said with a smile, Naturally it's in my stomach. Speaking up to here, Baibo glanced at the little white dragon and said coquettishly, You still have the cheek to say that. My servant girl also has your flesh and blood. If not for the sake of that flesh and blood, I would have killed her long ago. Damn it, is that true? The little white dragon looked at Baibo in disbelief and then carefully placed his hand on her stomach, touching it again and again. After a while, the little white dragon opened his mouth again and said, Wife, there seems to be a mountain peak in front. Why don't you hide there first? Okay. When Baibo heard that the little white dragon was concerned about her, she was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. However, she had just said one word when she came back to her senses and said anxiously, Darling Xiao, I'm going. What are you going to do? Could it be that you're going to find that slut? Oh, don't worry. I've already made arrangements for her. After this period of time, I'll let her leave by Qingyu. Wife. The little white dragon reached out to touch Baibo's slightly bulging stomach and said word by word, Your husband is a man. Previously, I didn't know that there were human cultivators coming to save your husband, so your husband escaped far away. But now, your husband knows that they came to save your husband. How can your husband stay out of it? Your husband must return to Bai Qingyu and tell them that your husband has already escaped danger. I even have to tell them that your husband isn't the Xiao Hua they want to save. Maybe the real Xiao Hua is also among them. How can your husband let Xiao Hua go to his death? But Baibo grabbed the little white dragon's hand and cried, Darling Xiao, if you go back, you definitely won't be able to return alive. I know. The little white dragon used his other hand to pat Baibo's cheek and said lovingly, But your husband is a man. A man should face life and death directly. He must not be a coward. Wife also doesn't wish for our flesh and blood to talk about today's matter after descending to the world. Tell him that your husband became a deserter, right? Let a group of human cultivators sacrifice themselves for your husband, right? Your wife would rather not tell him than tell him your heroic story on the day of your death. Baibo didn't let go of the little white dragon's arm and said with gritted teeth, Your wife only wants to see you every day, regardless of whether you are a man or not. Your grandmother, why can't you make sense? The little white dragon said exasperatedly. Laozi doesn't only have you as a woman. Laozi is from the dragon race. Human race, demon race, sea race, and so on. There are plenty of women, no matter how many you have. The little white dragon was wrong. Bai Bo was from the demon race, not the human race. Why would she care about this? Bai Bo shouted, I want you all. I won't let you go back. Boom. Just as Bai Bo was shouting, several soul strands came out from the little white dragon's glabella and landed on Bai Bo's forehead. Bai Bo closed her eyes and fainted. The little white dragon kissed Bai Bo's cheek tenderly and flew with her for a moment. Looking at his actions, it seemed like he hid her in the cave and then flew out himself. Of course, just as the little white dragon flew out, an illusion flashed in front of his eyes and he also lay down in the light. Chapter 4392. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked to see the 5th and 6th grade elemental energy dragons and shell elemental energy being toyed with by the woman. He looked at the woman. That woman said indifferently, Do you see? If you don't agree, this brother of yours will die because of you. Do you want everyone who loves and cares about you to leave you one by one? Who is that woman? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His eyes were already turning red as he looked at that woman and asked coldly. Actually, you already know in your heart. Why are you still asking me? That woman smiled coldly. Xiao Hua naturally had a premonition that the woman the little white dragon was talking about should be Fairy Jing. Now that he heard the woman's confirmation, his heart couldn't help but ache. He really didn't expect that the snobbish woman in his heart would die to save him. Could it be that she didn't only have herself in her heart? Could it be that she wasn't as selfish as he thought? Does your heart ache? The woman asked indifferently. If you don't want your heart to ache, it's better to say what you know. If you say it, no one will get hurt because of you. If this junior says it, this junior's brother might not be in danger, but my Shong Huaming's senior might die because of this. Xiao Hua still shook his head and said, Moreover, this junior will definitely not let that woman die for no reason. The woman was furious again. You really think I don't dare to do it? Moreover, you massacred my Bai Qingyu, killed nearly 1 million of my demons, and ruined many of my children? Could it be that this isn't worth that woman of yours? That's right. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and said, Suppress my body and kill my old friend. I will definitely kill Bai Qingyu, demon monarch Bai Qingyu. Damn it. The woman was infuriated. Bai Qingyu has already been killed by you, yet you are still so arrogant. Alright, I will kill this little evil dragon right now. Seeing that the woman was really going to kill the little white dragon, Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. Holding back the grief in his heart, he clenched his teeth and said, Killing Bai Qingyu and revealing the location of the rainbow conch are two different things now. I've made it clear that the rainbow conch seems to be closely related to me, Shong Huaming. If I'm not mistaken, he should be my senior. Therefore, I can't leave his life in the hands of others, and I can't tell anyone about him. I understand. At this moment, the woman also understood. Seeing Xiao Hua take half a step back, she nodded and said, You're right, this matter definitely cannot be known by outsiders. However, I'm not an outsider. If possible, this junior is all ears. Xiao Hua's face sank as he asked faintly, Actually, this junior has also heard it. Senior doesn't seem to know about Shong Huaming's. Not bad. The woman didn't conceal anything and replied, I've never heard of Shong Huaming in the 3 continent. I don't even know how he's related to Shong Huaming. Yes, Shong Huaming is such a small place. If not for someone close to him, no one would know about him. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and didn't point out where Shong Huaming was. The woman was silent for a moment before speaking again. Do you know the Red Sea domain? Speaking of the Red Sea domain, the woman's tone fluctuated again, as if she was wiping away a long time ago. Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. However, after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, This junior has just stepped into the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm and came to Bai Qingyu. I'm not familiar with the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm, so I don't know about the Red Sea domain. The Red Sea domain isn't a place in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. It's a realm. The woman smiled and explained. Hearing the woman's words, Xiao Hua was shocked again. He originally thought that the woman would talk about the 10,000 demons realm. Who knew that the Red Sea domain would appear? Xiao Hua replied cautiously again, "Forgive this junior for being ignorant. This junior only knows about the 3 continents and the 10,000 demons realm. I don't know about the Red Sea domain." "Well, it's normal that you don't know about it." The woman's tone was filled with vicissitudes. Her indescribably beautiful face was filled with worry. "In the 3 continents, I'm afraid that other than me, and that rainbow conch you saw earlier, no one else knows about that place. What a beautiful place it is. The entire realm is filled with serene blue seawater. Every day, the Red Sea domain rises from the seawater, and every night, there are endless stars that appear. The stars seem to be embedded in the seawater, and every one of them emits bright starlight. Under the starlight, countless members of the shell race are either cultivating, playing the zither, singing, or talking about love. The Red Sea domain is like the eyes of the sea god. Every day, it hangs in the seawater, watering the growth of the shell race with gentle love. There's no fighting, no killing, no competitiveness. Every ray of sunlight is filled with lazy longing, and every strand of seawater is filled with longing. Only when the Red Sea domain descends south, that broken halo will melancholy rise in the hearts of the shell race." At this point, when the woman heard this, tears appeared in her eyes. They were crystal clear, and rolled down her face that could be broken with a flick of a finger. There was actually a 7-colored rainbow, and it was truly charming. The woman's eyes slowly transformed. One was like a rainbow, and the other was like a star. It took the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Xiao Hua didn't dare to disturb her, and only stood there quietly. "My name is Bei Xian. When the woman's eyes reappeared, Xiao Hua heard her speak in an exceptionally clear voice. "It's from the Red Sea region. My true body, I believe you've heard of it and guessed that it is the Rainbow Sea God Shell. The one you saw earlier is my lover, the Rainbow Sea God Shell. His name is Bei Ming. Sigh." Although Xiao Hua had heard the woman's words before, and his heart was somewhat prepared, when the woman named Bei Xian personally admitted that she was the Rainbow Sea God Shell's lover, Xiao Hua couldn't help but take a deep breath. In his mind, he couldn't help but call out the equally beautiful and noble appearance of the 10,000 demon realm's Empress Xian Yuan. Bei Xian didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua's strange state, and continued, "Unfortunately, even 1,000,000 years of happiness is short-lived. Once the calamity comes, everything can only turn into memories." The human race of the hidden immortal continent had written many stories, and many of them were the same as what happened in the Red Sea domain. Experts from other realms attacked and broke the peace of the Red Sea domain. The Red Sea god of the Red Sea domain led the shell race to protect their homeland with their lives, and fought against the invaders. But the invaders of the sea race were too powerful. The shell race's shells were tough, and their bodies were weak and delicate. They were no match for the sea race. In just 1,000 years, the Red Sea domain turned into a blood domain. Everywhere was filled with blood and savagery. When Bei Ming and I were fighting against the sea race, we suddenly encountered a spatial fissure, and luckily escaped from the massacre of the sea race. But in the turbulent flow of space, I was separated from him again. I relied on the hardness of my shell to avoid being killed by the spatial fissure, and drifted to the 3 continents, but I don't know where he went. From then on, he turned into a mark, and only existed in my memory. Although I knew that this was a strange realm, I always hoped that he could wander there like me. So I left behind an order for my descendants. As long as there was a 7-colored brilliance, whether it was the human race, the sea race, the monster race, or the spirit race, they had to report it to me immediately. But over the years, I was disappointed again and again, and in the end, I was on the verge of despair. Until about 200 years ago, a jade eyes appeared in front of me by chance. At this point, Bei Xian raised her head to look at Xiao Hua, and asked, "I've said enough, whether you believe me or not. Anyway, I won't kill you. His information is too important, so important that I don't dare to let go of any opportunity. As for your substitute, I'd rather suppress him until he's old than search his soul, unless it's the moment of his death. Of course, if you don't say anything, I definitely won't let you go." Bei Xian's tone was so resolute, more eternal than the stars in the sky. Xiao Hua was very moved. What was the difference between this kind of stubbornness and Xue Xue's loneliness in the dark side of space? What was the difference between this and the stone statue's protection, or even longer? Xiao Hua really couldn't find any reason to refuse this pitiful Bei Xian. Even if Bei Xian's actions really hurt him. Xiao Hua even felt that if Xianyan and Bei Xian appeared in front of him at the same time, he would very likely give Bei Ming to Bei Xian. Of course, fortunately, this kind of situation didn't happen. Moreover, Xiao Hua couldn't be sure that Bei Ming was the Ming Hua that Xianyan spoke of. Although the two legendary existences both had the word Ming in their names. Xiao Hua sighed, Senior's deep yearning, this junior can empathize with it. This junior also has a loved one, but we can't meet. This junior is willing to tell senior where I saw this senior. Okay. Bei Xian's voice trembled. Where is he? Before saying this junior has a small request. After all, this involved the life and death of the rainbow conch. Xiao Hua was just too careless. He still wanted to verify the truth of Bei Xian's words. Bei Xian clearly misunderstood Xiao Hua's meaning. She said with some displeasure, Human, don't worry. As long as you tell me where Bei Ming is, I can give you anything you want in the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm. I can even help you cultivate to the highest realm in the 3 continent. Senior misunderstands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this matter involves Senior Bei Ming's life and death. This junior doesn't dare to be careless. If Senior can show me the image of the sea god, perhaps this junior will be more at ease. How dare you? Bei Xian lightly reprimanded, causing the entire rainbow space to shake. The image of the sea god is actually that of a mortal like you. At this point, Bei Xian stopped. She seemed to think for a moment and nodded, I understand what you mean. With that, Bei Xian didn't seem to do anything. The rainbow light in front of Xiao Hua boiled violently like flames soaring into the sky. The image of the sea god proudly flew out from the flames. The upper body of this image was that of a woman, with a thin waist and full breasts. Her 2 hands were placed in front of her chest, and her 10 fingers formed a seal. As for the lower body, from the waist down, it wasn't the legs of an ordinary person, but a snake tail. Wasn't it exactly the same as Shang Huaming's god statue? Chapter 4393. Seeing this, Xiao Hua no longer had any doubts. He bowed and said, Junior has seen it. Thank you, Senior. Once the image of the sea god appeared, Bei Xian didn't dare to stand in the air. She lowered her head slightly and landed below the image of the sea god. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, she respectfully raised her hand. The image of the sea god turned into a sky full of fireflies and slowly disappeared. Do you believe me now? Bei Xian asked faintly. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. Junior has no more objections. Although Junior doesn't know if Senior and Senior Bei Ming are really lovers, but there is some relationship after all. Junior has decided to take a gamble. You don't believe this? Bei Xian was really speechless. You are too careful. It's just a trace of Bei Ming. Why do you have to be so careful? According to Xiao Hua's previous thoughts, no matter what the rainbow conch was, as long as he reached the 10,000 demon realm, he would immediately throw it to a place and ignore it. As for the life and death of the rainbow conch, it was not something he was willing to care about. Since he met Bei Xian today, this Bei Xian was obviously related to the rainbow conch. And if there was no accident, her words should be true. After all, this was the 1000 demon sacred realm, not the Dawn Rain continent. Bei Xian couldn't know about the corner of the Dawn Rain continent's yellow flower ridge, let alone the god statue hidden in his space. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Bei Xian and the rainbow conch were enemies. After she obtained the rainbow conch, she immediately killed it. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua wanted to take a gamble. This junior met Senior Bei Ming in an extremely secretive place. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and explained, and Junior only knows that this place is in the West Sea. As for where it is, Junior can't find it. No matter. Bei Xian smiled, you just need to tell me the approximate location of the West Sea and I can find it. Actually, Xiao Hua hesitated and said, after Junior left, Senior Bei Ming was no longer there. There is no meaning in Senior going there. Ah! What do you mean by that? Beizian was stunned for a moment. However, after a few breaths, she suddenly froze. The entire space was dead silent. There was not a trace of sound. Then, the entire space shook violently. Countless seven-colored flowers bloomed uncontrollably. Beizian-er's stuttering voice resounded throughout the entire space. You mean, he is on your body. Happiness had come too suddenly. Even Beizian-er, a true supreme expert of the thousand demons' sacred realm, could not help but lose her composure. Xiao Hua took a small detour. This was the effect he wanted. Looking at Beizian-er's ecstasy, his previous doubts had completely disappeared. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I'll let Senior know. What Senior wants, the rainbow conch is actually on Junior. Junior can give it to Senior at any time. Woo! The rain of light fell like tears, wetting the space, wetting Xiao Hua's domain, and also wetting Beizian-er's heart. The entire world trembled in this rain of light, just like Beizian-er's choked heart. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Beizian-er stopped trembling. She said softly, where is he? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, Senior, Junior has placed the rainbow conch in the Kunlun immortal realm. The Kunlun mirror cannot be opened in Senior's domain. Give me the Kunlun mirror. I have a way, Beizian-er said without hesitation. Xiao Hua was even more embarrassed. He smiled and said, this Kunlun mirror is Junior's natal magic treasure. I'm afraid it's not easy to give it to Senior. Beizian-er's expression changed slightly when she heard this. Senior, don't misunderstand. Xiao Hua hurriedly explained, Senior only needs to open this domain, and Junior can take out the rainbow conch. You can't give me the Kunlun mirror? Beizian-er asked again. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After a moment, he smiled and said, Senior, please rest assured. Junior is a man of his words. Once I promise, I will definitely do it. Moreover, with Senior's ability, how can Junior escape? Besides, Junior can find such a powerful backer like Senior. Junior won't find trouble for himself for no reason. Yes. Beizian-er nodded and said proudly, you don't dare. Not to mention the thousand demons' sacred realm, even if it's the hidden immortal continent or the pure land world, as long as I want, I can kill you no matter where you hide. Yes. Xiao Hua said with a smile, Junior won't be so ungrateful and overestimate himself. While speaking, Beizian-er's figure flashed and turned into thousands of seven-colored halos. Then, the seven-colored world in front of Xiao Hua suddenly opened. Amidst the soaring brilliance, the dazzling starry sky appeared above his head again. As soon as Xiao Hua's aura appeared, Wen Chu and the others immediately sensed the location of the space. The tension immediately disappeared without a trace. Wen Chu said happily, fellow immortal Xiao. The Rainbow Sea God Shell and the other two great sages also said happily, ancestor. Unfortunately, before they finished speaking, Xiao Hua's voice transmitted to Wen Chu, the celestial being, Daoist sorcerer, and Feng Wu. The four of them couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Wen Chu, Daoist sorcerer, and Feng Wu didn't move. The celestial being took advantage of the three great sages looking at the soaring seven-colored halos to enter the space with the 36 scattered nascent souls. You don't have to come over. Xiao Hua and I have something important to do. Beizian-er's voice sounded very majestic in the distance. At the same time, a seven-colored halo rose in front of the great sages. Not only did it block the three great sages, but it also separated Wen Chu, Feng Wu, Daoist sorcerer from Xiao Hua. Yes. The three great sages of the demon clan didn't dare to disobey the order. They responded in a low voice and still stood in midair. Wen Chu and the other two also stood in midair and didn't seem to be on guard. Senior, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua smiled and put his hand into his pocket. But at this moment, Xiao Hua stopped again and said with a smile, by the way, Senior, can you let Junior's brother out first? Junior is really worried about his injury. Chimpage. Beizian-er seemed a little unhappy, but she didn't say anything. In the light and shadow, the figures of Little White Dragon and Jade Wave appeared. What's going on? The five-colored sea god shell was stunned all of a sudden. He looked at Jade Wave in disbelief. He could understand why Baiziana took Little White Dragon away, but he didn't know why Baiziana also took Jadewave away. However, before he could say more, Xiao Hua had already taken out the space from his pocket. Looking at the Kunlun mirror, Baiziana's eyes suddenly became fiery. She stared at the Kunlun mirror. Xiao Hua didn't panic. First, he urged his spiritual power. The mirror flashed with brilliance, and Little White Dragon and Jadewave were taken in. You! Seeing Xiao Hua shamelessly take Jadewave away, the five-colored sea god shell wanted to say something again. But at this moment, a brilliance rushed out of the space, and a seven-colored conch immediately appeared from the brilliance. Whoosh! As soon as the seven-colored conch appeared, without waiting for Xiao Hua to raise his hand to take it, a seven-colored tentacle appeared out of thin air, and immediately imprisoned the area within 100 miles. After a gust of wind swept past, the seven-colored conch disappeared without a trace. Ha ha! Xiao Hua said with a smile, Senior is really a little impatient, ouch. Before Xiao Hua could finish his words, the voice stopped abruptly. But just like before, under the torn earth, another seven-colored light and shadow suddenly appeared. Baizian-Er's huge seven-colored shell appeared in the light and shadow like the sky. Beyond the expectations of the three great saints of the demon clan, it covered Xiao Hua again. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't use his spiritual power to teleport at all. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth carried a trace of a smile, as if everything was within his calculations. Just as the seven-colored shell covered Xiao Hua in a flash, Xiao Hua's mind rolled, and he pulled Celestial, Sure, and Hui out of the space. As the seven-colored space descended, it enveloped all of them. In the blink of an eye, it mysteriously disappeared in front of the 6th ninth grade elemental energy experts. This. The golden-winged Great Peng's brain wasn't enough. He looked at the night sky, then at the five-colored sea god shell, and asked curiously, Shell Saint, what is the ancestor doing? The five-colored sea god shell was also puzzled. He hesitated for a moment, then replied, It seems that the ancestor and Daoist Xiao still have some things to discuss. As the five-colored sea god shell spoke, it looked at Wen Chu and Feng Wu. Hey! What about those ninth-grade essence energy spirit bodies? Where is that three-headed, six-armed celestial? At this moment, the golden-winged Great Peng suddenly realized that the 36th tribulation scattered nascent souls had disappeared, and the celestial skeleton had also disappeared. Feng Wu indifferently replied, Peng Saint, Bei Saint, Ni Saint, although this is the first time we've met, this saint also belongs to the Great Sage Hall, so this saint wants to hear more about the Great Sage Hall. I wonder if the three of you can enlighten me? Oh! The flying feather void beast immediately understood Feng Wu's meaning. He originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Feng Wu's confident appearance and thought of Feng Wu's previous threat, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Of course. However, before this saint talks about the Great Sage Hall, I wonder where in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm does Phoenix Saint think the Great Sage Hall is located? Feng Wu asked with interest, hearing Ni Saint's words, It seems that the Great Sage Hall isn't in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Oh! How does Phoenix Saint know? The golden-winged Great Peng tactfully joined in the discussion about the Great Sage Hall, although the five-colored sea god Seashell was a little concerned and had no intention of participating in the so-called discussion. He also knew in his heart that not only was Feng Wu a seven-star great saint, whose future potential far exceeded that of a great saint like himself, but even Wen Chu and Daoist, which weren't people that he could kill today. However, if he missed today, his star-concealing lake, Peng Saint's blue moon sky, and Ni Saint's flux forest would all be in the open, while Wen Chu and the other two would be in the dark. If they wanted to go against him, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm would probably never have a day of peace. The saying that there would not be a great sage in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm for the next 100,000 years was definitely not a lie. Therefore, the five-colored sea god shell only listened from the side and did not leave easily. Chapter 4394. Of course, whether it was the five-colored sea god shell, the flying feather void beast, the golden-winged Great Peng, or Feng Wu, Wen Chu, and Daoist sorcerer, they all paid attention to their surroundings, waiting for the seven-colored light to appear again. However, as they waited, the east was already daybreak. When Xiao Hua saw the seven-colored light appear again, he didn't panic at all. He pulled Tianren, Hui, and Sha out of the space and stood in midair, coldly looking ahead. Huh! Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't teleport and instead sent the 3 9th level essence power cultivators into his space, Beiziana couldn't help but be shocked. She asked curiously, "Why didn't you escape? Could it be you already knew that I wouldn't let you go?" Xiao Hua, Tianren, Hui, and Sha released their domains to protect themselves. On Tianren's shoulder, the dream mirage butterfly lay there obediently. Xiao Hua said coldly again, "You think too highly of yourself. You're just a foreign race from the Red Ocean domain that wandered to our 3 continents. Do you really think you're an ancestor? How could a foreign race know the power of our human race? Haha, the human race is just one of the 10,000 spirits. It's not even comparable to the monster race. How dare you compare to my shell race?" When Beiziana saw that Xiao Hua was trapped in her space again and that the 7-colored conch was already in her hands, she simply withdrew her previous attitude and laughed proudly. "However, your human race's self-righteousness is really too powerful. It can be said to be the #1 divine ability in the 3 continent. When I was in the Red Ocean domain, I never thought that in this world, there would be such a weak spirit seed that actually calls itself the leader of 10,000 spirit. It's really the biggest joke in the world. It's really unimaginably thick skin. Oh, I remember that the human race has a saying called deceiving one's ears and stealing a bell. Is that what it means?" Hearing Beiziana's carefree mockery, Xiao Hua only rubbed his nose, the corner of his mouth also revealing a mocking smile. There was no other reason. The vastness of this world had long surpassed Xiao Hua and Beiziana's knowledge. Although Beiziana's cultivation was far superior to Xiao Hua's, she didn't have Xiao Hua's good fortune. How could she know about the ruins and the primitive continent? Therefore, although her words were somewhat reasonable, they were not completely correct. Xiao Hua also disdained to argue with her. Moreover, Xiao Hua also understood that after Beiziana obtained the rainbow-colored conch, the greatest burden in her heart had been removed. It was inevitable that she would vent some of her emotions. Perhaps this mockery was her way of venting all the sufferings she encountered in the 3 continent. "Deceiving myself?" Xiao Hua indifferently replied, "Our human race's classical stories are as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Presumably, how could a brainless shellfish like you understand them? Don't think that just because you can take human form, you can compare with us humans. Of course, if your excellency wishes to improve and draw closer to the human race, this Xiao does not mind gifting you a book. First, you will understand what it means to deceive one's ears while stealing a bell. Then, you will understand what it means to have a sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and shame. Finally, you will understand what it means to repay kindness with enmity." Ha ha! Beiziana's flirtatious body swayed unlimitedly. In an instant, countless illusions of copulation appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Her voice, which was like lust, resounded throughout the entire 7-colored space. "Little doll, you are really eloquent. However, you are still too young. Do you know what I have seen the most in the vicissitudes of this world? It is nothing more than selfish desires, possession, war, mutual deception." Xiao Hua's tone was still indifferent. "Oh." Beiziana stared blankly for a moment before asking curiously, how did you know? There is a saying in Buddhism, if there is Buddha in the heart, all things are Buddha, if there is devil in the heart, all things are devil." Xiao Hua coldly replied, "You are the descendant of the Shell race's royal family. You were chased by the Sea race and escaped from the Red Sea domain. All you want is revenge, and your memories are filled with bone-deep hatred. What else can you see? You don't need to say anything, this Xiao knows." "You." Beiziana was shocked. She said in shock, How do you know so much? Did he tell you?" As she spoke, the space within 10,000 li around Xiao Hua rippled with blue waves that soared into the sky, just like the shock and vigilance in Beiziana's heart. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to Beiziana's question. Instead, his eyes flashed with benevolence as he said, "The matters of this world are always impermanent, and they will never change because of your preferences. Whether you like the matters of this world or not, they happen every day. Whether it is love, hatred, affection, or enmity, there are many of them. This Xiao doesn't know what your shell race thinks, but our human race has always placed love as the #1 priority. This world cannot be without love, nor can it be without warmth. If you place love in your heart and use your eyes to see love, everything in the world will change. No need to say any more. Bei Xian interrupted Xiao Hua. What you said is very good. You have Buddha in your heart, and all things are Buddha. Unfortunately, I have devil in my heart, and all things are devil. Even if you practice the flowery words of a Confucian cultivator to the extreme, you can't change me. I only want to know, how did you know that I am the descendant of a royal family? I guessed. Xiao Hua saw that his persuasion was unsuccessful, and he sighed in his heart as he replied. Bei Xian frowned and shook her head slightly. How can I believe that? Could it be that you were sent by the hibernating Sea King? Don't make blind guesses. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This Xiao has nothing to do with the Sea King. This Xiao only guessed from your previous word. Say it. Bei Xian looked at Xiao Hua with interest and said with a smile, the brains of your human race are really powerful. If what you said is reasonable, I can consider erasing your memories and let you go. Don't lie to this Xiao. Xiao Hua snorted coldly. 200 years ago, you already had the idea of killing me to silence me. How can you change your mind now? A strange light appeared in Bei Xian's eyes, but she didn't say anything else. When my human race lies, we always pay attention to 9 sentences of truth and 1 sentence of lie. Your Excellency has been in my 3 continents for so long, you must have learned a lot from my human race. At least this kind of lying has already reached the essence of the human race. Even now, Xiao Hua still didn't forget to dig at Bei Xian, trying to anger her. This Xiao believes that most of what you said earlier is true. After all, you don't have to hide it. However, you lied about your background, but this Xiao was able to tell this lie because this Xiao was born in Xianghua Ming. Actually, it's very simple. How can a spatial passage be easy to find? During a great battle, it's possible to bump into a temporary spatial passage, but that's not even a 90% chance of survival. If there were more than one shell race that escaped, this Xiao might still believe it. However, a couple just happened to escape, so how can this Xiao believe it? Since you were able to escape safely, you must have made a foolproof plan. Although I don't know what your shell race is like, this Xiao believes that in times of danger, the bad habit of letting the clan leader, elders, and other higher-ups leave first isn't something that only my human race has. No matter what, the shell race has to let the descendants of the royal family leave first with the pure bloodline of the shell race. Moreover, I also believe that you two aren't the only ones who made such preparations. There must be other shell race members as well. All of you are using different spatial passageways. If I'm not wrong, these spatial passages are either unidirectional or destroyed after being used. Yuan, as expected, it's just a guess. However, your guesses are more or less correct. Bei Xian nodded. However, this doesn't seem to be the root of your suspicions. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Of course, this is just this Xiao's suspicion. There are 2 things that this Xiao thinks of. 2. So many. Bei Xian was shocked. I thought it was flawless. First of all, Xiao Hua smiled slightly, as if he was facing death calmly. If the ending of the story is that you repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring, then your words are correct. It fits the identity of a pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks wandering in a different world. However, the real ending is that you repay kindness with enmity. You actually trapped this Xiao in your domain again. This can only mean that you already had the intention to silence me. Why do you treat your benefactor like this? That's because you're afraid that I will reveal your whereabouts. You're being hunted down by others. You two aren't an ordinary shell race couple, but the descendants of the shell race's royal family. You even have the mission of spreading your bloodline in this different world. So when you just left my domain, you already made preparations. These 3 cultivators are your reinforcements. Bei Xian's beautiful face flashed with surprise once again. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "That's right. This is only a kind of precaution." This Xiao also hopes that this Xiao's guess is false. However, when the 7-colored brilliance appeared again, this Xiao's heart had already turned cold. Xiao Hua's expression became even colder. This Xiao knows that this Xiao is still wrong. Since you're the descendants of the royal family, no matter if it's the human race or the shell race, your heart and blood are all cold. You only have the royal family's mission in your hearts. The royal family's mission is not necessarily true. Bei Xian shook her head. Protecting your life is the most important thing. I definitely can't let the news of me and Bei Ming leak out. Therefore, you have to die. As she spoke, Bei Xian looked at Tian Ren, Shi, and Kai. She sighed and said, "You didn't pull them in to help you, but to send them to their death. Are you that confident?" Xiao Hua's expression turned cold. Of course. Bei Xian faintly smiled. The entire space was like spring flowers blooming. This is my big seven-colored brilliance shell world, not your domain. In this shell world, I am a god. An unparalleled god. He he. Xiao Hua's eyes curved like two crescent moons. Could it be that you're not curious about the second reason why I guessed your true goal? Bei Xian's expression didn't change at all. However, her lips slightly shrank as if she was lightly biting them with her teeth. After a moment, Bei Xian actually stretched lazily. The bulge in front of her chest proudly rose into the air. Although Xiao Hua knew that this was all an illusion, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. If you're willing to say it, then say it. Bei Xian said with a smile. The more I listen to you, the more I find you interesting. I really can't bear to kill you. Right now, I'm considering whether or not I should keep you here to be happy with me every day. Chapter 4395. Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. If that's the case, won't that Bei Ming from the Rainbow Conch kill me? He's still a child. How can he be your opponent? Bei Xian smiled like a flower. But it's strange. Why does he look like he's only 20,000 years old? How would I know? Xiao Hua spread his hands, indicating that he knew nothing about this. So you don't have to worry. Bei Xian smiled again. Even if he's able to break away from being a child in a few years, he might not know how to be jealous. Sweat. Xiao Hua thought of Bei Xian's age and couldn't help but feel nauseous. Besides, Bei Xian continued happily, even if he's mature now, he definitely won't be jealous. Because, he and I aren't a couple. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned, but then he understood and nodded. I understand. You saw that Fairy Jing sacrificed her life to save me, so you used the feelings between couples to move me. You're really smart. Bei Xian sighed. That's right. My Red Ocean Domain's shell race doesn't need couples to reproduce. The so-called couples are just a pastime. Bei Ming is just my clan brother. For your clan brother, you've been searching for so long? Xiao Hua asked with a double meaning. Of course. Bei Xian smiled. Although he's my clan brother, we're all descendants of the sea god and have the same bloodline. Besides, whether the Red Ocean Domain still exists or not is another matter. He and I might be the only two descendants of the sea god left in this world. We can be considered a lonely pair. Bei Xian wasn't in a hurry to kill him, and instead seemed to be in a good mood. In particular, she didn't ask him the same questions as before. Instead, she asked him the second reason why he saw through her thoughts. Xiao Hua's heart became more and more confident. He smiled and said, if that's the case, then this Xiao was wrong about you. Kinship actually has a place in your hearts. It's really rare. Although my shell race isn't a human race, we still have flesh and blood. How can we be as cold as you say? Bei Xian was even more determined to keep Xiao Hua here. Naturally, she wasn't in a hurry. Your Excellency, you're not looking for Bei Ming, but for the statue of the sea god, right? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Ah! Bei Xian was startled. The entire seven-colored shell world dimmed. How did you know? This is naturally one of the reasons why I was able to guess your true intentions. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if it were an ordinary couple from the Shell clan, how could they carry the statue that represents the dignity of the sea god with them? They probably won't even be able to see it, right? I really admire you. Bei Xian was speechless. Do you have 5 bodies? Xiao Hua asked very happily. Xiao Hua was happy, but Bei Xian was unhappy. She reluctantly shook her chest, blinked her eyes, and said, 3 body is fine, right? 3 bodies? Xiao Hua was a bit confused. However, when he saw Beixian Er's swaying waist, he helplessly retreated and raised his gaze. So, in the eyes of the descendants of the royal clan, there is no kinship. There is only power and responsibility. Xiao Hua said word by word, your goal of sucking me into the 7-colored shell world again, other than to kill me, I'm afraid you also want to interrogate Shang Hua Ming's whereabouts, interrogate him about the whereabouts of the statue, right? Human race, oh human race. Beixian sighed again. I really want to take out your head and see how it grows. Are you a roundworm in my stomach? You even know what I'm thinking? I'm truly speechless. Ari. Xiao Hua's tone was abnormally lonely. You're destined to not be able to see what I'm thinking. I'm also destined to not be your roundworm. At this point, Beixian couldn't be bothered to say anything more. She said, actually, when you said you saw Bei Ming's true body, my heart skipped a beat. My worries for the past 200 years have finally come true. Because what I need isn't Bei Ming, but that statue of the sea god. That statue contains the inheritance of my Shell clan, and it also contains something necessary for the awakening of my Shell clan's divine body. I don't quite understand how Bei Ming could become a child. But since he's become a child, then the statue of the sea god definitely isn't on him. Then where is the statue of the sea god? I think, since you've seen it, then it must be Shang Hua Ming. So at first, I wanted to pretend that I knew about Shang Hua Ming. But later on, I thought that if I knew about Shang Hua Ming, you would definitely try to test me again. So, I simply admitted that I didn't know about Shang Hua Ming and told you everything. But for Bei Ming, why should I be afraid of erasing the memories of your substitute? I could have searched his soul long ago. But for the sake of my Shell clan's only hope, I didn't dare to act rashly. Can you act now? Xiao Hua smiled. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find the statue of the sea god? At this point, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly froze, revealing a bitter expression. I'm sure you understand. Beixian smiled. If the statue of the sea god is on you, I only need to kill you. Then wouldn't the statue of the sea god be mine? If the statue of the sea god isn't on you, then it must be on Shang Hua Ming. Since I know about Shang Hua Ming, then what value do you have? If I kill you, not only can I ensure that my whereabouts aren't leaked, but I can also ensure that the news of the statue of the sea god isn't leaked. Moreover, if you're sent by the Sea Clan, I can even avenge the deaths of my Shell Clan's compatriots. Is this the legendary killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Alas, looks like you're determined to kill me, Xiao Hua said helplessly. Yes. I was originally hesitant, but you're really too smart. Oh, has anyone ever said that you're as meticulous as silk and as sweet as honey? Beixian suddenly asked. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. He shook his head slightly and said, no. Isn't Fairy Jing sacrificing her life for you because she loves you so much? Beixian smiled. I'm also afraid of falling into your evil hands, so I'd better kill you first. Really heartless. Xiao Hua stroked his chin and sighed. If you love someone, do you have to let them die? You're really thinking too much. Beixian pursed her lips and smiled. You should become a ranger. Maybe you'll capture the hearts of many chivalrous women. Looking at Beixian's smile, how could it be that she was going to kill him? Xiao Hua smiled and said, I wonder if this item will be able to capture your heart. As he spoke, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out an object from his bosom and threw it into the air. In the air, the statue of the sea god suddenly emerged from the 7-colored threads of light. Although it was ordinary and lightless, in Beixian's eyes, Beixian's complexion changed greatly. Her body trembled and she almost collapsed. She screamed and was about to fall to the ground, but the moment her body transformed, Beixian suddenly raised her head. Her face was already ferocious. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded from the statue of the sea god, and the surrounding several li were filled with boiling threads of light. However, there were no fragments of the statue. It turned out that the statue of the sea god was just a phantom that Xiao Hua waved. Damned humans! Beixian shouted. Her body suddenly expanded and occupied more than half of the space in an instant. You actually dare to scare me. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and said confidently, if you can't kill me, you don't have to regret it. You're not human at all. Damn it. Bei Xian cursed angrily. Xiao Hua didn't see any movement from her, but he felt that countless tides began to surge around him. Waves of spatial power several times more ferocious than the collapse of heaven and earth rushed out from the void, violently wanting to tear his body apart. Troublesome. Although Xiao Hua laughed, his heart was extremely bitter. He had just returned to the 3 continents, and the first thing he did was to oppose the South Sea Dragon Palace. He encountered the 4 Seas Great Array, faced the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, and fought the 4 Great Dragon Emperors. Now, he had reached the 1000-beast sacred realm. Not only did he have to fight against the 3 great sages of the demon race, he also had to resist the killing intent of the great sage ancestor in the great rainbow halo shell world. If he faced this so-called ancestor directly, Xiao Hua might have some confidence. However, Xiao Hua understood that this great rainbow halo shell world was constructed by Bei Xian shell. It could be said that it was Bei Xian life boundary. This was different from the 4 Seas Great Array or the Dragon Emperor Great Array of the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. The 4 Seas Great Array required the 4 Great Dragon Emperors as the eye of the array, which was activated by the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. In this great rainbow halo shell world, there was no eye of the array. This barrier itself was Bei Xian. All the attacks within the barrier could be created with just a thought from Bei Xian. Just as she had said earlier, she was the god within this barrier. Even if Xiao Hua had heaven-defying divine abilities, he would still be restricted by her in this barrier. This was also the fundamental reason why Xiao Hua's space couldn't be sensed in this great rainbow halo shell world. Seeing the incomparably valiant power of space attacking him and his domain instantly shattering, Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. He hurriedly urged his magic power and was just about to use a thunderbolt technique. But right at this moment, waves of indescribable fluctuations came from afar. Everywhere these fluctuations passed, all of the spatial energy was erased, and all of the shattered space disappeared. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes was still a 7-colored barrier flickering with light. Heh! Bei Xian's surprised voice rang out, rippling in the nearby space. What is this? As she spoke, a golden tentacle appeared out of thin air and fell on the celestial's shoulder. Over there, the dream mirage butterfly flapped its wings. Waves of fluctuations were generated, breaking the illusion of the great rainbow halo shell world. I was lucky. Xiao Hua breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously seen the situation of Little White Dragon and Bai Bo in the illusion, so he knew that the illusion of this great rainbow halo shell world was formidable. Before entering, he had taken out the dream mirage butterfly from the space in advance. He didn't expect that it would really be useful. Otherwise, Bei Xian wouldn't have needed to use any tricks, and Xiao Hua would have fought with himself. Chapter 4396. Get your filthy hands off me, old beggar. In the eyes of the Celestial, Bei Xian was nothing but a skeleton. He gave a loud cry and stretched out one of his 6 arms, which then transformed into a mountain range and landed on Bei Xian's tentacle. Immediately, the tentacle crumbled and turned into a blue color with golden threads. Woo! The Celestial opened his mouth again, and the blue threads turned into a thin shadow and fell into his mouth. This is. Bei Xian was taken aback when she saw the blue shadow fly away. But before she could cry out in surprise, the Celestial opened his other mouth again, and another faint blood-red shadow emerged behind the golden thread. Damn it! Bei Xian roared furiously. Boom! 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 The golden threads exploded at the same time, blocking the Celestial's suction force and causing the blood-red shadow to vanish instantly. Boom! Right after the blood-red shadow disappeared, the Celestial's 2 arms stretched out of thin air and landed on the rainbow barrier. Open! The Celestial roared furiously. His skinny arms strangely gripped the space, and as he exerted his strength, the space was torn apart like silk. The crack easily expanded and spread toward Bei Xian, who looked like a god. HMPH. Bei Xian snorted coldly. Then, a huge reef emerged like a star, and smashed toward the celestial like a meteor. The meteor produced a whistling noise, causing the entire space to tremble. It was quite different from the previous strange phenomenon. Another rock falling down. The celestial sneered. "You are indeed an old beggar. Can't you have any other tricks up your sleeves?" As the celestial spoke, 3 beams of different colors shot out from his 3 heads and tore apart the rainbow barrier. Then, he waved his 6 arms at the same time, smashed the reef, and strode toward Bayesiana. Reverend Yoon threw his head back and let out a long and sonorous roar when he heard the loud noises of breaking the reef. His dragon roar shattered countless rainbow light threads. "Since you dare to provoke I'll show you what I can do." As he spoke, Reverend Yoon's dragon body began to sway. Even before he launched the real attack, a boundless golden light flashed out of his dragon body, within which were dragon runes that blotted the sky and the earth as they thrust towards the great rainbow shell world. Wherever the dragon runes passed, they would be devoured, and as Reverend Yoon's dragon body stretched for over 1,000 miles, the dragon runes had occupied the entire space within several thousand miles. Then, where did the dragon race come from? How could he be so powerful? Don't tell me there are dragons stronger than the profound armored pentahorned dragon in the 4 seas. Bayesian was completely dumbfounded. "Old beggar, there's always someone better than you. Don't think that just because you're some ancestor, you're not afraid of being looked down upon by others." Reverend Yoon grinned coldly, then opened his mouth and unleashed the heavenly dragon speech magic again. Suddenly, some natural energies were produced in the shell, which transformed into countless fireballs and flew towards Bayesiana. Reverend Yoon even reached out his golden claws and grabbed at the barrier. Similarly, the barrier was shattered by the dragon claws, and the colorful shadows were fleeing desperately like swimming fishes. Hee. Seeing that Reverend Tianren Yoon had made his move, she dared not to be careless. The corners of his mouth curved into a cute smile, then he raised a hand and slapped his own head. Boom! Countless streams of fiend energy and fiend flame towered into the sky. The fiend hand and the fiend hand transformed into a huge pitch-black hand that glinted with a blood-red gleam, grabbing at another space. It was like a layer of silk that was spread out in the air, as 100 miles wide spatial folds were pulled up by the huge hand. Amidst the spatial folds, the colorful shadows were twisting like little tadpoles, trying to swim but having no strength to swing their tails. Are you really a fiend?" Bayesiana could not find Sha's true form even though he was inside her own barrier, and she thought he was just an illusory fiend form. But, when she saw the extremely pure fiend energy, which was even higher grade than that of ordinary fiends, she could not help but be surprised again. "Ha ha!" Sha opened his mouth and let out a very tempting and wild laugh. The sound echoed in the air and shook the 7-colored light. "That's right, I'm a fiend. What do you think? Do you like me? Old beggar, do you want to taste something new? I'm a little fresh meat. I don't mind teaching you some new postures." Following this voice, layers of crimson-red devil chi appeared around Sha's body, and within this devil chi, many illusions appeared. In the illusion, there were human beings, spirit creatures, dragons, ocean-kind beings, and even insects, mosquitoes, and flies. Regardless of whether they were human beings or mosquitoes, they were all crazily copulating with each other. Strange auras and desires seeped out from the evil chi. Hee. Bayesiana smiled. Her voice, which was like the sound of nature, echoed in the entire barrier. "So, you like this? Not bad, not bad. Look at your firm muscles. I think I can enjoy it." "Of course," Sha answered proudly. His fiend body suddenly expanded, reaching a height of 1,000 miles. The demonic armor and other items that had covered his body earlier were all hidden within his body. The muscles on the surface of his body swam like horned dragons. The masculine lines on his body were exceptionally eye-catching under the pitch-black, night-like 7-colored light. Although Sha's appearance was revealed, it was no longer Xiao Hua's appearance. Instead, it was abnormally handsome. He was truly a peerless talent. His eyebrows were filled with a kind of frivolity. That frivolous aura seemed to disperse the entire space. "If I wasn't strong, how could I deal with you? If I don't make you wish you were dead, I won't be a fiend. Damn it." Hearing Sh's words, which were even more vulgar than those of a street scoundrel, Baziana, who was the descendant of the Shell clan's royal family, couldn't bear it anymore. With a tsunami-like roar, several vortexes, which were hundreds of miles wide, passed through the space and directly fell on Sh's fiend body. Damn it! Sh saw that the vortexes were filled with the power of space. Inside the vortexes, there were countless seven-colored light threads crazily rotating. His face changed slightly as he cursed, "I just said a few words and you're angry? If you don't want me to do it, why are you so naked? Are you showing off your own body?" Sh cursed, but his movements weren't slow. With a raise of his hand, the scarlet demonic chi immediately flew out. It also turned into a demonic pillar that was hundreds of miles wide and stabbed towards the vortexes. Buzz buzz. A series of loud rumbling noises came from the vortex. Countless devils within the devil chi intertwined with the seven-colored threads of light, either devouring or tearing at them. The moment the vortex was wiped out, the rumbling noises turned into shameless moans of lust. The devils even took on the appearance of slaughter and charged toward the vortex. Ha ha! Seeing Sh's methods, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He felt that he had vented his anger. Human. While Xiao Hua was laughing, a voice came from behind him. "I have to admit that you are the most powerful opponent I have seen in the 3 continent. Is that so? This Xiao is extremely honored." Xiao Hua turned around with a smile on his face. He looked at Bazian, who was already wearing the 7-colored clothes, and said indifferently, "However, even if you're a hero, once you're in my 7-colored shell world, you can only be a coward." As Bazian spoke, her expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Kill!" Following Bazian's shout, 3 more similar shouts came from the nearby space. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" After the space in front of Kai, Shi, and Celestial was torn apart, 3 figures that looked exactly like Bazian appeared. Each of them had a cold expression on their faces. Oh! Xiao Hua didn't doubt Bazian's doppelganger ability in the 7-colored light shell world at all. He pinched his chin with a smile on his face and looked meaningfully at Bazian. "What, do you like bears?" Looking at the smile in Xiao Hua's eyes, Bazian became even angrier. She raised a hand and waved it. An arm as big as a mountain came whistling through the air, accompanied by a rumbling sound like a tsunami. An extremely powerful force of space came rushing over and smashed into the edge of Xiao Hua's domain. Boom! 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 Countless lightning threads were shattered, and the domain collapsed. The broken spatial folds rushed toward Xiao Hua like a tidal wave. However, Xiao Hua did not panic in the face of such a powerful attack, nor did he exert any magic power. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. When the force of space came within 100 miles of him, he opened his mouth slightly and spat out a wisp of snow-white light. Meanwhile, Reverend Yun was waving his dragon body and exercising the heavenly dragon speech magic. The space of several thousand miles to his left was filled with dragon runes, and the 7-colored light threads were devoured by them. There were even fireballs in the nearby void. Reverend Yun grinned coldly and cried out into the distance, "So this is what the so-called descendants of the Shell clan are capable of." While speaking, Reverend Yun stretched out his 5 claws again and grabbed at the space. Immediately, one spatial crack after another appeared, spreading out in all directions like cracks in glass. Of course, Reverend Yun would not be fooled by this. He waved his dragon tail again and smashed it on the spatial crack. The 7-colored light threads within several thousand miles were shattered, and a series of rumbling noises spread into the depths of the space. Roar! Reverend Yun gave a furious roar. A golden light burst out from his dragon body as he thrust his dragon body once again toward the rumbling noises. Reverend Yun knew that Xiao Hua's main purpose of summoning him out of the space was to help him break the great 7-colored shell realm. However, Reverend Yun had also told Xiao Hua that the Pangu axe was capable of cutting Bazian-Er's shell realm in half. However, Reverend Yun had tried his best to wield the Pangu axe in the South Sea Dragon Palace. How long had it been? Reverend Yun might be able to lift the Pangu axe, but it was absolutely impossible for him to wield it. Otherwise, Reverend Yun would have used the Pangu axe when he entered the Great 7-Colored Shell Realm. Chapter 4397. Xiao Hua felt helpless when he saw that. However, he knew very well that although Beiziana was said to be the master of this shell realm, she was like a god in this barrier. Nevertheless, Xiao Hua had his own dimension, and his control of this dimension was not weaker than Beiziana. Furthermore, Xiao Hua understood that the shell realm was different from his own dimension. The shell realm had the effect of Beiziana's natal shell, and was also the effect of her divine ability. Perhaps he was not Beiziana's match, but Reverend Yun, Sure, and Celestial might not necessarily be her match. As long as the four of them could defeat Beizian they would be able to break through the rainbow light shell world. Of course, as Beiziana had said, she was omnipotent in this barrier. What she faced with Xiao Hua and the others was just an incorporeal body condensed from light threads. In order to defeat her, they had to find her true form, or find the edge of the shell realm, which was the true form of the shell. Therefore, when Reverend Yun saw the void shattered, his dragon body flew towards the depths of the dimension. Although he could not sense the location of Beiziana's true form, he could still fly to the edge of the dimension with his own overall strength. Kill. Reverend Yun flew for several tens of thousands of miles, and the dimension within the barrier was shattered by his mighty dragon body. When Reverend Yun opened his mouth again and sprayed out another mouthful of dragon breath, trying to extinguish the seven-colored light within a 100 miles radius, a furious cry rang out. Beiziana's illusory figure had once again appeared before Reverend Yun. Reverend Yun grinned coldly as the dragon breath fell towards Beiziana. Beiziana had a serious look in her eyes, but the expression on her face was somewhat contemptuous. She snorted coldly and said, "Boorish fellow." After that, Beiziana raised her hand and waved it in the air. As if she was gently stroking a bronze mirror, a seven-colored barrier measuring several hundred miles in size emerged out of thin air. Inside the seven-colored barrier, countless splashes of water seemed to dance in the sea breeze. Boom! The dragon breath smashed onto the seven-colored barrier and produced a muffled vibration. Under the dragon breath, the barrier quickly dissolved, and streams of seven-colored light exploded in midair. Oh! Beiziana was taken aback for a moment, but then she waved both hands again. Woo! The barrier suddenly shattered completely, some of them plunging into the void, some shooting towards Reverend Yun. In just a few breaths of time, the broken pieces of the barrier had completely enveloped Reverend Yun. Combine! Beiziana cried out softly. Immediately, all the broken pieces began to flicker with a bright glow, transforming into a shackle and falling towards Reverend Yun's dragon body. It was a very powerful shackle, as it had completely confined the space within 1,000 miles around Reverend Yun. Even when Reverend Yun unleashed his dragon aura mixed with a golden beam, he could not break the shackle. Boom! Boom! The space within several thousand miles was shaking violently, as if the heaven and earth were closing up. Reverend Yun's body gradually turned stiff, as if he was really going to be imprisoned by Beizian. Reverend Yun did not show any sign of panic. He slightly raised his 5 golden claws and grabbed onto the shackle again. As a result, the huge shackles seemed to be held up by a jade pillar, and it was difficult for them to close even a little bit. Immediately after that, the dragon horn on Reverend Yun's forehead shone with a 9-colored brilliance as well. The brilliance was a few times stronger than Beiziana's 7-colored brilliance. Wherever the brilliance passed, the huge shackle would shatter into pieces, sending the broken shackles into the surrounding space. Damn it! In the face of such a formidable dragon, Beiziana looked somewhat powerless. She cursed under her breath and raised her right hand again. Boom! A huge fist flashed and vanished, and after a few breaths of time, it reappeared in front of Reverend Yun. Reverend Yun opened his mouth and shot out a beam of light, which smashed right into the fist. The light beam pierced through the entire fist, causing it to slowly vanish into thin air. However, right at the moment when it disappeared, the fist suddenly flashed again. Taking the opportunity when Reverend Yun raised his head to look at Beiziana, it vanished into the barrier. When it reappeared, it had already landed right next to the golden barrier protecting Reverend Yun's body. Boom! The golden barrier shattered with a loud boom, and the fist hit right onto Reverend Yun's back. Roar! Reverend Yun howled. A few scales on his back were shattered, and streams of dragon blood were oozing out. Ha ha ha! Bayesiana laughed complacently after her successful attack. The dragons of the 3 continents are indeed tender and adorable. But too bad, before she could finish talking about the victory, Reverend Yoon's dragon body, which was twisting painfully, suddenly vanished as well. After that, Bayesiana felt a suffocating aura pressing down from the barrier above her head. Who is it? Bayesiana was greatly shocked, as she could not think of anyone who could escape from her perception within the barrier. Right when the question came out of her mouth, Reverend Yoon's huge dragon tail came smashing down amidst the 7-colored glow of the defensive barrier, smashing right onto her head. How is this possible? Although Bayesiana was surprised, she waved her left hand and unleashed another 7-colored barrier, trying to fend off Reverend Yoon's attack. But this time, Bayesiana would be disappointed. The dragon tail's aura was extremely powerful, and the dragon's breath was as boundless as the sea. The force of its descent was like a hot knife through butter, shattering the barrier in an instant. The dragon's tail didn't even slow down as it struck Bayesiana's body. Shua! Of course, Bayesiana's illusory body wasn't destroyed, but the light it emitted was weakened by 40%. Damn it! Bayesiana cursed angrily again, as her body suddenly transformed into a shell. After that, the 7 colors on the shell transformed into one huge light wheel after another, producing the sound of a tsunami as they smashed towards Reverend Yoon. Buzz buzz buzz, swish swish swish. The sound of the tsunami caused the space within a radius of 10,000 kilometers to spin, and the wheel of light collided with it without any pattern. Not good. A strange feeling of dizziness came from Reverend Yoon's mind, and he could not even maintain his balance with his huge body, as he was swaying uncontrollably in the air. Shua! One of the light wheels landed on Reverend Yoon's body and cut through one of his scales, as if the indestructible dragon scale had turned into an ordinary beast skin. Roar! Reverend Yoon felt a great pain. He opened his mouth and roared furiously, then with a sway of his dragon body, he shot straight up into the sky. After flying for over 100 miles, Reverend Yoon raised his head slightly and gave another loud roar. After that, the dragon runes all over his body began to emerge from his skin, transforming into a light screen that rippled across his skin. Meanwhile, the 9-colored halo around his dragon horns began to grow denser, and the soul-shaking dragon pressure was increasing at an incredible rate. Break! As Reverend Yoon let out a furious roar that sounded like the language of dragons, the light screen around his body rushed into his dragon horn. The 9-colored halo rippled and brought the light screen out of the dragon horn, transforming into a shadow of a dragon and pouncing towards Bayesiana. The shadow of the dragon was very strange. Not only were there light shadows and ripples in it, but there was also a very strong dragon pressure. Wherever the shadow passed, the spinning space would be restored, and the dizzying sound would disappear amidst the ripples. Even Bayesiana's body was trembling under the pressure of the dragon pressure. The 7-colored halo unleashed by Bayesiana could not stop the shadow of the dragon. It was like countless silkworms were devouring mulberry leaves, and a faint and disorderly noise was heard when the shadow of the dragon landed on Bayesiana's body. Swish, swish, swish. The shadow of Bayesiana's halo grew weaker again. Hee hee. Reverend Yoon laughed insidiously. He gave up on attacking Bayesiana, then controlled his dragon body and flew towards the depths of the space. He knew clearly that Bayesiana would still be waiting for him at the end of the space. As long as he destroyed Bayesiana's shadow again and again, he would be able to force Bayesiana's true form to show up. Sure enough, wherever the dragon body passed, the 7-colored halo would explode. At the end of the 7-colored halo barrier, Bayesiana appeared once again, gnashing her teeth in anger. The battle between the Devas and Bayesiana was different now. Right when the Devas destroyed the reef controlled by Bayesiana and took a step forward to tear the space apart, Bayesiana's body suddenly vanished in a bizarre manner. The heavenly being was stunned for a moment, and then a disdainful smile appeared on all 3 of its heads. After that, it didn't stop and flew in a certain direction. As it flew, its 3 mouths spat out beams of light that destroyed the space in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The collapsed space actually formed the outline of a huge tunnel. Furthermore, the space destroyed by the Devas was different from the space destroyed by Reverend Yoon, as the 7-colored light threads could not restore the space. While the Deva's 6 arms were waving, more inexplicable ripples seeped out from the gaps in the void and fell into the broken space, turning it into a chaotic state. Not only were the 7 colored halos devoured by the chaos, even some of the shadows were sucked into it and vanished. Kill. Following a coquettish grumble, Beizian once again revealed her figure at the side of the chaotic space. This time, Beizian was no longer in her human form. Instead, she looked like a cuttlefish. Her 8 waving tentacles were all covered with sharp spikes. In fact, the spikes even flashed with an exceptionally bright radiance. Beizian showed no signs of stopping. Her tentacles, which looked like mountain ranges, danced in the sky and attacked the Devas. The tentacles simply ignored space, and as soon as they whistled through the air, they had already arrived before the Devas. Ha ha! After half a cup of tea's time, Beizian suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. She then reappeared several hundred miles away. Her squid-like body swayed proudly as she laughed. What a boorish fellow. Let's see how long you can last. Boom. 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 The Devas lowered his head to look at the cracks on his body and the pitch-black liquid flowing out from them. Ignoring them, he shot out beams of light again and continued to press toward Beizian. With every step he took, the 7 colored halos would be destroyed into chaos. Chapter 4398. Beizian's heart was bleeding when she saw another 1,000 miles of space being destroyed by the Celestial. The Great Rainbow Shell Realm was her natal boundary. If Reverend Yoon destroyed the space, Beizian could repair it. What she lost was just some divine abilities. But the Celestial's attack was devastating. Beizian had no way to repair the space destroyed by the Celestial. What was lost was her natal boundary. Although the Great Rainbow Shell Realm looked boundless, it was because of Beizian's spatial restriction that Xiaohua and the others could not sense the boundary. But in fact, the Shell Realm had a boundary, and Beizian could not bear to throw away even an inch of space. But, in order to kill the Celestial, Beizian gritted her teeth and endured it. However, even though 1,000 miles of space had been abandoned, the Celestial was still alive and kicking, without any signs of waiting for death. What? Beizian was dumbfounded. She looked at the cracks on the Celestial's body and asked in confusion, You weren't poisoned? Poisoned? The Celestial smiled. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he fell to the ground in midair. Huff! Beizian was about to catch her breath when she saw the Celestial raise his head and ask in bewilderment, Is that what you said? You. Beizian felt that she was being teased, and her eyes were filled with hatred. The Celestial stood up in midair and patted his body, as if he had just climbed up from the ground. When his gaze once again landed on the crack, he waved his hand. The pitch-black liquid was wiped away, and the crack also disappeared. The Celestial looked at Beizian and said with a cunning smile, My clothes are dirty. I was pestered by you just now, so I didn't have time to clean them. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Beizian could not help but groan. For the first time, she had a trace of doubt about her action of killing Xiaohua. But she only hesitated for a moment. Once again, a dazzling rainbow halo appeared around Beizian. The halo expanded and contracted a few times as if it was breathing, and finally condensed into a huge ring, which fell down towards the Celestial. Not good. Wherever the halo landed, a powerful aura appeared. Everything that came into contact with the halo was sucked into the halo. Even the 7 colored strands of light were killed by the halo. Seeing this, the Celestial was shocked. He opened his mouth and 3 beams of light shot into the sky, hitting the halo. Boom boom boom. The light pillars were very powerful. In an instant, they had caused the halo to dim. However, the halo was spinning rapidly and absorbed some of the light pillars. There was no special change in the power of the descending light pillars. The Deva slapped the top of his head, and the power of the Deva's bones erupted like a volcano. The halo couldn't hold on for much longer, and was sent flying hundreds of kilometers into the air, unable to fall back down for the time being. Boom, boom, boom. High up in the sky, 3 more explosions could be heard, and 3 more Beizian appeared on the halo. Without any hesitation, the 3 rainbow-colored figures landed on 3 different parts of the light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. And at this time, in the sky near the celestial, the seven-colored halo condensed into strange demon characters that were several kilometers in size. These demon characters had some blood-red color, and also gave off an indescribable power. Although this power could not block the might of the Deva's bones, it could still somewhat block it. Boom, 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 boom. 4 more explosions could be heard, and 4 more seven-colored Bayesianer landed on the halo. Woo, woo. This time, the huge halo made a powerful whistling sound and fell down on the celestial. Oh my God! The celestial was shocked. He waved his 6 arms and hurriedly retreated, trying to avoid the halo. Unfortunately, he had only dodged 1,000 kilometers, but the halo also chased after him for 1,000 kilometers. It fell down aggressively from the top of the celestial's head to the bottom of his feet. Wherever the halo passed, the celestial's defense disappeared, and even the illusionary daoist robe disappeared. The celestial's true body was revealed. Outside of the golden skin, 30% of the green was mixed with blue and purple. It looked very strange. Wherever the halo passed, the green increased by 10%, and the golden color disappeared by a little. The halo also shrank by a little. Damn it! The celestial's face turned pale, and he hurriedly tried to escape. Woo, woo. Unfortunately, the halo had already landed on the celestial's body. How could he escape? With a loud explosion, the halo rose from the bottom of the celestial's feet to the top of his head. Again, the golden color disappeared by a little. You! What are you doing? The celestial screamed and fled like a headless fly. The halo crazily swept around the celestial's body. In the end, the halo disappeared, and the golden color around the celestial was also gone. His whole body was dyed green, and in this green, blue and purple were spread out like a spiderweb. You! The celestial was now satisfied. He stood in midair and said shyly, "You want to see my body? You should have said so earlier. If you had said so, why would you need to do it? Why don't I just take off my clothes myself?" Puff! Bayesianer's dim body revealed itself in a corner of the void. She opened her mouth and spat out a black beam of 7-colored light. It looked as if she had just coughed up blood. At this point in time, when she looked at the celestial's expression and his vigorous appearance, Bayesianer knew that she had fallen into his trap again. She had used up so many 7-colored halos formed by her clones, but not only did she fail to destroy the 5 elements items in the celestial's body, she had even aided him in some kind of divine ability. She had gone for wool but come home shorn. This fellow's skin is tough and his flesh is thick. I'm afraid ordinary means won't work. Looks like I have to resort to my last resort. Bayesianer squinted at the celestial and thought to herself. Reverend Yoon and the celestial were fighting Bayesianer in 2 different places. Although they had gained a slight upper hand in the battle, their fight was not as fierce as the one between Shi and Bayesianer. Meanwhile, Bayesianer was controlling the 7-colored halos to transform into countless vortexes, trying to kill Shi. However, the vortexes were pierced by countless fiend pillars. It was not a big deal if they only pierced through the vortexes, but when the fiend pillars landed, the halos of the vortexes were shattered, revealing countless fiends in the fiend energies. Inside the halos, there was the image of yin and yang intersecting with each other, and the void was filled with fiend voices. Bayesianer did not know about this before, but when these fiends were born, she finally realized it. Damn it! Bayesianer flew into a rage, and her face turned pink. Immediately after that, countless 7-colored halos burst out from the 1,000 miles space where Shi was again. These halos transformed into sharp thorns, about a few miles long, and thrust towards Shi from all directions. Before these sharp thorns could land, the domain around Shi had already begun to crumble, and the fiends that supported the domain were howling and exploding one after another. Obviously, Bayesianer hated Shi to the core. Haha, so it's a rose with thorns. You might even prick this daddy's hand. Shi laughed loudly. His entire demonic body collapsed with a loud bang. Tens of thousands of layers of demonic flames surged out from his body. Numerous demons, whose strength was not inferior to the Devil King's, appeared from within the demonic flames. These demons clustered together and formed a strange demonic array. This demonic array turned into numerous huge demonic runes that pounced in all directions as the blood-red light gushed out. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp thorns fell into the fiend runes, and the halos on the thorns transformed into tens of thousands of light rays that fell into the fiends' bodies. The fiends exploded one by one, creating an enormous power. Amidst the explosions, the fiend energies spread even more wildly, and the seven-colored halos took advantage of this opportunity to penetrate into the depths of the fiend energies. After a while, the fiend energies spread out for tens of thousands of miles, but at the center of the fiend energies, the seven-colored halos also condensed into a seven-edged light shadow. Whoosh! Once the seven-edged light shadow formed, the seven-colored brilliance instantly disappeared. Then, a layer of milky white holy brilliance emerged from the seven-edged light shadow. The moment this brilliance appeared, it transformed into Baixian-Er's human form and swept towards the fiend energies in the surroundings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Faster than ice meeting boiling water, all the fiend energies were instantly obliterated upon contact with this holy brilliance. No matter how arrogant the devil flames within the fiend energies were, no matter how rampant the fiends were, they were all destroyed. Damn it, what is this? Sha's voice resounded within tens of thousands of miles, and it was as if tens of thousands of fiends were roaring at the same time. Ha ha ha. Baixian-Er's voice was filled with the pride of victory within the fiend energies. You're just a devil sovereign, yet you dare to be so arrogant in front of my seven-colored shell clan? Don't you know that my seven-colored shell clan is born with the ability to restrain the devil race? In just a few words, the fiend energies within 1,000 miles were swept away. However, the holy brilliance within this space had also dimmed by a lot. Since ancient times, there's a saying that when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. You're just some insignificant talent, yet you dare to show off in front of this sovereign? Once Sha saw that Baixian-Er was weakened, he immediately stirred up the fiend energies. Layers of devil flames were like a crimson blood tide as they ferociously pounced towards the holy brilliance that Baixian-Er had transformed into. Chimpage. Baixian-Er snorted coldly. Within 1,000 miles of empty space, countless seven-colored strands of light surged in through an indescribable void. Like a myriad of streams returning to their source, they fell into the holy brilliance. Wang! The holy brilliance flourished and once again swept in all directions. Ha ha! Sha laughed loudly and said, "The ancients often say that those with big breasts have no brains. Damn it, you really don't have brains. Can't you see that this is your father's trick to lure the enemy?" As he spoke, a layer of silvery white luster suddenly appeared within the fiend energies that had been destroyed by the holy brilliance. When the holy brilliance landed on this silvery white luster, it was like a wheat tip piercing through a steel plate, breaking inch by inch. Not only that, after the luster died the fiend energies were like silver snow waves that swept towards Baixian-Er. That ferocious aura was exactly the same as when Baixian-Er had destroyed the fiend energies. Chapter 4399. Innate. Metal Chi. Baixian-Er's expression changed, and she screamed, You're a demon sovereign, how can you have such an innate yang item?" As she spoke, Baixian-Er's figure flashed and disappeared. However, a moment later, the area covered by the demon chi flashed with a strong silver light, and Baixian-Er's figure appeared in that area, looking quite miserable. Ha ha ha! Sha shouted loudly. "If I didn't have this item, how could I be called Sha? Listen to me obediently, and I will make you wish you were dead." Sha laughed arrogantly. The demon chi within 1,000 miles of space turned into his demon body, and he pounced on Baixian-Er. Baixian-Er's body was trembling slightly, and the light around her was like a candle in the wind, flickering from time to time. The space within 1,000 miles was once again filled with silvery white demonic chi. Buzz buzz buzz. Baixian-Er abruptly raised her head. The holy light around her suddenly turned into 7 colors. At the same time, threads of light surged out from the void like a tidal wave and crashed into her body. "You've been fooled." Baixian-Er chuckled softly. Her entire body transformed into a rainbow-colored hurricane that charged towards the silver-white demonic chi. "Within my great rainbow-colored shell world, As long as you possess the 5 elements, you will be counted by me. Although you are a Xiantian metal object, I can still kill you." Sure enough, wherever the rainbow-colored whirlwind passed, the silver-white devil chi was instantly shattered, and a huge hole was created in the devil chi. Bei Xian'er's body flew freely in the devil chi without any hindrance. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Bei Xian'er couldn't help but laugh again. Facing the demon sovereign's innate nemesis, there was always a trace of unease in the bottom of her heart. Now that she saw the demon chi being exterminated, and countless demons being exterminated within the 7-colored brilliance, a sense of satisfaction involuntarily emerged. However, after a few minutes, Bei Xian'er suddenly felt that something was wrong. After the demonic chi was destroyed, the 7-colored strands of light did not appear. Instead, the monstrous blood gradually seeped out from the surroundings. Bei Xian'er felt a bit dizzy even in her own 7-colored shell world. She involuntarily stopped and looked around in confusion. Sigh. Bei Xian'er couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air because the devil chi at this time was no longer devil chi. It was a mixture of devil flame and devil blood, devil head and blood filth mixed together. Whether it was her eyes or her yuanshan, there was no end to the devil chi. There was also no end to the twisting and turning blood tunnel. Bei Xian'er had actually fallen into the devil array. You. Bei Xian'er was both embarrassed and angry. However, Shi's voice didn't come, as if he was tired of her stubbornness and had abandoned her. Damn it. Bei Xian'er suddenly had a bad feeling. Her body frantically transformed once again. At this moment, Shi's unhurried voice rang out again. Little Bei, it's better for you to obediently follow this sovereign, you. Bei Xian'er was infuriated. She had been playing hard to get, trying to kill Shi. However, she didn't expect that in the end, she would still fall into his demonic array. Bei Xian'er's gaze swept across the bloodstains that were ready to move, as well as the devils that were revealed within the bloodstains. These devils, without exception, all had extremely handsome appearances. Bei Xian'er said, "Other than trapping me, do you have any other motives?" "Oh, could it be that you didn't feel it?" All the devil heads answered in unison. "Could it be that you didn't know what I was doing outside the devil array?" When Bei Xian'er heard this, she thought for a moment, and her expression changed greatly. She said in shock, You wanted to use the opportunity of trapping me to find the location of my real body?" "Oyo." All the devil heads revealed Shi's arrogant smile. "You can't be so smart. If you are smart, your chest will become smaller." Bei Xian'er's mouth was bitter. Now that she was trapped in the devil array, not only did she lose contact with the great rainbow halo shell world, she also lost contact with her real body. How could she know what Shi was doing outside the devil array? However, she understood that Shi could have used the demonic formation to trap her long ago, but Shi had been playing hard to get, making her think that she could do it with ease. Thus, she was unprepared to absorb the 7-colored halos from the big 7-colored halos shell world. Moreover, she remembered clearly that just now, in order to kill Shi Yang in one strike, she had contacted her main body and obtained a huge amount of 7-colored halos from her main body. Moreover, she understood that her great rainbow halo shell world should be an invincible existence in the 3 continents, and the only fatal weakness of this invincibility was her weak real body. Since Xiao Hua had already fought an intense battle with the 5-colored sea god shellfish, he should know how to defeat Mo Wuji. Since Xiao Hua was sucked into the shellfish world, the only way for him to escape without being killed was to find Mo Wuji's main body. Therefore, Bei Xian'er had already concealed her real body, and she was confident that Xiao Hua would not be able to find any trace of her. Unfortunately, Bei Xian'er had underestimated Xiao Hua, and even underestimated the methods of Deva, Shur, and Reverend Yun. After just a few rounds of fighting, Shi had already forced Bei Xian'er to reveal her real body. Kill. Thinking of this, Bei Xian'er's body emitted a dazzling light again, and the rainbow halo shell world pierced towards the devil array like a light sword. "Haha, you can't hold it anymore?" Shi laughed and said arrogantly. "That's right. You've been lonely for countless years, countless cold nights, unable to sleep. Now that you've met my real body, it's no wonder that you're eager to make a move." Roar. While speaking, the devil array surged with a sea of blood, rushing towards Bei Xian'er. Each of the devils opened their bloody mouths, and blood instantly stained the beautiful rainbow halo. Boom! Within the dazzling light, Basian-Ur's doppelgangers exploded crazily, instantly destroying the devil array within several hundred miles. However, that was all. Whether it was the dazzling light or the terrifying aura, they rushed into the devil array again, and the blood sea had already drowned them. After a few breaths, the blood sea continued to rush into the inner layer, swallowing the remaining rainbow halo shell world. Ha ha! When all the light disappeared, the huge devil array surged again, and Sh's laughter rang out again. The taste of an old beggar is really not bad. I wonder how her tender little meat is like. Then, the devil array's outer layer flashed with lightning. Not only did it destroy the rainbow halo shell world, but it also surged into the depths of the space. Inside the rainbow halo shell world, there was a very dense devil chi. It had already rushed out of the tunnel of 100 miles, and it was entering the endless rainbow halo shell world. The celestial being, Shi, and Hui were showing off their power, so how could Xiao Hua be weak? Facing Basian-Ur's tidal wave of attacks, Xiao Hua was not nervous at all. Instead, he opened his mouth, and a snow-white brilliance shot out from his mouth, rushing towards the rainbow halo shell world and the broken space. That snow-white brilliance was like a silk thread, and after flying for several jong, it stopped in the air, and a snow-white iceworm king appeared from the brilliance. This iceworm king seemed to be confused, flapping its transparent wings in the air. After circling for a while, a cold aura gushed out from its body, and it rushed towards the rumbling sound. Boom boom boom! The broken space rushed towards the iceworm king, but on the surface of the iceworm king's body, sharp rays of light shot out, effortlessly blocking the power of space. Even the iceworm king's body, which was flapping its wings, was not stopped by this violent force. Behind the broken space was Basian-Ur's mountain-like arm. Shua. The snow-white color on the iceworm king's body suddenly expanded, and the surrounding space was dyed red by this snow-white color. Catcher, catcher. Waves of freezing sounds were heard. The broken space was instantly frozen, and the violent power of space also condensed into a vortex of fine lines within the ice. More than once, the snow-colored light touched Basian-Ur's arm. Although the snow-colored light looked like fireflies, Basian-Ur's arm clearly paused, as though it had encountered an impenetrable defense. A seven-colored light tide even more vast than the mountain range once again enveloped Basian-Ur's arm. Unfortunately, no matter how fierce this rainbow halo shell world's light was, once it touched the snow-white brilliance, it immediately froze, and there was no accident at all. Moreover, this condensation was even more fierce than the rainbow halo shell world's light. It directly crashed into Basian-Ur's arm, and directly rushed towards Basian-Ur's illusory body. Damn it! What is this? Basian-Ur turned pale with fright. She was from the Shell clan, and speaking of which, she was also from the Water clan. The Iceworm King's body was extremely cold, and it was another kind of nemesis of the Water clan. The Iceworm King had been sleeping in Xiao Hua's space for tens of thousands of years, and especially after the separation of yin and yang, its potential was limitless. In an ordinary fight, Xiao Hua didn't think of using the Iceworm King, but now that he saw how powerful the Rainbow Halo Shell world was, he had already taken out the Iceworm King from the space. The Iceworm King really didn't disappoint Xiao Hua. It really was Basian-Ur's nemesis. Wherever the Iceworm King passed, not only was the space frozen, even Basian-Ur's illusory body was frozen. Damn it! Basian-Ur naturally knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't answer her question, because at this time, Xiao Hua was holding his chin and looking at her with a meaningful gaze, as if he would only be satisfied if she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Therefore, Basian-Ur angrily cursed. She opened her mouth, and a rainbow halo holy light pillar flew out, wanting to block the Iceworm King in the space. According to Basian-Ur's thinking, this holy light pillar didn't belong to the 5 elements, so it should be able to block the Iceworm King. Unfortunately, she was ridiculously wrong. How could Xiao Hua's space be ordinary? The holy light pillar was also frozen into an ice pillar by the Iceworm King. Moreover, the ice pillar condensed at an extremely fast speed, and against the light, it spread towards Basian-Ur's space.